Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. Once again, a blessed morning has dawned, a quiet, sacred moment for us to gather as seekers of truth. We get together by the kind of yearning to hear, reflect, and live by these profound teachings of Lord Buddha. As always, I begin with deep reverence and gratitude, and humbly worship our noble teacher Buddothpado, whose guidance continues to illuminate this rare, precious path that we are walking. To begin our discussion today, as is our tradition, read a few pages from the remarkable treatise called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So these words are not mere letters on a page. They act like like mirrors, helping us to see through the illusion and reconnect with the timeless truth within. So I warmly welcome each of you to explore our official website, that is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website, where a complete series of freely available where this complete series is available for free. So there are 6 volumes, so they can be downloaded either into your mobile phone or the laptop. Then please read them attentively, and if you have any questions or doubts, you can bring up here, so you can ask directly, so we can discuss them openly. So it will be helpful for the other listeners as well. So currently we are focusing on volume number 6, and usually we read 1 to 2 pages from that, and it will act as some kind of a foundation to daily discussions. So I also like to remind we have another website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website, a space designed for those who look life through a scientific or analytical angle. So it represents this rare truth or this Dhamma with reason and clarity. So that will bridge this wisdom with the modern day understanding, with the modern day findings. So those who are very much interested in scientific findings, so they are, if they are so much involved in this modern day findings, so please go and have a look that our please feel free to visit our that website, www.wisdomofasia.com website. So that will teach you how these modern science findings tally with this absolute truth. So it is very helpful for the most of people, especially who live overseas and the younger generation. So today's reflections, so we have been talking about this awareness uh, in past few discussions. So awareness is not just a kind of another thought. So awareness that we talk here is somewhat different from the awareness what you usually hear from the other spiritual leaders. So most of the time, the spiritual leaders who teach about this mind may say to focus to your mind. So that is the awareness that they say. So how you can keep concentrating your to your own mind? Simply, it's with another thought. So so those leaders will teach us how to keep concentration, keep your attention towards the work you do. So we thought that is the awareness that has been taught by Lord Buddha. We thought like that. So as an example, we can say, so you say if you are sweeping the floor right now with a broom, so what most people say is just keep concentration on that activity. So this is the broom. I am sweeping. I am sweeping. So it will prevent other thoughts to flow into mind. That is true. But is that the same thing that has been taught by Lord Buddha? No. That awareness is different. Yes, for the initial stage of understanding of the mind, that may help. That may help. But the so-called awareness should come through the understanding the thought only. So it is different. That the awareness that is taught by Lord Buddha is different from the awareness that is taught by other spiritual leaders. So what Lord Buddha says is how when the awareness that you gain after understanding the thoughts is the absolute awareness. So now comes the question, how do you understand, how do you see through this thought? So just looking at a thought or activity that you are doing at this moment, will it help for you to understand the thought? No, it will only keep your mind going from one thought to another. The fleeting nature will be stopped in your mind. So you can keep focused on one thought. So that is not the thing. That is not the way of, that is not the awareness that has been revealed, that has been explained in the Buddhist doctrine. So if Buddha says You have to understand the thought. Then a kind of awareness will come up. So we have to find out how we should understand this thought. In order to understand a thought, you have to understand how thoughts get formed. First, you have to know what is a thought. Then you have to know how it is created. So then, of course, you will be able to understand these these thoughts are not real. In the absence of the actual existence of a thought, you will get some kind of a stillness within you, and it will help you to keep on focus on your faculties. So, so that is the awareness that Lord Buddha says. So, so when compared with the awareness, what other spiritual leaders say, and the Lord Buddha say, Lord Buddha does not suppress, instruct to suppress the other thoughts to rise, the rising of the other thoughts. So thoughts will come. So if you, so we'll take the same example. So if you sweep the floor at this moment, so you tend to you see the broom, you see how the dust get moved, and also you hear the sound of some birds, and also you might think some other things from your mind consciousness. So all things happen while you are sweeping the floor. So that's all right. But the awareness that you gain through the understanding will remain still. You know, everything are thoughts. So let them happen, or let them go. That is the awareness what Lord Buddha expected to have. So it can be only achieved through the understanding of the thought. Otherwise, keep watching at one single thought or two would not be helpful for you. So another kind of difference is there. What is the difference? So if you keep concentrating on one thought, accidentally, if some kind of an interruption occurs, what will happen? Another thoughts, so many thoughts come flying into your mind. So your awareness, your attention will be lost. The peacefulness, the tranquility that you achieve through that focus will be lost. But through the awareness that has been taught by Lord Buddha, that would never happen. Because even you have been distracted or disturbed at any moment, you know everything are thoughts. Thoughts have no such kind of a value. So everything you can let them to go, let them go. So the stillness will remain same. What happened, whatever happens to you, what is the activity that you are performing in this moment, they won't interrupt your stillness, your awareness. The awareness will be remain intact throughout the activities or activities that you are doing, any activity that you are doing. So those are the differences of the awareness of other spiritual leaders and the awareness of Lord Buddha's teachings. So, uh, we'll. I like to read a few pages from the book that we used to read. So we are focusing on the volume number 6 of the series called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. Yesterday we read up to page 96. So I'll start reading from page 97. Yes. Participant asks RNVC. This is also about the same question that has been discussed in the morning. You have experienced so very well how power can be generated through thoughts according to Madhya Sutra. So, why I highlighted the importance of understanding thought is to achieve the unshaken awareness. So, in order to understand the thought, I said earlier, we need to understand how the thoughts get formed. So, this discussion is very relevant to that. How you can understand a thought. So, participant asks Aranvase, you have explained so very well how power can be generated through thoughts according to Madhya Sutra. So we get thoughts according to the knowledge that we have been learning. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppatiti chakku vijnana. Within this stanza, also, as you have explained, this is the scope of it. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppatiti chakku vijnana. When we understand the truth of this by examining the two ends, which is existence and non-existence, the power is the concept of the self, and outside material world become powerless. Isn't it true that is only limited to thought? It is just a thought when we thinking of an outside world. The Narayan Maharaj replies, yes, it's accurate. So the way the participant explained was correct. So RL said it is accurate. Then participant says, I have another question. You explained this concept as this to an ordinary person. Reality is the outside world. You also brought out the concept of Madhya Sutra. You dotted the white paper and explained how things turn into a duality. Then you explained the concept of the telepathy system, Samanantara. So, does the Karma Niyama occur due to the duality? Please explain if you think this is appropriate. So, participant asked the question about the duality in Madhya Sutra, how this duality works. So the duality, Aranwanse explains, the duality comes into existence because of the speed of the vibration that create the two ends. Aranwanse starts explaining the duality. The duality comes into existence because of the speed of the vibrations that create the two ends. When a spinner rotates, so you know spinner, when a spinner rotates, it rotates this way and that way. A power within is generated due to the process of the rotation occurs on both sides. This means within two opposite ends, that means plus and minus, a power gets created. So whenever there is some kind of different polarities get created, polarities in the sense plus minus, negative positive, north pole, south pole in a magnet. So we know different polarities, whenever there are different polarities get created, in the middle kind of energy get built up. So that is known, that is explained in Pali also. Yo bante viditvana majjamanta nalipati. That refers to this process. Then things become real and it is only an influence generated in the mind consciousness. So that is the way how the consciousness get created. Some kind of a power gets created due to this polarity, negative, positive ends. So in between there should be some kind of attraction or repulsion or whatsoever. So it makes you to feel some kind of a feeling. For that we call a consciousness. So these two ends exist only in the mundane plane. Ah, so Aranvasi says that these two ends exists only in the mundane plane. So we call there are two ends get generated. In the Madhya Sutra, it explains well positive and negative ends. But these two ends get generated only in the mundane world. The liberation from this refers to Arya or supreme mundane plane. Wow. The liberation from this refers to Arya or supermundane plane. To perform meritorious deeds and non-meritorious deeds, the existence of the past, present, and future times are relevant. So, if you talk about the mundane plane, in the sense, if these positive and negative ends get created, your uh, past, present, and future will automatically get created. So you tend to feel something. You tend to feel something. So previously, all whereas you felt something, and in the future, I'll be feeling something. Likewise, all three time frames get created if this instant get created. So the five aggregates and clinging to the sensual objects or outside world get created at that time. Wow, that is the point where five aggregates get created. That is well said in Madhya Sutra. The, the five aggregates and clinging to the sensual objects or the outside world get created. So how these things get created? Due to the duality, where there are positive and negative ends are there. So who has that polarities? A person comes from a mundane world. So when there are two ends, there will be energy developed within uh, in between. So that energy will lead to create fire aggregates. So if fire aggregates are there, the clinging will be there. That will continue. So that is the sansaric journey. So it will never stop. So just like two fire, so it explains like this. Arenas explains it as like this. Just like two fireballs on a stick that create the fire cycle, which is an illusion. These two ends of existence and non-existence creates the aggregates to circulate and create all types of illusionary things. So he gives a nice example: a fireball, a fire. So imagine there's a stick. On both ends, there are two fireballs are there. So if you rotate that stick from the middle, so what would we be able to see? A circle, a fire ring of fire can be visualized. So, but what was there? Two ends were there. So with the speed of the rotation from the center, you will see some kind of a fire ring of fire. So you can't, yeah, at in a if it rotates in a certain speed, you will not be able to visualize these two balls as separate things. So it will create some kind of a ring, fire ring. So is that fire ring is real? No, it has got created. Why it has been created? Because there were two fireballs and the speedy rotation. So with that speedy rotation, some kind of illusionary uh, firing gets appeared. So can we? So likewise, the fire aggregates also follow the same principle. So they were not there initially. It's get created due to the speedy occurrence of this uh, uh, vibration or the circulatory movements. So fire aggregates in the sense the worldly perceptions, the worldly things. So can we say the worldly things are real? Worldly things in the sense that the creation of the thought. So can we say this is really existing? Does this fire ring really existing? No. If you stop the rotationary movement, you won't be able to see a ring of fire there. So, so the projection of the mind or the illusion of the mind gets created in that way due to the speedy occurrence of existence and non-existence vibration. So to that we assign a name called vibration. Whenever there is a vibration, due to the speed of that vibration, the illusion gets created. That illusion is not real. The illusion is similar to the thought. So thought is not real. Thought in the sense. So if you see a chair in front of you at this moment, that chair is not real because it has been made. It has been created then and there due to the speedy occurrence of the existence and non-existence. So you tend to feel something is there. Something is there. What is that? That is the chair. That is how, that is the way how these worldly perceptions get created. Actually, there are no such things. So how these things get created? Due to the activities of your faculties. So one might see a chair in front of you. If some animal comes, so he might not see the chair. He might see us empty space there because he saw her. Oh yeah. If you take an animal, its faculties do not create any kind of a perception from that vibration. So that animal doesn't see anything. So in similar way, so we see a colorful world. But unfortunately, the most of the animals in the animal kingdom do not see these vibrant colors because they do not get sensitized or get stimulated. Their faculties do not get stimulated from that particular vibration in that way. In as human, when compared with the human eye. So we take an example. As an example, a cow only see the red color, and so everything in the world it might see through that uh, color, with that color. But we think we can see so many colors, but who knows, there might be animals who can see more colors than us even in the same object. The chair you front, so now in front of me there is a red color chair, revolving chair. So it is a red color for me. But if it, so when some animal comes here, it might see some kind of a different color in it. So that is its world. This is my world. So that's why we say the world that are created in our mind will be different from one person to another, one animal to another. So we live in our own world. How this world get created due to the through the capabilities of our own senses. So senses defines the scope of our world. So in an instance, if you are a blind person, the light factor will not be generated. So you still live in a world without the light factor. For I'm saying a person who is blind from his birth. So that faculty is absent. So there is no way of creating the light. There's no way of perceiving that that signal. But he still lives. His world is created with other four faculties. So likewise, the earthworm, it only has the skin sensor, but he still lives in its own world. He feels the hardness, stiffness, wetness, dryness, everything. Maybe the vibrations of the uh, ground. He will, the skin sensor is capable of detecting all these things. That is its world. So likewise, what you have to understand here is we live in our own world. How this world gets created due to uh, uh, the ability of the uh, faculties that you have will define your world. So that is the scope of Majja Sutra. What Majja Sutra says is, if something is there, a kind of what you call the sense of existence will not be preventable. So if you see a chair, other than the visual part, you have some kind of another feeling that it is really existing. There are two kind of signals. As long as you feel something is existing, in the back end, the creation of the self cannot be prevented. So what is existing is the chair. Who is seeing this existence is me. So all these things get created one after another at in this very moment. In this very moment, whenever a perception occur in any one of your faculties, if you feel it's real, even the light, even a flash come into your when a flash come into your eye, so if you feel it's like existing, that is the point where you get created, the self get created. Absence of those perceptions, there is no chance of creating the self either. So that is what has been explained in the Majja Sutra. So I think yeah we have few friends here join, Dr. Kavindya, Dr. Sakuntala, and Surangika also here with us. So Teruvan Saranai, is Kavindya. After a long time, we are hearing your voice. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Teruvan Saranai, Ranvahansa, Namaskar Deva. Teruvan Saranai, our Dhamma friends. Yes, after a very long time. Yeah, I have listened to your explanation today. It's very well crafted, and then if I add something to it, everything happened due to the ignorance. So anyone who is in the mundane world actually doesn't know the truth. And that's why, and then people who really curious about the truth try to find the truth and then try to understand what Buddha said. Actually, the Lord Buddha explained the Four Noble Truths. The first thing is suffering. So actually, it is not the suffering that we talk about in our daily life. So this suffering is different from what we discuss as, like, let's say, a kid scolded by a parent and then kid feels sad. Or let's say an adult is mistreated by a friend or partner or someone and then you feel sad. This is suffering too, but this is not what Lord Buddha explained. The Lord Buddha explained the truth behind a thought. That's what Dr. Ravi explained actually. And then within that thought, there is a burden or the extra weight. So this is suffering, and this is me, and this is karma, everything. So when someone try to find the truth, the actual mechanism of a thought arise due to sensory faculties revealed, and then through this knowledge, the Dhamma, the reality or the truth felt within the system, and then that is the path to the liberation of mind. So I think we can start the discussion from there, Dr. Ravi. Yes.
Yes, yes, of course. As you said, the cause for this suffering is the ignorance. So as long as you don't know this truth, so you will suffer. Why you suffer? You believe the thoughts are real. So as long as you don't know the thoughts, this reality, you will suffer because you believe the thoughts are real. The whatever the thoughts bring along with it, so you tend to suffer. So suffer in the sense, uh, it will put you into the sadness, either to your uh, some kind of elated mood. So both things will be there in the thought. So yeah, so I think once you understand, I'm having this kind of a question. So if you understand this thought, what will happen to you? So I mean, would it only cease your suffering, or what sort of a thing that would happen to you? I mean, so so yeah. I mean, what kind of a feeling that you get after that? So neither you get suffering, nor some kind of happy. So is that the thing that will happen? So, or you can live the normal life as usual, but without a burn within. So what sort of things, what sort of nature that you will gain after the understanding, after eradicating this ignorance? What sort of a nature that you get into? Yeah, can you? Yeah,
Yes,
there was
Ravi.
some.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's a very good question because I mean, like if we say that this is the truth and then this is how a thought arises, and you have to understand um, uh, the mechanism behind a thought, then one would ask like, okay, if I understand it, what will happen? So the first thing is when someone is in the wrong vision or mithya drushti. Actually, that is why we call what we call as the mundane path. And then when someone learn this how the mechanism as a knowledge, then the person will come slowly to the correct track. So, but actually, the knowledge is not enough. You unwrap a thought and then just explore how a thought arises. And then, as you mentioned, the value assigned for a thought start to fades away. And this can be experienced within you because actually the value or the burden, extra weight assigned or arise with the thought, within a thought is actually the me or the existence field. That existence field start to fade slowly, and then uh, actually there is I mean this path is the nibbana or the liberation of mind, the path to liberation of mind. Once someone understand this mechanism fully, we call that person as arahant. So there is no suffering. or there is no self-existence feel. To the arahants, there is no self within him, but the sensory functions function without any disturbance until the death. As an example, the thoughts arise. The I function as the seeing things, and then the arhants will hear things, but there is no self to perceive the things outside or things, the thoughts. So that means the suffering ceases because there is no perceiver to perceive it. However, the daily functions function without any disturbance, and then the actually, if we see an arahant, we might not be able to recognize that person because the arahant will perform everything without any disturbance. And then only thing is, with the understanding, the suffering ceases. There is no existence feel. There is no soul in that situation through the understanding. That's what I wanted to add, Dr. Ravi. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, that's yeah, yes, yes. As you said, uh, there are two ways of getting into this path. So one might think I must stop this suffering. So like what do you call this ancient uh, story about this uh, Kisagotami. So she went through enormous suffering after demise of his children. So uh, she wanted to get the suffering out of his mind. So that means, so if the child was alive, so she thought it would end the suffering, but child is dead. So she wanted to stop that suffering, so get away from that suffering. So then people tend to uh, go into that direction. So some people might not have that kind of a suffering internally, but they tend to seek the truth. So at some point of his lifetime, he might feel, what is this? What is this world? Who am I? So what is the purpose of becoming here? So what are the things around me? The universe, the stars. So what sort of the creature am I? So likewise, they might have some kind of an inquisitive mind to explore. So those two people will definitely step into this path. So if you hear the true Dhamma, so because yeah, so the question comes, why this? Who am I? So why should I suffer? So when compared with the others, I am suffering so much. So I have no money. So I have no delicious food. So I'm I'm uh, so I have lost those things. Likewise, most of the people have suffering in that way. And also some people who have achieved, who have gone to the pinnacle, who have achieved um, such great positions in the world, might also deviate to this direction. So I'm in this position, so I have everything. So then what? Then he or she will see, what is the purpose of becoming here? Who am I? Likewise, so there are certain people, they will turn into this side of seeking the truth. So what Lord Buddha says, be, becoming a human, or being born as a human, is the purpose of knowing this truth. So Can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala, to that? Therwan Saranai?
Therwan Saranai. I pay my homage to R.N. Mahanse. Actually, that was a very interesting discussion between two of you about the suffering. As you all already mentioned, I think suffering comes in different ways now. For a person who considers as the existing world is a real one, then the suffering always come from that outside material world. So that is the first level where the person always think that I suffer because of this. If your vehicle meets with an accident, or if your valuables are stolen from the house, if a loved one dies, or if you suffer with a very serious illness. So always you feel, the system feels that the suffering comes from the outside world. So then you try to correct that so-called existing world to get happiness from the outside world. In other words, the sorrow or the suffering is projected out, which is actually completely mithya drushti, or completely the opposite way of Lord Buddha's teaching. And then when you sort of learn a little bit more about these teachings, you realize that the suffering is actually within yourself or within the system. That means the suffering is always created in the mind. So when you hear a word, I mean, when your ear, when the ear vibrates and a particular sound is created, and in the mind, within a fraction of a second, a thought is formulated, then the thought will give the conclusion, this is a scolding. So your creation of sorrow or the sadness or suffering or whatever is created in the mind. So that is actually the first a part of this practical experience that we are trying to practice ourselves. What is designed by our R.N. Mahanse, or our noble friend. So the second step is you try to realize that this is a creation of the mind. And the third level is now when it is created in the mind, again the system tend to feel that there is a solid continuous mind, and there is a solid sorrow feeling or sorrowfulness or sadness underneath, which is surfacing time to time. Now, sometimes we often hear saying that this thought is coming up again and again. This sad thought is always coming up. So it gives the impression that this suffering or this sadness is somewhere hiding and coming up again and again. But the fact that it's a spark then and there, and it is another creation of the mind faculty, is something the groundbreaking type of explanation. And then you tend to open up the eyes and then realize, oh, this is always the mind. So this is actually very practical. Sufferings or sorrow or the sadness, all these things coming up, created by the mind. And not only that, if you sort of analyze further, even if the suffering is not there in the mind, or even if there is no particular creation in the system at that point, there's a very fine feeling that there is something existing, which they describe as arupa, where there's no particular sort of shape or sound or identifiable form, but still that feeling of existence is there. That is that is also a part of the suffering. So suffering can occur in all these levels. But as you all mentioned, if you understand this process, how the thoughts are formed, how this self-feeling or self-existence is created then and there, not as a solid thing, but as a process, as a spark occurring right at that point. And it's a continuous process, a row of sparks occurring one after the other, but it's collectively seen as one single suffering or one single thought. As long as you have this impression, there is no escape actually. So as Kavindya said, when you understand this process, how it happens, there is no controlling person. It is a part of the system, and the feeling of suffering is also part of that process. Now, sometimes we tend to think that suffering is there only with the sad things, but suffering is equally have a share towards the pleasurable things also. So pleasure is also a suffering, which we don't often see it in that angle. So both are actually agents which will carry this samsaric cycle further and further. So when you understand this process, what happens is that the value which is given to these feelings or these thoughts become less and less. As Kavindya very clearly said, that we will be communicating with the rest of the society in a very similar way, but without that fire within. Any activity, even strongly, shouting at a person or scolding a person, punishing a child for something done wrongly, or being very happy or enjoying a tasty food that you liked. All these things can happen, but without the suffering or without the burn within yourself, without the fire within yourself. That actually, when this internal conversation is there, that actually helps the person to do the things more efficiently, and you can help others in a better way. Actually, this is where the metta also becomes really activated. Or now we often have been doing this metta meditation by spreading our metta feelings to the rest of the world. But in those meditations, they are actually concentration meditations where the person is there, I am there, and then I spread my metta feelings to the world. Really speaking, now when you have this internal inner translation or transformation, there is no person, there is hardly any vibration on this side. And then you can really feel the other person in a much better way, because there is no strong vibration on this side, and this system is very calm and in a very tranquil state, so that the system can understand the other system in a much better way. And we in our general terms, we call that get into that person's shoe. So when you have that ability to, when this system has the ability to understand the other system in a much better way, automatically your tendency to help the person's needs or help whatever the requirement will be done in a much more efficient way. And also, when there is a change on this system, definitely you can see the other systems also change in the household or the society little by little, they will feel a difference in the attitudes, or even the way you talk will be softer, and your word selection also will automatically change. So there will be this transformation gradually diffusing to the rest of the family members, or maybe the friends, or even the society. So that is the beauty of the Buddha teaching. I think I would like to invite Surangika also, whom I can see, to add something to this. Therwan Saranai.
Dr. Sakuntala. That was a very good explanation, very well crafted, as Kavinda said as well earlier. I think you have a very good way of simplifying what we have to understand as true Dhamma, and then translate that to how we actually experience it in our day-to-day world. And I think to Dr. Ravi's initial question, that is what is so profound, isn't it, Dr. Ravi? The complete transformation that one undergoes when one accesses this true Dhamma. And because there are countless number of people out there who are following all these traditions, we see that in our Sri Lankan Zoom sessions as well, and that's why R.N. Vahanse goes to such a big effort to take this true Dhamma message to the masses in our villages, the village folk, and so on. But having listened to this, and I'm sure all of us in the forum also have listened to this for a couple of years now, the transformation is indeed there, and it can be gradual. Some people can witness it or experience it far more quickly, depending on their jnana or wisdom and ability of penetrative insight. But I think for the majority, there is that gradual understanding of the true Dhamma principles, the Satya Jnana. And then comes the practical aspects of it, which we also take on in our day-to-day world as we continue to gain the knowledge, and through the knowledge, the wisdom of the true Dhamma. And then we gradually see, as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the same thought process still works, the same mechanism of the mind is there. But the only thing that we have done is understanding for the very first time actually how this mind works, the mechanics of the mind, because no one went behind the thoughts. We were all in the mundane world, consumed by thoughts and thoughts alone. And then the thoughts were not only just thought as thoughts, they were thought that those, the objects that they encountered in the outside world were not considered as mere thoughts. That whole concept, that entire different way of looking at what the Buddha's teaching was actually, which was the fundamental truth which had been covered for so long and hidden for so long, was just exposed by Buddothpado and Vahanse, and that is where the peace and tranquility and the fundamental essence of this non-soul Dhamma lies, isn't it? Because we have been consumed by these thoughts and believing this external world to be real. And that itself has brought that whole sense of suffering. And I think Dr. Sakuntala said that there is suffering in happiness and there is suffering in sorrow as well. And that's the very thing that the mundane world people don't understand, because especially in these developed countries, I think R.N. Vahanse or someone else mentioned in a Zoom before, there's wealth and there's all kinds of alternatives and options and things that people can do. And when they encounter sorrow, they cover it up by skipping and doing something else, or they transfer their attention to something else. Whether it even comes to relationships, if you break up with your boyfriend, then you don't wait around, you get to the other person, or you have another relationship with another person. And that's a way of them actually not dealing with the suffering or understanding why am I suffering, but temporarily to assuage their grief, they are moving on to something else so that they can latch on to, and then again experience the sense of desire, experience the sense of happiness. And by doing so, they almost temporarily cover up that sense of deep sorrow that they felt through the earlier breakup. So this is the way, and I think the Buddha said, dukkha sapa dukkang, which means happiness is also sorrow, and sorrow is also sorrow, or sorrow is also suffering. And why we say that is that in the thought itself, by understanding this thought, we know that every thought is an akusal, like siyadu situvili akusal, every thought is an akusal. And why is that? Because every thought is a contributory factor, or has the ability to cause cankers or taints, or whatever you call it in Asrava in Pali. And through that whole taint process, the capacity of fundamentally through ignorance, the capacity of us getting caught if we don't know the true Dhamma, through that thought, the capacity of us getting caught and believing this world to be real, believing these objects to be real, all that is there in that thought. So understanding the thought is why it's so important is because of that. The understanding the end-to-end process of the Paticcasamuppada, or the law of cause and effect, gives us such a big foundation of an expanse of viewing, I suppose, or an expanse of understanding of the end-to-end process of how these thoughts occur. What is the composition of the thoughts? Is there anything of substance in the thought? And then what do they translate into ultimately? This false sense of existence, and ultimately a false sense of ego and self-perception that we then for a lifetime kind of take on that identity and commit ourselves to protect, because from our childhood days, we have been given this whole self-perception, and identity has been created. We call ourselves Jack and somebody else, or Jane, or Surangika, or whoever it is, and then this persona keeps getting stronger and stronger. And then we come to a point where we can't, do anything else without fattening our own sense of self-ego, isn't it? And that itself is the thing that brings us suffering, because every object is seen in contrast to myself. Every person is seen in contrast to myself. And if something happens to that person, how do I feel about it? It's actually my suffering. They think that they're loving their mother or loving their parents or children, but actually it's the suffering that they themselves feel is the thing that is actually motivating them to look after that child or look after the parents and so on. So these are things that the mundane world don't really go into the depths and understand. The other thing that I would want to say was the thought itself. R.N. Vance has said in so many discourses that the thought itself changes. The thought itself evolves. And, which is why we can't, as he says, what we eat for breakfast, we can't have for lunch. What we have for lunch, we can't have for dinner. And then if we do something today, we want something tomorrow. Or if we wear some dress today, we want something else tomorrow. There is never any kind of peace. There is never any kind of satisfaction. There is always a wanting, isn't it? I mean, if you just think about the thought, if you get up in the mornings, you want to do something. Even if it's a Saturday and there's nothing else to do, then after 1 hour or 2 hours, you say, I'm bored. I want to do something. Can we go to the beach? Or, can we go and play in the park? So where is this coming from? These are all thoughts. And if we give away, and if we give room for the thoughts to take over us and consume us, then where is the room for the field to emerge? And there lies the fundamental benefit of this true Dhamma, because by seeing through the thought and how the mind and the mechanics of the mind works, we then know that this is how the thinking happens, this is the thinking pattern. And then we no longer get caught up in those emotions and feelings that are generated by thought after thought. And then we allow it to flow. We allow it to go away or to let it flow, because we understand that thoughts are thoughts only. And by doing so, gradually comes that innate understanding, that inner awareness, and the gradual transformation, as Dr. Sakuntala said, of not being beholden, not being a victim of those thoughts. And in that itself comes that true liberation. Gradually, one is able to still get about one's own daily life. There is no holding, there is no attachment, there is no desire. You still see what you see. You still have to go to the market. You still have to get your groceries. You still have to take your children out to play. But you can do all that without attachment. You can do that, and as I think Dr. Sakuntala also said, the more the ego and that certain sense of self-existence dissipates and dissolves, the more you are able to put yourself in the other person's shoes. You are able to take care of them even better. That sense of true metta or loving kindness is actually in its fullest extent. We are able to discharge only when we see that there is no self here. If not for that, before, there was always a person here generating metta kindness. So that wasn't really metta. It was the sense of what we thought was metta, but that wasn't it. But this true Dhamma, we have now realized that as long as there is self, there is no true metta. There was never a self anyway. All there was just a misconception of a self-perception or an ego, which was never there in the first place. So understanding that brings peace, understanding that brings tranquility, and through that we are able to be of more help to people. And I think there lies a far sense of true happiness that one can, I think, bring to this world and make this a better place, because I think we all have a role in being able to understand to the certain extent that we have, depending on what stage of the path we are. But to that extent, because we are experiencing this inner transformation gradually, we are able to then think about other people and then bring this sense of peace and true Dhamma close to their hearts as well and to their lives. So I think that's a really great thing. Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Ranka and Dr. Sakuntala, for giving this kind of a comprehensive explanation. So what yeah, but what I realized from your and Dr. Sakuntala's explanation, so there are certain things. So that means thought gives rise to suffering, either suffering or a pleasurable feeling, and there is a person who feels this suffering or the pleasurable event. So there are two things. So with this, so it is okay if you don't hear this Dhamma, you practice that kind of a thing, like Surankika said. So fleeting type. So you focus on some other things. So that is the nature of the mind. So it requests, the mind requests a new thing. So the earlier the thought that gave the suffering would not be there in the second thought. So you deviate your mind to another thing. So that is all right. So if you happen to listen this Dhamma in one single instance, so there is no kind of so nothing to lose if you just pay some kind of attention and look what we are telling. So you have the option. The fleeting type option is there for you. It's already there for you, but you have never heard this thing. What is this? Thoughts will be there. The suffering will be there. The thoughts that carries the suffering will be there. But in this, when once you understand this Dhamma, what will happen? There, the person who got the suffering, who suffered, that get vanished. So that is somewhat different. That you know, that you knew earlier. So always you thought like, I'm the one who is suffering. I'm the one who is enjoying in this life. So if some kind of a suffering comes, so I must go to the beach and have some kind of a change to my mind. Likewise, you try to deviate yourself from one thought to another. But with this Dhamma, what you are trying to do is just understanding the thought, and you will realize the thoughts are the thing that carries this suffering. So if there is if person would be not if the person is not there, who is going to suffer? So what Lord Buddha said is, what you have believed so far, there is a person or there is a living being here to suffer, is a misconception. So to figure out that, we are trying to understand the thought. So we, at a glance, we can see the thoughts and the self is two different entities. But once you understand this Dhamma, you will realize believing the thoughts as real is the cause for the existence of the self. So that is the misconception, believing the thoughts as real. So what Lord Buddha said is, think in that direction. What Lord Buddha say have shown a nice angle to see the thought, see the mind. So if you are able to see, look at from that perspective, you will understand there is no reality in thoughts. The thoughts are not real. So in the absence of that kind of a reality in a thought, there is no chance of evolving a self within that thought. So the doer, the perceiver, the person who receives the suffering, or the person, the persona there would not be. You will, with the understanding what will happen, it will dissolve the self, the I-ness, the self-centeredness, the self-identity, the ego, everything will get dissolved. So there is no person to suffer here. So that's how you get through this entire suffering. So universal suffering. So that is what Lord Buddha taught. So as Surangika said, ultimately what will happen, the transformation. So it will happen. So from the birth, you have been dealing with the self up to now. But once you understand there is no self to suffer, there was no such a self, so-called self, earlier as well. So then there would be a kind of transformation that will happen within you. So that is the expected outcome after listening, after realizing this Dhamma. So you won't feel like that you are living. You don't feel like that you are existing. Everything happens normally. So because The senses are there, the world gets created, the thoughts will be there, the the sadness and the happiness that carries along with the thoughts will be remain same. But only change that will happen here is the doer, the 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 person who receives that will get lost. So that is the internal expected internal transformation. So it is self-evident. So you can you can you can feel it by yourself. So yes, I think now we are running out of time. So we can meet up tomorrow as well. So do you have anything to add to this? Yes, I can see our friend Aaron Masi is also here with us. Thiruvan Sarai Aaron Masi. Is there anything to add? Or yeah, I think he might not be able to speak up right now. So if you don't have any question or thought to add, we can conclude our session for today. So I pay homage to our noble friend Naren Manse and Thiruvan Saranai to all of you, Kavindya, Sunanda, and Dr. Sakuntala, and all who are gathered here. So Thiruvan Saranai will meet tomorrow as usual. So Thiruvan Saranai to all of you. Thiruvan Saranai Arinase, Thiruvan Saranai everyone.
Everyone, Sanai, Dr.
Thank you,
Ravi,
Sanai.
and all Dhamma friends.
Dear Dhamma friends, we welcome all of you to our English Dhamma Zoom session. This English Dhamma Zoom session is very special since this Dhamma Som session communicate the true Dhamma message. So this true Dhamma message is important for the entire humankind because this Dhamma provides a sense of relief of somebody from mind and even from the body life. So it's a sense of liberation from mind. Many people spend so much of money, you see, to have some relief in the mind or to get to seek satisfaction. So much money is spent. But you see, this Dhamma message really enable someone to have a liberation or relief from self, in the sense relief from so-called mind, because in this Dhamma it is the thought formation. Who are you? You are a current, you are a wave. What is your formation? Exactly what is happening? What is the living? Living is these thoughts keeps on coming. But is this thought is belong to somebody? Or is there is a mechanism is happening? So we explain the mechanism behind this thought formation and how this fire or the burning inside occurring, and how one will relieve from that inner burn when they understand this true Dhamma message. So this is very interesting because a lot of people, actually people in general, suffer in the mind. People suffer in the mind, and even some mind related, you see, many health issues arises with the mind, the stress in the mind. So unlike before, nowadays the term stress is widely discussed. Even small kids talks about stress, professionals talks about stress, mothers talks about stress. So these terms are nowadays commonly used with the complex lifestyle of the people. So what is the stress? Where is really the stress? Is the stress outside or is this really the mind? So you see, so even things like anxiety, depression, sometimes some mind sparks, you see, occurred in a sharp way, and that has a chance of recurring, and some chemical imbalances in the system, even, you see, even that kind of people will really able to experience difference, you see, after listening this Dhamma, because this Dhamma clearly explain what is the mind, what is the thought, what is this whole system, what is this wave, what is this current. So when someone understands its own formation, basically it starts to liberate from itself. So therefore, this is very interesting. So we invite everyone to have a discussion with us, come, question, share this message, so then many people will benefit in the world. So let me start discussing few pages from True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6. We are currently reading. So there are several series of this book. I think it's very important. If you have time, you log on to Buddothpado websites. So in these websites easily you can find these English books and that carry conversation between Aryan Vahansa, that is our spiritual guidance teacher, and the participants, various Dhamma seekers, so who are seeking truth. So they question, and then you see Dhamma or this mechanism is explained to them. So therefore it's very important. I think easily now you can, on your own face, you can download these books and you can read. So okay, so today we'll start reading from page 92. I think half we have read. So anyway, I'll start with the page 92 beginning. This is Aryan Vahansa's explanation. What kind of talk is this? This is not about anything that you said. You have to start from a different point. First of all, you must go to the beginning, which is the Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, knowledge of how the former thoughts have come into existence. In order to know how world has been created in this moment, we have to know the origin of the creation of the world at the very beginning. Now, we have to go back to the time when we were infants. An infant does not know what wall means. Defilements cannot be planted in that mind. Therefore, it is a radiant mind that he or she has during this time. For an infant, a sound is only a sound. An image is only an image. An infant does not know about an existence of a soul. These sounds, images, and the rest are created by vibrations, and it also an illusion. Due to the vibrations and the wave system created by it, sounds and colors are constructed in the senses. People with wrong views believe that these are coming from the outside. Auta sambhutang uttanam bhavisati. This is a natural occurrence. An appearance and disappearance happens in every moment. For a baby, due to vibrations, sounds, colors, and images appear in the senses and disappears. This happens with each sense, and these are related activities. This situation is very delicate. It cannot be solved by people with common thinking patterns. Nahidang atta katan bimbang nahidang parakatang aga. This stanza refers to, with the arising of cause, arises effects. With the cessation of the cause, cessation of the effects occur. With the association of the four elements, upadaya rupa or derivatives are created. Upadaya rupa refers to the formations occurred in the senses. Now we have to look into rapid speed associated with the vibration power and the various powers it creates. Right, so let's have a discussion around this. So now in this Dhamma, this I means, you see, what is the meaning of I? I is this process. I is the energy. So I is this sparks. So when the eye is open, nobody can stop the formation of colors and images. So these colors, these images, that just occur. So what is this formation? You see, if you replace one of your eye with the cow's eye, and just assume for a moment, then the formation is different, isn't it? So the human sensor, that eye sensor, so the sensor that continuously spark and that electric spark give rise to colors. So for a human, the sensor creates a colorful world. If we take cow, for a cow, it is a red color world. So where is the colors? So everything is sensor driven. So it is the sensor. It is the sensor created world. This color, red, blue, green, you see, I doesn't know whether it is red, whether it is green, blue, or whatsoever. It is just a color spark only. So this color is a formation. It is not a existing thing. If we take just a one spark, that one spark is occur due to contact, the resonance. And this spark, you see, that is just occur. That was not there before. But now due to this process, the contact process, that sharply occur. It is the sensor, it is the creation. So then each spark has the positive, negative. So at the rising point itself, this sparks has no life. The spark is such an instant thing. So spark vanishes in the same moment. But you see, when this spark process continuously happen at a rapid space, it gives like some color is there, like. So that is the color world, or that is the picture, that is a shape, that is a color spark. So nothing else here. So this is the sensor world, basically. Sensor means something like this. So every body is a sensor. It is, we classify these sensory organs to eye, nose, ear, and skin like. But really speaking, the whole sensor system naturally spark, and it has a sensor field. For example, when it is the nose, at nose level, some sensor spark is happening. Then if we take the ear, so that eardrum is constantly spark happening. So eardrum doesn't have any variation like between what is that sound or this sound like. It's constantly sparks. So same like the skin, hot and cool. You see that is the some feel that arises. Even the tongue, some taste like sweet taste or the bitter taste like, but you see, this is a sweet taste, this is a bitter taste, is a thinking. But none of this thinking is applicable for the sensor level. These are just sensor spark, just like the other sensors. So it is we think it is hot, it is we think it is cool, it is we think it is my body, my tongue like. But if we leave out the thinking part, like this is just a sensory organ system that continuously sparks. So in this section, what Aryan Hansi highlight is just see the origin of the thought, because presently you get some thought, you get the feel of a chair, but you need to go back and see how this chair was originally formed. That's why you need to go back and see, go to the original point. Because in your system, there wasn't a chair when it was born. So when was the chair was born? One has to find. There is a day this chair was configured or introduced to this system. That was programmed also in a natural way. So that's why it is going to that newborn baby and understand the newborn baby did not have any chairs. Newborn baby, it was just the sensor sparks. Some color, some sounds, some feel only. There is no conceptual world. It doesn't know whether this is my mother or somebody's mother like. So that is the thing. It doesn't know that this is a chair or a book or something like. But after some age, you see, this is program where a color spark in the eye and sound spark in the ear. And these sparks now powerful enough to combine and give rise to some sensation of a feel of something. Now it is suitable in the sense that's automatically happening. So now in the system, the sparks combining, coming together, but that coming together is also not real. The color sparks not real, sound sparks not real, but those two comings together and having the chair is also not real. But this is not a problem of the chair. In this system, it is the chair, it is the table, it is the tree, it is the sun, moon. But for this system, you see, it is not this chair or a table or a tree or a house or a mother or a father. But when these things, you see, these things become real, something become real is happening. That is the chair. It is not the chair now, it is the existent field of the chair. This is due to the speed of the activity. The speed of the activity. The chair is, you see, is become real. So this existent field is the critical thing here, because that existent field, you see, it is a strong, it comes to, that means this whole process is coming to a very higher power level. High power level in the sense, all the time we are talking about vibration or the resonance, and when a particular you see vibrations, when the sparks is coming to another level, like the resonance circle also getting increased. So there's no time frame for these sparks. So the unexplainable number of trillions and billions of sparks of resonance. So that's why entire samsaric effect is here, because this moment when the things become live and there is so much of power, and that power is getting stronger naturally in the system. So in Pali we call bhava. So this is the helpless situation in this system. Even though we think like this I is mine, and how can, I mean, this I is the best thing in the world, this ear is the best thing in the world, like, but the sensory organs helps to create so much of power, energy, and that energy is the continuation. So anyway, so there's nothing wrong here. So this is a natural phenomena, that continuation or the power formation. So mind means this power. So so if someone asks, who are you? You are this alive field in the present moment, that is this current. But who really are you? Are you a soul living inside the body? Then who are you really? So in any of the body parts, you see, you are not there. So if you cut half of the leg, still people breathe, right? So there are some organs in the body that is transplant, that is sort of exchange, like. So still people live. So it is not. So are you in the mind? So mind, it's just a moment thing. So so one open up really to the reality of what's really happening here. Anyway, this discussion, I think it's really, there are so many things for us to discuss. So I think in this discussion it says nahidang attakatan bimbang nahidang parakatan aga. So that refers to this cause and effect Dhamma. Because when the cause present, there is effect. So everything occurs in the present moment due to this cause and effect Dhamma. So the cause is the this speedy process. Effect is this energy or the sparks. The sparks is the effect. Then the sparks is the cause, because this continuously the spark happening, and if it is the light, let's say light sparks, then the effect is the light consciousness. That is, the light become real in the system. Light consciousness in the system. The same like other senses, it is due to the cause and effect, light consciousness, sound consciousness, taste consciousness, body consciousness arises. So then what is the mind? Mind is the effect of these consciousness. These consciousness coming together, and what is the effect? Effect is the mind consciousness. So mind means some object. It can be chair, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be tree, any of the worldly things. So, but this once, if it is the chair, if the mind consciousness in the present moment is the chair, but this due to the continuous rapid process, the speed of the process continuously happening, the chair become real. Chair get a strong energy. The chair become heavier. So that is this existent field. So existent field, when it come to that, it is the alive field, that everything real, world real, outside real, and naturally myself is real. So that's how this power, the cause and effect, in the present moment, this formation occur. So-called self, the so-called alive field. But nothing is true. Everything is just a formation in the present moment. So that's why it says Anutva Sambhuta Uttanam Bhavisati. So this is a naturally occurrence process. So I think this number is very interesting, because even you read so many books, find so many theories in the internet, websites, various teachings, you will not find this peace anywhere, because this peace no one can challenge either, because this is the truth. So one finding this is the best ever gift one can have in their life. This message is such a rare thing, and it is nicely explained by Aryan Mahanse by taking today's example, and in an understandable way that people can understand using the latest scientific terminologies like sparks. So I think it's a very interesting explanation. So until our friends join, I will continue. So so let me read. We feel, we see light because of the eye consciousness. The sparks created by the vibration system makes various sensations and feeling images and mind consciousness. They become powerful with the influence of the above stated phenomena. With the sensual activities, jatiya or birth come into existence. At first, for an infant, everything is limited to sound, colors, etc. However, with the vibrations and the influence they create in the mind through the recurring sensual activities, a situation similar to the power created by rotating flywheel happens, and things get created. You see, now actually, are we really living in the actual world? Are we really living in a you see, simulated world? So because It is not an existing world. Every moment, world is forming. World is forming, but this forming is an illusion, not true. People really suffer in this illusion, thinking that this illusion is real. And people die sometimes, you see, for various things, but are you really able to experience any outside thing? Or yourself also a birth in the present moment? That's why when you understand, where were you just a minute before? Were you there? So where were you? So it is a present moment occurrence. It's an illusion. Actually, birth means it is not the birth in the womb. One has to understand. The birth means every moment is the birth. If the world becomes real to you, because you are there, then you are naturally born in the present moment. As long as the world becomes real, so that is the ignorance. Ignorance is the birth. So what is the problem here then? What is the problem? I mean, world become real and soul become real. What is the problem here? The problem is the current. Because if this current is not there, one will not so much suffer due to this illusionary world formation in the senses. Why one get hurt with the sound of voice of somebody? Why someone get angry when with the sight scene of somebody? Why sometimes jealousy comes? Why somebody can't live when something happens to the loved ones? This is the problem. Why someone become very stressful in their day-to-day activities? Because all this because this mind power is a variation. Sometimes this mind power become unbearable to the whole sense system. The mind pain is experienced in the body as well. Why sometimes people suicide? So it is the mind says to suicide, right? So it is the mind. So this is such a mind. So this mind one has to understand, because this power actually it is a variation of power. But if the power is not understood, either one becomes slavery to the mind and just go by satisfying it, doing that and this, and it is the same mind says you are wrong also after doing something. So one has to understand. So for example, let's take example like, so there is a husband and wife. So the husband, let's assume the husband wants to have, husband has another woman as well, like just example, right? So for that husband, you see, who is that is the mind says it wants to have another person. So when that spark comes, like you see the spark getting stronger, we're getting stronger. Initially it just a thought, but when that spark coming again and again and again, some action would happen. So then it will be the action. Action in the sense, back again, it is the thoughts. So and then after doing some wrong thing, like it is the mind says you did a wrong thing, like so. This mind is something like that. This mind, one will never able to satisfy or to have a correct opinion from this mind, because this mind, you see, it is doing something, and after that this is the same mind criticize it and make oneself wrong, you see, trying to forward oneself to the wrong end also. So therefore mind is such a thing. So the current level of current, these sparks getting stronger, and some action is happening. Really, if he really analyzes, out of the control of somebody, but somebody is finally suffering in the whole film, because due to these spark variations, some action is also happening. But once the mind is quite well understood, it's easy, because it is the system knows the truth behind the mind. So I can see my friend Sakuntala is joined. Thiruvan Saranai Sakuntala.
Saranai. Yes, you were talking about the thoughts. I actually just joined. I heard only the last bit. You were talking about the thoughts, weren't you?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, just adding few things to what you said. Uh, what we didn't understand so far up to the time that we listened to this Buddothpado Deshanava, that there is nothing called mind. There is no thing called mind, but it is something which forms then and there. So it is a kind of flow. It's a more importantly, I think you have to see it or understand it as a current. So this current actually is the one which manipulates this system, which includes the physical body also. Now, when you talk about the physical activities, now your eye has vibration. The eye or the eye sensor is created, and there is some light, there is a shape, and the mind sensor recognizes it as a visitor who has come to your doorstep, and you want to the system gets the feeling that should go to the door. So where do you get this power to stand up and walk? So that is the power or the current which is generated as a thought, which gives you the power to stand up. All your muscles and joints will start functioning, and then as an action, the body, physical body, will move forward. And now this is the basic thing. But when you look at all the activities which happens where this physical body moves around, do various things, including even eating, drinking, talking, all sorts of things. All these activities are the result of the current generated by the thought formation. So in other words, thoughts will manipulate or the physical body is like a puppet. and this current is manipulating this physical body. So is this current preventable, or is this current changeable? No, it is a part of the a natural process, unstoppable and unstoppable type of chain of activities. Activities doesn't mean that it is the physical activities, a chain of actions which creates the mind, and then the mind is the one which manipulates this physical body. So from the beginning, if you start from the level where the sensors are formed, the formation of the sensor means there is an action there. So the creation of the eye sensor means there is vision. Creation of the ear sensor means there is hearing. So it is a function at that level. So the function that occurs at that level, is it true? No. That itself is not a truth, because that itself is the result of a fast vibration, where it gives the impression that there is light. It gives the impression that there is a sound. So it is a creation due to the very fast vibration of that particular sensor. In other words, the creation of the sensor is the creation of the activity. Actually, the activity or the vision, seeing the things, hearing or feeling, all these things means then and there the sensor is created. So it is same actually. So this is from that level, if you take, it's not a truth. It is something which is created, and we tend to, the system tend to feel that there is a light, there is a sound, there is a smell, there is a taste, etc. And what happens? The process doesn't stop there. This is now, as I said, there is no controlling body, and there is no self who is governing this process. And collective action of this happens immediately, then and there. That means now and here. And the result is the thought, which means the table, chair, coconut tree, bus, mother, child. That is the result. So that is your thought. So very clearly, it's a creation of the mind. The light which created in the eye sensor didn't say that I am mother. And also the sensor itself has no idea what it is creating. So, but the ultimate result is the mother. Mother is created in the mind. Mother is created as a thought. And that thought is created with the help of the past data, which we describe as a mechanism, the telepathization or resonance, where experiencing a collection of data in the past, right now, as a spark, the thought appears. So the thought is the mother. It was not in the memory. There's nothing called memory, but in the mundane world, we use that word memory, but it sparked right now here. With everything, all the bits and pieces of the experiences, the time to time that the thought experienced will, as a collective thing, will appear right now here as a spark. And then the system gets the feeling that I saw my mother. But there is no I or no self actually who is doing this process. This is a kind of nature's law. And when you talk about this telepathization or the resonance, I wanted to bring up one point. Now, our noble friend always gives the beautiful example of this tuning fork. Now, when you touch a tuning fork inside the house, let's say inside the house or inside the laboratory, and there is a sound created, there's a wave created, a vibration is created, and if there are tuning forks which have the similar wavelength, similar frequency, any other place close by, outside, it will also start vibrating because the frequency is same. So this is the phenomenon of what's called the seeing or hearing. But when it applies to the living being, this resonance or telepathization doesn't mean that it is always something which is matching at this moment. The things can be matched from the past, or maybe even our noble friend R.N. Mahase has mentioned that it can occur even from the previous births. So there is nothing called time actually. There's nothing called past or present. Any time which happened, anything that happened long, long ago, maybe days ago, hours ago, minutes ago, or several years, or some previous birth, can telepathize at this moment. So it becomes now, time is also just a big fake, a creation in our mundane world. So this telepathization is something, or the resonance is something that we have to sort of understand, so that the illusion about this memory is also cleared. So this is the mechanism where we hear, we see the things, and we can feel the taste. Now, for example, if you taste a food right now, there is some vibration on the tongue the moment that the food is kept on the tongue. There is some vibration, and then the food which was kept doesn't say that I am cinnamon, and the tongue has no idea what it is, but there is a taste, and the next fraction of second, your mind says it is the taste of cinnamon. Cinnamon has been added to this food. So where did cinnamon come? It is the past data. It is the telepathization. For a person who has never tasted cinnamon, or a small baby, a child who has no idea about the taste of the cinnamon, will not have that telepathization. But for an adult who has tasted it, will have the immediate conclusion, or the nama. The rupa is the vibration which occurs on the tongue, and the nama is your naming. That means the system will name it as cinnamon. And not only that, many things related to cinnamon will immediately follow that. You will get a mental picture of the cinnamon. If you have visited the places where the cinnamon is produced, the cinnamon trees, how they are doing it, how they are removing the bark, drying up, all sorts of things. And not only that, you will feel even the smell of it. Now, in those situations, did your nose get a smell? No. And did your eye get a picture? No, you didn't see it right now. Just you got something, only the taste on the tongue. But see how quickly the thoughts got collected, and the spark produced the rest of the picture. Your tongue got the vibration, but to complete the picture, you got completed the mental picture, which includes the picture of that, the smell of that, and the all sorts of other information that you had time to time related to cinnamon. Not only that, you might even get the sparks related to the medicinal effects of the cinnamon, and what types of food should be added, cinnamon to be added for various dishes. What are the things that cinnamon must be added? So all sorts of information will click right now. Now all this mechanism, this whole thing is a part of the nature's law, dependent origination, or the cause and effect activity. So there is no person who is controlling this system, but always, because of the ignorance, the label me or mine or I is attached to all this information. Now, this is what you have to understand. There is a system functioning. This system is not under anyone's control, and the illusion of me or myself is another, just a thought. And so when you understand this, gradually you can feel that the value you are giving to various sensor inputs will diminish little by little. When the input, when the sensor's input is not given a value, all the defilements which come afterwards you will feel that it is gradually getting less and less. So I think if you just give me a second. Sorry. Yes. So this telepathization or the resonance is something that happens even in the dream now. Even in the dream, your mind sense is working. How you see the dreams is more or less similar. Even during the so-called awakened time, we are seeing everything as a dream, which we don't realize. We feel that we see dreams only in the night, in the sleep, but daytime also, it is all a creation of the mind which happens then and there. Now, when you take the dreams, sometimes you see the pictures, sometimes pictures are seen, even the colors can be remembered. Sometimes you might wake up and say that I was wearing a red frock at that time, so you can clearly remember the colors. You obviously hear the sounds, people talking. He was telling me like this. You will describe your dream. And sometimes you might say that I ate this type of food, which was very tasty. And there was a there was a horrible smell which I couldn't bear, and I moved out in my dream. Now there is a long list of things that you describe as things that that happened in the dream, and also you might say that he hit me, and I still feel some pain on my head. Now these things, when you wake up, you feel quite relieved. Oh, it is only a dream, because your eyes didn't vibrate, but still you saw a picture. Ears didn't vibrate. There was no vibration in the ear, but you heard the sounds like that. The other senses also, you felt as if they were functioning, but nothing has actually happened. Now, when you are awake, the previous incident that I think I mentioned, isn't it something similar to the dream that you saw in the night, in the sleep? Now, when I mentioned the word cinnamon, this is a vibration of my throat, and the similar vibrations occur in the other systems, ears, and then the mind sensor will recognize it as a sound, and mind sensor will recognize as the word cinnamon. And the moment the cinnamon is identified, or the moment the cinnamon is recognized as a word, the rest of the picture, like in the dream, rest of the picture is completed. The whole history about the cinnamon will be produced or will be created right now. So isn't it something similar to the dream that you have been seeing? Because the eyes didn't see cinnamon right now. Tongue didn't get the taste of the cinnamon right now. Only the ear got the sound of cinnamon. But rest of the picture was not different from the dream that you have seen. This is some kind of research that we have to do about the sensor information. When one information is created that time, see how quickly the rest of the picture, rest of the jigsaw puzzle is completed in the mind. But that mind is also not lasting. It happened just now, right now, at this moment. And when the mind changes to another sensor function, that mind is gone. So that mind is not something persisting. So I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Anything that you would like to add, Dr. Ravi? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yes, as you said, the way that the mental image get created. So yes, that is true. So what I want to add is the dream that you see in the night when your eyes are closed is very similar to the actual world that you are living at right at this moment even. So same thing happens. So the problem is we can't really understand the actual world that we are living is also dream. So that is the problem. So in order to understand that thing, you have to understand your 5 faculties, how these 5 faculties get created. So same way that that sound gets created when you are seeing the dream at night, same principle can be applied to the real world as well. So actually, are we seeing, or are we seeing the object right now, the objects right now? So that is the question. So you only see the light, the colors, and at the same time, so we have to understand how this light gets created. So we in science we have learned light rays from the object, the reflected light rays from the object comes to our eye. Then it creates an upside down image in our retina. So the brain tries to put it into the right direction, then we tend to see the object in the normal way. So is that the real thing that is happening? So for the science, for the knowledge, that is all right, but seeing is something different from what we have learned in the school. So if it is valid, if that science knowledge is valid for everything, so when you create something similar to the eyeball, so would it be able to see the external world? No, same thing will happen, but it won't see the external world. So as you all know, in a dead cadaver, so eyeball is there, very similar to a living human. So but that particular dead body can't see anything. So everything happens as usual, but the the ability to visualize, the ability to see, the capability of seeing is missing in that cadaver. So so how so there should be something that goes beyond the normal scientific mechanism. So that mechanism is the vision. So as you say, the hearing is something different from the uh, vibration that happening in the eardrum. So people might think it happens in the brain, but it is not belongs to the brain either. So we can't assign a certain place where the vision takes place, where the hear takes place, but it happens in certain place, and we call it that we see the world, that the vision is there, but it's very difficult to explain. But actually what happens is, when the impulses get generated in the eye, they are generate some kind of an stimulation or impulse that make you to feel that there is something, that makes you to feel that there is something. Then it tries to find what is that, what is that. So that to give a valid justification to that, it shows some kind of a picture, some kind of picture gets appeared. Similarly, some kind of, in ear faculty, some kind of a what do you call, a sound gets appeared. So this is the signal. So the signal or the perception will not be there unless you get some kind of a feel in it. Feeling is something is there, the perception is light. So feeling is there, the perception is sound. So from that, you will be able to understand the light doesn't come from outside. It is get created within the system. So when the lights get created in a certain system, we call it, now the I gets created. That is the point where the I gets created. When the vision is there, when the light is there, so we call that is the I. That's why we don't usually refer to the external eyeball that you see is an eye, is the eye. That is not, yes, in the scientific basis, that is the eye. That is all right. That is the place where this uh, vibrations happening. But the rest of the thing, the vision, where the vision takes place is, we can't say where it happens, but it happens. The eye gets created after that. Actual eye in the sense the vision, the ability to see. So why this ability to see? Why this capability is created? Because of that initial kind of a feel. Initial feel will be there, should be there. That makes something is there. Something's there. So what is that something? Something is the, when the something becomes the light, then you will see, you will call, wow, this is the I. So now the I, now the light is there. So similar way, so if you think in that direction, along that line, would you be able to tell that something has come from the outside? No. Because of the feeling of something is there, internally, a creative perception will, kind of perception will get created. So that perception becomes the light. So the light is a creation of the faculty. So without the creation of the light, we can't say there is a faculty. Faculty is, the functionality of the faculty is the creation of the light. So that makes kind of a feeling. The feeling is something is there. The feeling of something is there. So likewise, when the sound gets created, the ear faculty gets created at that moment, when all these things, ditta sutta mutta, the tactile stimulation will be also the same. So even though we think we go, the skin touches the external object, then it comes to kind of a feeling that the solidity or liquidity or the consistency of that object. But actually happens is, the skin sensor get sensitized with the vibration of some kind of object or a liquid or whatsoever. Then the perception gets created. What sort of perceptions are there? Ditta sutta mutta. No, sorry. Patavi apo tejo vayo. Likewise, we tend to feel the solidity. the consistency of that object. That is the feeling. So the perception is the Patavi. The perception is the liquid state. The perception is the airy state. The perception is the heat or uh, heat or cold or and so on. Likewise, when all these faculties, the stimulations that receive, the perceptions that receive from all these faculties combines each other and forms another kind of a perception. When all these three feelings come together, form another kind of a feel. So it has another perception. So we'll say the chair. So chair has the properties of the light. Chair has the properties of the sound. Chair has the some kind of a consistency. See, all these things come together, then forms another perception. So that perception is the worldly perception. So why we call it a worldly perception? That perception is the perception that we consume, that we deal with, that we interact with. We do not directly interact with the firmness. We do not directly interact with the light. From there onwards, we interact with the chair. So chair has all the three qualities. But there is another kind of a feeling which we perceive once the chair gets created. That is very different from the light perception. But you can't revert it back to the light perception. All there are there in a mixed form. But in that case, we can, if you do some research on that, you can find out, you will be able to find out the so-called chair is a mental construct or construct with the which has been created with help of all those three ingredients. So what are those ingredients? Light, sound, and the consistency, the solidity, liquidity, and so that is the same. That is very similar to the dream as well. When you analyze your dream that you see in the night, same thing happens. Sound, light, and the other perception, all three come together, then creates an image, mental image. So we tend to feel, as Dr. Sakuntala said, we tend to feel that was real, because the similar thing happened in the night also. So we are dealing with a mental image at the night. In the dream, we are also dealing the same image in the real life as well. The perception would be same. So that's why we see dreams at the night. We see dreams at the daytime as well. At the real day, in real life as well. So that's why we are seeing an illusion. The illusion has become real for us because we don't know how these illusions get created. So What we are trying to understand is, here is, we try to understand how this illusion gets created, how it has become, the illusion has become real for us. Because I said earlier, the perception of the light has some kind of a feeling of existence. And similarly, the sound has that existence feeling. So when all these perceptions come together and create the chair, it has another kind of existence feeling. The existence feeling is there. Initially we thought the light is there. Then we thought the sound is there because of the existence feeling it had. Then we think the chair is real because of that existence feeling. Because we feel it is really there. But if you understand this mechanism, how this uh, chair perception of chair gets created, we tend to we tend to realize that we are dealing with these perceptions. So even in the real world, as so the similar kind of thing happens when you go in front of a mirror. Your reflection will be seen from through the mirror, but that also gives some kind of a feeling of existence for you. So that so then your mind creates some kind of a faulty perception that I am existing. So I am existing. From that time onwards, from that day onwards, you tend to see the world with those existence feeling. Existence feeling in the sense, you whenever you see an object, you will get some kind of a notion that I am the one who is seeing this, because you have already have that the existence feel that you are living. So what happens with the realization? With the realization, you will understand, you get to know this Dhamma, how this the mechanism. Then what will happen? You will be you will understand the existence, the so-called existence feeling is a creation. So you don't, then after that, what happened? The value that you have assigned to the chair earlier, then it doesn't come from internally towards it, because you know, when you, as soon as you see the chair in front of you, you get the understanding that you are with the understanding, you know, it is a mental projection, it is just a perception only. So there is nothing in it, that is not the real, this is the illusion. Likewise, you, with this understanding, the value that you had put over the things that you deal with will will gradually reduced. So what will happen? Then you tend to detach from the world that you deal with gradually. So similar thing happen to the I-ness also, the self, the soul also. Earlier you thought that you are a real being, real living being. But with the understanding, you know it is a misconception. So I was in such a misconception that I am living. So it is a misconception. So I have been cheated. So that so similar way, what similar to the similarly, the value that you put to yourself will also get dissolved. So then what will happen? So you tend to deal with the external environment as usual, but you don't assign any value to that without assigning any value to that, because you know these are mental projections, these are mental fabrication. So I'm living in such a illusionary world. So then you will realize, if I am if me my mind concept is not real, so have I ever been born? No. So will I die? No. Your birth and the death will also be a part of that same illusion. So you will realize there's no one to be born. There was no one to be born. There is no one to death even. So that's how you should excel the birth and the death. So so in order to achieve this, you have to have understand this mechanism, how this illusionary world gets created. It is very similar to the dream that you see in the night. So we are seeing the dreams at the night, and we think when we wake up from the dream, we are in the real world, but that real world is also a dream. So the world we deal with from the time we are born is not real. So that is that comes along with the understanding only. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Sankite Nibbidaya. So we know that the emptiness has to come from that angle with the understanding only. That doesn't mean that the emptiness that Lord Buddha says is not actually, you don't find anything in this world. He doesn't mean like that. The actual emptiness has to come from the understanding. Even though we deal with the external world as usual, so we maintain our relationships with our neighbors and the family members, we do our work, we go to work, we uh, do certain, carry out certain responsibilities, we take certain responsibilities as usual. So we do everything. We can do everything with the emptiness. What is the emptiness? Emptiness has to come from this understanding. We know very well, even though we uh, do everything, the the we are dealing with a certain perception. That's only. So yes, Randima, yes, Sakuntala, any
Yeah,
comment?
yeah, I think it's a very interesting discussion. Yeah, both of you had really wonderful explanations today. I think it was a very informative discussion, I would say. I think some interesting points came out on these dreams as well. So we understand everything is a illusion dream, but there are also like these dreams in the night. I think If tomorrow we can discuss, because today the time is not enough. Um, I think that also maybe, since both of you are doctors, maybe you all can add something more on that aspect. Like sometimes you see in deep sleep, so sometimes it's like almost dead like. So all of a sudden waking, you see in the morning. Sometimes it is like half dead, like sometimes some film you see is running, some totally irrelevant, something you see is another film, like then once a week, like it's totally irrelevant film. So and
Yeah.
sometimes you see even a cockroach is in the mouth, it won't feel, right? So
Yeah.
what happens to the sensory organs? So even it sparks, so where is the consciousness? So I think maybe tomorrow, since we do not have time today, so we'll take some time to discuss about the dreams. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. So we are the one who are telling
Yeah.
that the same person who went to sleep yesterday
Yeah.
is getting up in the following day. So the people from the mundane world, they say, you are the one who slept last night. Then why did you wake up so early? So so it is not the thing.
Yeah.
So we create our
And in
own
the
sanka.
awakening also, like it's take a couple of minutes to, you see, get the consciousness back, no, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, also when you wake up from a bad dream, you
Mhm.
feel very relieved, isn't it? Oh my gosh, it's only a
Yeah.
dream, but you don't realize that you are waking up from one dream and entering another dream.
yeah,
Yeah. And
yes.
also sometimes headache also come in some dreams.
Yes, yes,
Yeah. Yeah, we don't know the more. So it happens one moment to another. It
yes,
so that moment is one thing. In other moment, it will resonate in another thing. So that's why we call.
yes,
So yeah, we are moving from a bad dream to a good dream or reality.
yes,
So
yes,
so it is very difficult to understand, but that is the truth,
And now
isn't
when
it?
someone understands this Dhamma also, like they also like waking from another dream, no?
Yes, yes, yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
As it
someone
yeah, yeah.
saying,
Anyway, we have to understand this Dhamma through this mental projection, using these mental activities, isn't
yeah,
it? So,
yeah.
with the help of our mind, we tend to understand this Dhamma first. But once you realize it, it is felt. So
Hmm.
it goes to some kind of back end. So sits back row and it tries to see the mind. So the
Yeah.
mind kind of behaves as previously. So what we do is let it to function as usual. So your feeling will be seated back row and seeing everything and tend to see everything. So it is very difficult to say, but that is the thing. That is the samadhi that so-called samadhi we will achieve after the internal transformation occur. So with this there is some kind of internal transformation happen. So that along with that, some kind of an awakening take place. That awakening makes us to visualize the behavior of the mind and the other faculties. So we can sit back and peacefully watch how these sensory faculties, mind, sensor work. That's all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. I think today our time has come to end. I can see Aran Mahansa is also joined. Terwan Saranay Aran Mahansa. We'll try to have a discussion tomorrow. I think Dr. Ravi and Dr. Sakuntala, both of you maybe will clarify us tomorrow about the scientific angle and how these nerves and using whatever yours, it is your subject. So if you can like bring around something on that aspect, how these dreams happen and what's really going behind the sensory organs, why certain specific things we won't feel. So and sometimes it is almost dead like a feel, sometimes it's some film is running, so we can, I think, discuss that aspect, you see, relating to the Dham aspect as well. So I thank both of you for coming today and doing all your contributions in your busy schedules. We'll meet up tomorrow as well. Thank you, both of you. Terwan Saranai. Terwan
Thank you
Saranai.
very much, Madhima. Yeah. Thank you very much, Anta.
Tervasanai to both of
Teruvan
you.
Saranai. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan
Tervasanai.
Saranai.
We pay homage to our Aran Mahasi. Tervasanai.
Ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Vela and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing Volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. Today we're starting with page 90. What is the Dhamma? Is it something designed to make people lost in mentality and materialism? The Nissarana path of liberation that the Buddha followed is all about simplicity. It's not about taking the poor's money or dwelling in luxury. R.N. Mahanse, by acting simply, paved the way to help those who are truly needy. People desperate for basic necessities. For an example, today, people in the Nikkavarati area received food parcels. Those who were kind-hearted contributed wholeheartedly. Such people are rare to find. When you fully absorb this Dhamma, it's also called endless compassion and liberation, or the great mind of compassion. Every road of the path leads towards Nibbana. With liberation of mind, Nibbana can be reached. Give your mind and body rest and bring peace and rest to these innocent people. We do not need divisions such as Siang Nikaya or Amarapura Nikaya. This mundane world is entangled in madness and wild, wrong views. Buddha has only one Nikaya, the Buddha Nikaya. The Gautama Buddha Sasana is about liberation from the mind. Understanding the illusions in the mind and destroying them. To accomplish this, one must have liberation from the notion of an individual self. This is also the true understanding that there is nothing beyond sounds, shapes,
colors, etc. When this situation is clearly seen, liberation from the subject or thought can be experienced. This is liberation from thought occurring in the moment, here and now, atita natagamneya. Then you can see the true nature of that thought or subject. When you perceive the origin of the subject, you can always witness the cessation of subject. So this path we are talking about is called Nissarana Magga, or it's a path of liberation of the mind. This is the same path that Buddha described as well. This is a path of simplicity. It's the practitioner will eventually be simpler and simpler in his or her ways. So when you fully absorb this Dhamma, when you fully understand and see it within yourself, what will happen is the self, the so-called self, is diminished. The sense of self is diminished. That intermediary role is slowly diminished, and what is left is endless compassion and liberation. And with this liberation of the mind, or transcending the mind, the Nibbana can be reached. These divisions we see in the Buddhist culture, these Nikayas, they all belong to mundane plane that is entangled in madness and all kinds of wrong views. There's only one Nikaya or order for real, which is Buddha Nikaya, which is all about liberation from the mind by diminishment of the defilements, by understanding and realizing how the mind works, understanding the illusion. The destroying of the illusion is happened when it's understood and realized. This when you realize it, what happens is the notion of an individual self is the one that's slowly diminishing. It is the same thing to say defilements are diminished. So we see the created world, the mentally constructed world that is beyond sounds, shapes, and colors, because it's all manifestations of vibrations. When we say sound, or when we say color, smells, taste, touch, different ranges of vibration is manifested or detected through the faculties. And when they all come together, it feels like this illusion is out there. So when you realize how it came into existence in the first place, its diminishment is self-evident. When you know how, if there's a car which is made up of all kinds of elements, seats, the structure, the frame, the floor, the steering, the engine, and all that, when you take it apart, there's nothing to call a car anymore. You take it apart by understanding how it's made. Similar thing happens here when you understand and realize how the mind comes into existence. So that is the end of that discussion. So if we talk about it a little further, this whole Dhamma is nothing but understanding and realizing how the mind is created. And we come across this path because someone wants to know the truth, or someone wants to see his or her suffering come to an end, unbearable pain. So they're looking for a way out, and they stumble upon this dharma. So this suffering, if we talk about this suffering, there's suffering in different forms. There's suffering when something that you like is broken, or some person you like is killed, or whatever it is. And then even after the death of the person whom you love, that thoughts about that person, you keep thinking about that person and it hurts, and there's still suffering in the form of thought. But the suffering the Buddha talks about, the noble truth of suffering, is the fact that you're attached to something that does not exist itself is suffering. That is the noble truth of suffering. And these 3 rounds of suffering, understanding these 3 rounds of suffering, it's 12 rounds for the whole 4 noble truths, Dvadasa Karanti Paripattan. In Pali, it's said like that. Noble truth of suffering, the noble cause of suffering, and cessation of suffering, the noble truth of cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the noble truth of path leading to cessation of suffering. So each noble truth can be understood in 3 rounds. So what Buddha preached was the noble truth, where the suffering and the cause of suffering and the cessation of suffering and the path leading to cessation of suffering happens due to believing that something is out there when there's nothing. When as a kid we were introduced to these labels, we keep talking about that something is out there, and yellow is out there, and the label is given as yellow in the form of a sound. The relevant image is out there. That is what we've been told as kid. So that entanglement of that sound to that image creates a feeling. The feeling is already there, but creates the thought that something is out there, and it reinforces that feeling. Or what I'm feeling is out there. That what it seems like that's existing is red or yellow or mother or father or whatever it is. So, but even before these labels come to the baby, this babies usually learn to start talking at the age around 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years maybe. Before that, it still feels like something's out there because of the inclination towards taints, the sasava nature. So when that mind is developed enough, even at the age of 7, this truth could be understood. The truth is, this world is created when we look at it. Just like what Buddha told Rahula. When you peep into the pond, when the dog peeps into the pond, there's a dog. If he doesn't, there's no door. And so this world is created in the moment, moment to moment. That is the truth. And when you understand and realize that truth is kind of debunked and it loses its power. These manifested vibrations inherently carries a power. In any vibration cannot exist without the power. There should be a force that's powering it. That underlying power contributes to the pain that we experience, the internal burning in an emotion when something becomes real. For us, this whole before listening to this Dhamma and understanding this Dhamma, this whole world exists. The so-called external world exists, and with respect to that, the so-called self exists. But in reality, there's no duality as such. There's only one kind of vibration, and the extension of that vibration, the same vibration, is felt as the self. This is a self-evident Dhamma. You can validate it within yourself. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. True enough, it's in a book. It was found in a book. But the person with the higher wisdom or the transcendental wisdom, the real noble friend, can uncover and make sense of the knowledge or the Dharma that's contained in the book, which is the Pali Canon, the 3 baskets. Until that, it's because this truth cannot be contained in a mind, cannot be grasped by a mind, because it transcends the abilities of the mind, and it transcends the way the mind works. Mind comes into existence based on a language. A language comes into existence to explain something, to say something exists. The duality, or to say that something exists or it doesn't. This duality. But this truth transcends the duality. How can you use a language which came into existence to explain the duality? How can you use that language and explain something that transcends the duality, which is an impossible task? And that is the beauty of this Dharma, because we are using that same language as a tool, and the real noble friend shows you the path to kind of sink deep down into the truth while using the dual language, taking you to non-duality. And that is not an easy task. Buddha said, monks, at dawn, if you want to see a rainbow in a dewdrop, at the tip of a blade of grass, then you have to look at it in this very specific angle or the unique angle. Otherwise, you're not able to see the rainbow in the dewdrop. So that's what Aryan say, or the real noble friend does. Using the dual language takes you to that, show you that unique angle to look at this Dhamma, to understand this mind so that you can transcend this mind. And there's the clear wisdom of truth
the philosophy in the form of intellectual knowledge, you would first, the message of the Noble Friend, first you would listen to it and you will understand it intellectually, but with the very clear practice that Aranwanse has expounded, you can see it within yourself first with this. You see that there's nothing, the so-called external world is not real. How? Because when you say that is a mango tree didn't call it a mango tree. Mango tree is a label that's given by the convention. And that label is in the mind of someone. What is out there is just what you can see, the experience, the colors. We can't even say they're the colors because colors are also a label. So, mango tree, dog. Does the dog know his name is dog? No. If there was a Tamil person, he will call the dog Nai or something. Or in Sinhala person who doesn't know English, he or she will have a different label. So whatever is the label that we use to call these things out there, no, it's in somebody's mind. We are attaching the system. Even though we say we attach, it's the system, how the system works. System started attaching these labels to a seemingly external object. So as we continue to contemplate on that, when we get upset to our kids or husbands or wives or whoever, or you go to a restaurant, you don't like the food, this tastes like that, this tastes like this, you contemplate on the truth. These ideas, they're not contained in the food. Oh, I don't like the way my husband treats me, talks to me, or my wife talks to me. These are not in these objects. And in fact, the fact that you call your so-called husband, or your so-called wife, all these labels are in the mind. It's a mental construct. So as you continue to contemplate this throughout the day with whatever the activities you do, contemplate as in to try to see this truth, inquire into this truth. Is it so? Is it true? I heard this. My noble friend told me this. Is that true? Does it make sense? You investigate, you inquire into that. With time, it sinks to you. It becomes your own first-hand realization that the so-called external is not real. It's a mental construct. And then comes to the next karmasthana, which is the mind is also not real, because when we in the wisdom of truth section, when we theoretically talk about how the mind is created through manifestations of vibrations, the visual component of the manifestation of vibration, meaning the colors we see or the experience of seeing, or the sounds we hear, when it comes to the auditory component of the vibrations, auditory manifestation. The sounds, they're also vibrations. And that's where the whole language, the labeling, even we think using the language. Even when we don't talk, we think with the sounds. Smell component of it, that's also different range of vibrations manifested. Taste, touch. Even when we think we are touching a table, only the solidity of a surface is detected, because we can't touch a whole table with one small hand. We think, the system thinks, I am touching a table, when in reality the fingers can only touch a limited area of the so-called table only. So when all this, even that is a manifestation of vibration. So when these vibrations come together, it feels like something is out there. And with respect to that, I am observing it. The labels, they're all this manifestation of the vibration. So this thought is also not real. When we say, when we read a book, whatever it may say, um, Kamal climbed a tree. There's no Kamal in whatever you read. Whatever you read is printed black. We can't even call it black because then that is also a label. On paper is also a label like white and black. But in the imagination, this Kamal, some guy, probably an adolescent, climbing, the act of climbing a tree. That's a thought. That's a mental object. Is that real? In that thought, are there any people? Are there any trees? No. So that is also, with that enough contemplation over a period of time, we begin to see within ourselves, even the thoughts are, so-called thoughts are not real. And is there a person then? Is there a self then? The fact that the so-called self, the idea of the self comes into existence when we were kids, the initial thought is taken up by the system. If that is my father, if that is my mother, there should be a self here. So that idea comes from kind of logic. There should be a self here. Not that there is a self. There should be a self who is seeing these things, who listens to these things, who smells these things, so who touches these things. And then when the reflection of the so-called self is checked in the mirror, there's a face to it. Now that image of the face is added to this whole entanglement, the individual notion of self. So when you pay attention to what's happening, okay, the external is not real, the thoughts are not real, there's a system that's at work here. You begin to pay attention to the process, the mechanism, the system. You see that there's no necessity of a self, and without the interference of a self, everything happens. Gets up, gets ready, go to work. There's no continuous feedback from a self. Even when we thought there was a self, if you really closely pay attention, there's no self. Like when there's a thought or a mental object, mental image, that I need to drink some water. With that, there's a mental image of drinking water in a glass. Everyone has different mind images of the so-called self drinking. And the body is activated, walk towards the kitchen. The glass is grabbed, the tap is opened, and the cup is filled with water. And the water is drunk. And nobody decides how far to walk, how to keep the balance of the body, how much, uh, how should I open the faucet. Nobody gives any guidance about that. It's a bunch of, mental images, and the task is done. Magically, it's done. You don't mistakenly go to a different room or overfill the cup or put the cup in the nose or whatever. This process is naturally done without anybody's interference. Where was the so-called self? Unless there's a thought, I am drinking the water, I am doing this, that thought is forcefully called upon to the system. That is what we call the self. And that is not required for this process to happen. That is what you understand with the third meditation instruction or karmasthana, that it is a process, that there's nobody doing this. It's happening with bunch of mental images, which acts like commands. And those two are essentially manifestations of vibration. So you kind of live, the so-called self kind of lives from one vibration to another. In between, the body is activated, eyes are activated, nose, tongue, the faculties are activated, the work is being done, the system is on autopilot. And there's no need for a self. There never was a self, there never was a need for a self, except for this wrong view that has created this self. And that is what we are seeing. There was no need for that. There's no need to claim ownership and say, I did this, I did that, try to show off and, try to set goals and run after them and suffer to achieve them, suffer when you can't achieve them. This unnecessary commentator and sufferer is never required, not required. But it's part of the system, how this system works, how this thought process has started working, how these initial thoughts came into existence. But the suffering was unbearable, so somebody, this process started inquiring into the truth about this world and came across this kind of glitch of the system, and now this whole process is kind of undone by understanding and realizing this. So that is what this path is, the one that leads to the total liberation from the mind. And yet the system will continue, just like how trees bear flowers, fruits, goes in the wind, dies when needs to, when it's out of its life, usable life. That's what we awaken to understand the system, realize this system. So I think that's all I got for this portion of the discussion. Therwan Sarnai, everyone. Therwan Sarnai, Arana Hansa. We have Therwan Sarnai Randima.
Therwan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your very valuable explanation. Therwan Saranai Arana Hansa. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yeah, I think that was a very interesting explanation. So if anybody has questions, you all can ask. Mr. Justin, I think sometimes you raise questions so that immensely benefit our forum. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, or anybody. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
Now, I have a problem regarding these neutral sensations. Now, there are three categories: pleasurable, painful, and neutral sensation. And all these three are in the mundane world. And we often hear that we are standing on nirvana and we don't know whether we at that moment we are in the nirvana or not. So that the difference between the neutral sensation and the first one, that is we are standing on the nirvana and we don't know what it is. Those two instances is the same or different. It is not clear. That is why I am asking it.
Yeah. Mr. Bernard, thank you so much for your question. So as you said, in the mundane world, life means really the variation between this happiness, suffering. There are sad moments, there are so-called happy moments. So some moments are neutralized. So there is no specific happiness or sad life. So only the difference here is like the mundane world is a illusionary world. They are a fabricated world where all these sensor created things became real. So everything has become real in that world. So world has become real, soul has become real. So the simple answer that we can give is like when someone understands this mind is not me, body is not me, and this is just a Quran, this is just a moment experience, illusionary world, sensor created world, everything is forming in the present moment like. So you see the experience is different. So as Harshi explained, the right angle, that right angle is very easy because with the right angle, it is the path is very easy because it is with the right angle, this entertainment drops because the entertainment is the only problem here because you see entertainment is the pleasure, the pleasure, or then need to maintain the entertainment or not being able to maintain the entertainment is the sad and suffering here. So whenever there is some entertainment from a thing, mind wants it again. So it's a never-ending process. Mind looks for some kind of mental entertainment in the system, but you see, never this system will able to satisfy this mental construct. It vanishes and it wants to repeat again like so. So the need for next one, like that is the system never-ending power. And once when someone caught up with that, it is in a never-ending process going behind the monkey mind, where it will look for some sensor entertainment in the system. So it's a very natural process, but you see, when this Dhamma is understood like, then it's very clear there is nobody to entertainment, and entertainment is not meaningful because there is no reality of any of the things found. So with that, it's more like insight given up because it's like more value not arising. So then it's a present moment liberation by the present moment awaking to the truth. So with that truth, you see, the present moment is liberated from the worldly things, from the so-called soul. So it is not a thinking, but it is a happening thing where present moment is calm, tranquility and cool. It is because of that feel of the truth. It's not, that system is not in the blind anymore. So then in the present moment, you see, if there is no major power coming up from a particular thing, it can be like child or whatever, house or anything, let's say. So then there is no particular pleasurable or sad feel like. So it is the tranquility, because it is liberated from this fabricated illusionary world. So it's done, the feel has changed. The feel is liberated. So, so there also, like you see, it's more towards the neutrality. But I can remember R.N. Mahansa has explained this in more detail. You see, then this explanation, because one in the path also, like when you see, when this Dhamma is heard, like because sometimes it is in this can explain, I think, to another level, like, so I think Aryan Mahansa will explain. So that's all I can add here. Harshi, Sakuntala, and all of you also can add. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, I think if you can give your Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, I pay my homage to R.N. Mahansa. I may be using different words, but more or less explaining the same thing what both of you mentioned about it as a reply. He mentioned two terms. One was that is sitting on the nirvana and looking for it, and other one is that what is meant by the neutral feeling. As Randima was explaining, actually, neutral feeling means in mundane world, you take it as existing. You have a topic or you have something outside where you don't feel a pleasure or sorrow regarding that particular topic. You just feel neutral. Now, for example, if you look at something around you, you might, depending on where you are, you might see wall, a table, maybe trees. So regarding those, you don't feel a pleasure or sorrow. It's a neutral feeling. But for a person who has no understanding of this Dhamma, it is something actually existing. So you take it as something real in the outside world, which eventually or at the same time creates the self on this side who is seeing that or who is hearing that sound. So there are many things around us which are creations of our senses, we take as neutral, but if you have no understanding in the Dhamma, they are there. They are things actually. They are things which are persisting. And I can hear them. I see them.
but I have no sorrow or pleasure towards that topic. That is mundane world. But what actually it should be is that whatever the topic that you come across, whatever the topic that is created by your sensor level, it can cause a pleasure, it can give rise to a sorrowful current, or it can cause a kind of neutral current. What happens is here that the level of current is different. You label it as a high level of current when you are very sad or very happy, and the level of current created for a neutral object is much less. But in all three instances, you take it as something existing. So what you have to identify is that this level of current is the defilement. So taking something as existing is a defilement, which in Pali called moha. That means you take it as there, like a material which is existing, materialistic type of sensor information. So what you have to understand is this, whether it is a neutral feeling, but still it is in a fine way, it is your self-perception, or you can call it soul, or self-existent, or the feeling of self. So you can call by different names, but all of them actually at the very fine level of Sakkaya Ditthhiya. For a person who has an internal change, or a person who is trying to understand this Dhamma, will see this as a different, in a different angle. So something pleasurable or something sorrowful will lead to a higher current, and you label it that way in a thought, and you might feel that the other one doesn't create a current. No, it does, but it is at a low voltage. On the other hand, you might see people in the society who have no idea at all about this Dhamma, who are very neutral always. Whatever they come across, whatever the incident they are confronted with, they are very cool, and then they have a very neutral feeling. So, can you say that they have an internal transformation, or can you say that they have reached Arhat state? No. They are completely having the real world, real world. They assume that created world as real, but the person who is on this side is a very cool and calm character. So that is completely the opposite side of a person who is going in this Dhamma pathway. On the other hand, I think what Mr. Bernard was asking about the sitting on the nirvana, that as you said, our noble friend Aryan Vahansi mentioned that very frequently, and even in the discussions it is mentioned very often. Actually, what it means is that we look for something. Now, when we call nirvana, we try to achieve something like passing an exam, or passing a hurdle, or reaching some distant place, distant point. We look for something. So that means we don't know really what nirvana is. Nirvana is just that fire within you is getting less and less. So you are losing something that you thought you are having. The current which is generated with the sensor creations will diminish little by little, and then you are getting rid of something something which was there, something which was burning in the system, will gradually fade away. Actually, that is what happens. So, as long as you are looking for something, you can't find nirvana. When you let go most of these things, only you can find it. So I think that is what is meant by that. So as long as you have a determination, as long as you try to do something, that is what happened to Ananda Thero during Lord Buddha's time. I think on the previous day, before he became Arhat, he was trying in his best by doing walking meditation and trying to reach that ultimate Arhat state. But as long as he was trying to do something, as long as he was trying to grasp or reach a goal, he couldn't do it. The moment he gave up, he let go his efforts, his mind reached that status. So, like that, we thought before we listened to this Dhamma of our Aryan Mahanse, actually we thought Nirvana is somewhere very far away, very, very far away, so many births to pass, and we have to wait until the next Lord Buddha will be born, and then we have to listen to Dhamma from Maitri Buddhun, that's Maitri Lord Buddha, and then only we can reach this nirvana state. But it was all an illusion and a misconception. Now we know that we can feel the relaxed or tranquility of the nirvana then and there in each and every thought, as long as that thought is not taken as real, as long as that thought is not given value. I hope I added something which will help to Mr. Bernard's question.
Yeah,
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. I think, yeah, thank you so much. I think in the path also, you see this kind of entertainment. It's not the happiness, but we do not have any words to say like. But in the path also, these three experiences are there. I think in Mr. Bernard question that also included like. So in the path also, like, I don't know whether you can remember some time back, Aryan Mahansa question in the forum about like there can be entertainment of the non-entertainment. There can be entertainment of the non-entertainment in the system. So we understand it is this entertainment is the one which drops. In the sense, values not coming. So it is the nothingness. So, but what happened? This nothingness, you see, the nothingness is felt. It is entertained. Then there is a form of a happiness. Some entertainment is there. So, but you see, when this nothingness break, like sometimes this tranquility breaks. When that breaks, now that system doesn't like it. It got break. This tranquility is the one the system feels, and now the system doesn't want like. So then there is a kind of a opposite of the happiness like. But this is in the path. but the full neutrality is not those two. It's more like this nothingness, you see, is the nothingness. So there is no any kind of entertainment or no kind of ill feel or whatever. I mean, it is fully nothingness, is the neutrality. So I think this can explain, you see, in that context also. I just want to add that too. Yeah, Thelwan Saranai Hashi.
Everyone's thank you very much for both of your explanations. I hope Justin got justice to what he was trying to understand. And I think to adding to the point that Randima tried to discuss about, I think it's what happens is in the absence of this pain and pleasure, that there's this you can't, that absence, you cling on to that, the so-called self, cling on to that. If something is clinged on to, there has to be the self. I think the remainder of the the subtle self-perception is there in a very subtle way, in that clinging on to the absence of these absence of the suffering. I think that's what Aryan Mahansa calls Loturu Suvaya. So the bottom line is, in this path there are many pitfalls. So that is one of those pitfalls, the way I understand it. And one could get carried away thinking, oh, now my defilements are diminished. There's so much relaxation or tranquility or whatever they want to call. Yet there's a person to whom, there's a self to whom all this happens. There's a self to whose defilements are diminished. So that there's a subtle self. So we have to see all this and see that the hidden self in these encounters. And as we walk this path, initially these internal burnings can be detected easily because they are very prominent and much visible, therefore. But as we walk the path, they become very subtle and subtle, like Dr. Sakuntala mentioned. If it was earlier, before you start, initially when you started walking this path, if this internal charge or the mental charge is 50,000 watts or whatever, and it continuously drops down, and it probably goes to 30,000, 20,000, 10,000, and so on and so forth. And at a level of, let's say, 5-10, it's nearly impossible to detect. That's why when people get to the plane of neither perception nor non-perception, the asanyatala, it's very difficult for them to detect this subtle sense of self. That is why a lot of people get deceived by that state, thinking they are in super awareness or nirvana. Because if that perception of self, the sense of self, that vibration, if it comes into existence in that moment, that perception of self is there. If not, it could be like dormant for years or uncountable years. So these are the things that we need to understand. Even if we are not in that particular state, to have listened to this and to have even intellectually understood this, will help detect this one day when we encounter these experiences. This is how this whole Dhamma, whole realization of Dhamma works. You listen to it before, Satyajnana, wisdom of truth, and when it actually takes place within the experience, it becomes self-evident to us. Oh, this is what the noble friend was talking about. Oh, this is what that we discussed the other day. You can see it within yourself. This and one would be like, so this is the Vibhava Tanha. I'm not sure the English word for it. Vibhava Tanha, and then Dharma Udacha, or the pride that one would get that because thinking that person knows Dhamma. So all kinds of pitfalls can, if we are not skillful, that's why Kusalata, being skillful, is shown along the path. If we are not skillful enough to see all these in action, we will be deceived. Or if there's certain parts of the wisdom of truth that's lacking in the intellectual understanding, one would not be skillful enough to detect these in action. So they will be deceived by the illusion. It's a very once understood, once one has enough insights, it feels like, oh, how did I even miss this? It makes so much sense that the mind is an illusion, the thoughts are illusions. That makes so much sense. But as someone gets to the path as a newcomer, just to understand the so-called world is a mental construct sometimes would take 3 years, 4 years to understand the depth of this just one particular sentence. So that is that is how this Dhamma is. There's this saying, if you put a piece of cloth on a barbed wire or fabric on a barbed wire, you have to take it off very carefully, otherwise you will damage the cloth. So the mind is something like that. It's like it's spread everywhere with the self angle, entangled with the thoughts about so-called self, about so-called world, the illusion. It's everywhere. Now, to reverse the damage done by that and to awaken to the reality in this moment, which is the so-called world is not real, the so-called self is not real, and then everything, we have never experienced anything that's beyond the capabilities of our senses. What we call the world and the self is the works of the senses, the sense faculties, and everything else is as a result mentally constructed. So to realize this is just like taking off a piece of garment from the barbed wire. One has to be very skillful. Peron Randima, you wanna add something to that along the pitfalls of the path?
Yeah, Harshi, I think one of the pitfall in the path is like doubts. I think doubt is the biggest killer in the path. That's why, because with this Dhamma, the transformation is a happening thing. So all this skepticism and the doubts arises from the mind. that's why very difficult to have a path like maintaining a very powerful mind, because mind that you see that flood with thickness of the thoughts, and with that the feel squeezed by the thoughts. So maybe that's why, like when even someone listen the Dhamma, like it has to listen to the noble friend in a way, like keep everything set aside and open up and be prepared and let yourself transfer, like so. Otherwise the mind not allowing the process to happen, because there is some other film sort of running in the back of the mind. So even though the message is delivered, the message is not taken because there is another strong film is running in the back of the mind. So this is what happened. And even the doubts or the skepticisms, you see that starts to question, like, so what is this, like, what is this, am I there, or is this the experience, like so. So these things will not arise in the right angle, but one can miss the right angle because of too much of skepticism about the path. So life is very easy, this path, you get the message and you see the message within you, apply, see it within you, and so then there is nothing else to think thereafter, like so. Then it's easy. So sometimes, as you said, the Dhamma is also not too much necessary, like because Dhamma is for the transformation only. Dhamma is actually not to tell to others or like speaking. So even sometimes in these forums, like we speak too much sometimes just because we want to hang on time management and we have to tell something, like, but you see all that is for someone to get the necessary transformation, and we are not really talking to anybody either. By talking, our inside get more purified by putting out. So that's really what is happening. So in a way, like, so when you are in the path, like, you need to talk as well. You need to talk, you need to tell your experience. That inside needs to more open up. So but most important thing is what is the level of entertainment in the system. Is that the same entertainment level, same defilements, same current, or with this Dhamma, is there a change? So if there is a change, there is nothing more to doubt, and just let go, and there is nothing more like to seek. Even in Dhamma, there is nothing more to seek, like. But
Everyone's Sannai Dhamma friends. Let's start the talk for the next 1 hour. You're listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom channel, and this channel is used to impart the teachings of our noble teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, as he realized more than 10-15 years ago, and this is the pure truth. that was shared by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. These teachings are not found or heard in the mainstream channels, although gradually now or increasingly there have been bits and bobs that have been kind of extracted and taken and used in sermons. So there's similarities in some talks that are there, but in the mainstream generally, and certainly overseas or in other countries, you won't find this type of Dhamma being unveiled. We call it the Paramatha Dharma, meaning what it means is the Dhamma as the Buddha preached it, the unvarnished truth, not hidden under rituals or not buried under traditional type of teachings, and not confused with action and effect Dhamma, which is a Hinduistic kind of influenced aspect, which for some reason has kind of crept into the Buddhist teachings. So instead of those, the clear truth that the Buddha realized so many years ago was found through his own self-research by the noble spiritual teacher, and has been shared with the world, or with Sri Lanka, including people around the world who are mostly Sri Lankan and therefore can understand the Sinhalese language for the last 5 to 6 years. But with the noble intention of sharing this with English-speaking listeners, this 24-hour Zoom channel was opened a couple of months ago. We did have an English daily talk for the last 2 years or so, I think, but and that is available in the YouTube. But this dedicated talk has been provided, has been started, and it's 24 hours, so it consists of various talks given by practitioners, so that there is this message can be spread to the English-speaking audiences who would otherwise not hear this pure truth. So the Buddha's key message was how to end suffering, and to find the cause of the suffering and how to end the suffering was what his quest was. So you might wonder what actually is meant by suffering, because suffering can be a very generic term that is used and can denote various meanings or impressions depending on how much one thinks about it in whatever context that is relevant to you. Of course, we know the general meaning of suffering in the English language, but suffering here has been attributed to everything which is the common things, like when you part with from a loved one, death, tragic accident of someone you love, say something happens to you and you suddenly lose your job, you meet with an accident, things like that. Also, everybody, it can happen to any one of us, isn't it? And then something that you want you can't get, something where you have overnight you have sometimes lost your house due to a fire, due to these extreme weather conditions that are so common nowadays. So in various ways there is sorrow, isn't it? There is suffering, and even the smallest of things, also just when one doesn't get something that one wants, maybe the next promotion, maybe something that you had been saving for some time, and either the money got lost or something else happened and you had to use the money you saved for that, which was more urgent and had to be prioritized. Or some kind of serious ailment which has either debilitated yourself or your spouse or family member, something tragic happening to a child. Even the smallest of possible things can mean suffering. If you see like a dog having been hit by a bus and has broken its limbs and nobody's helping on the road, if you see the poverty and children dying due to war and warlike conditions, there are various ways in which one can suffer, and then internally within you might actually be suffering silently from various circumstances in your own home. There are people we know even who have domestic violence, who are suffering silently. So many people in different countries go through this. And because of the family circumstances, because they have children, young children, they don't escape that situation, and they have to then continue to suffer in silence the violence inflicted upon them. Sometimes they don't go out of the house or they don't leave the place out of fear because they have been threatened. Otherwise, sometimes it is even the lack of being able to get themselves away from that terror, because they have been subjected to it for a long time, that they are almost incapable of thinking and have gotten into some kind of a victim status, that they are incapable of getting themselves out of it. These are all different, various forms of suffering. But whilst this is the ultimate result, and this can happen to anyone, anybody in this world, the Buddha said that to find real suffering and the cause of suffering, one has to actually understand how it got created, how this whole mechanism started off. And to do that, he embarked on a search for the truth. The truth means, how did this suffering come about? And is there an end to this suffering? So what does suffering mean? How does it come about? What is the cause of suffering? And if there's a suffering, then surely there has to be an end to suffering, isn't it? And then what is the means of ending that suffering? The Buddha said that this suffering is caused by the ignorance of not knowing the truth of the thoughts that are occurring, the thought that occurs in this moment, because it is the thought or the mind that brings about the suffering. There's an illusion that gets created called an outside world, which we believe to be true, which we believe to be real, and wrong self-view is born as a result of it. But this entire thing is actually a mind creation, and understanding that would shine the light on how this actual suffering arises. To understand that, understanding the thought that is occurring in this very moment has to be fully understood. The process has to be fully understood. So the Buddha said, Chittena niyati loko. Chittena niyati loko. Chitta means mind. Loko means world. So clearly when he went in search of the truth and sat under the bo tree, he didn't go around. He was in one spot. But what he did was an exploration of the mind. And in that exploration, he delved deeper and deeper into seeing how these defilements of greed, delusion, aversion arises. And it is because of those defilements that there is suffering. But how did they occur? He himself undertook concentration meditation through various teachers and attained various jhanic states, and they were calm and tranquil as long as one was in those states. But when you come out of it, gradually the defilements start coming back. The depression, the sorrow, the frustration over things, the irritation over things, all these things start coming back. Loneliness, annoyance, wanting things, hankering for things, and by wanting and hankering for things, not getting that, there's again sorrow. All these things were happening. So he realized that meditation alone, concentration meditation alone, was not the answer. So it is with all that background only that he sat and realized under the Bodh tree, and then with the deep exploration of the mind realized that actually the concept of me, the thought of me, and taking an outside world to be real, it was these combinations and attributing the experiences to a self was actually what was causing the suffering. So chittena niyati loko, meaning it is the world is getting created nowhere else but in the mind. It's a mind creation. How is it a mind creation? He realized that it was the sensory organs that we have give rise to various sensory perceptions. The sensory organs, the eye, the ear, the nose, the tongue, the body faculty, are all subject to vibration. When you say body faculty, the entire skin sensation, skin, all these are subject to vibration. And instead of the light actually coming from outside, something that we are seeing, instead of the sound coming from outside, which is the common belief, isn't it? We think that these things are outside and we think we are here. But the lived experience of every person, every human being, or even if it is an animal or creature for that matter, is only through the sensor experiences. Only through the experiences that are discerned through their respective sense faculties. Now, it's not the same faculties for everybody. As you know, human beings have the 5 sensory organs, and then the mind sensor works as well as separate sensor. The bat who can see in the dark and have like vision would have different senses altogether, isn't it? Different animals have different types of sensory faculties, and they are armed with unique sets of sensory experiences as a result of it. These are, however, all due to the vibration. And when the Buddha said to understand that all this is coming from a thought, emanating from a thought, and it is a mind creation, how does it become a mind creation? For some animals, the mind is not that powerful. Mind is a very tiny fraction of whatever they feel. Sometimes they go mostly with the feel. Our noble teacher gives an example of a squirrel all the time, where, the squirrel has a very simple life. It will get up in the morning. It will chirp away happily. It feels pangs of hunger. It goes in search of the food, some little nuts and seeds. It will find certain scraps here and there. It will run around the branches, find the food, have the food. Now is satiated and will lie on a branch and go to sleep. A very simple life. There is no gathering for the future. There is no going around and either gossiping around or talking around. There's no finding entertainment. Now that the food has been taken care of, there is no finding entertainment. There's no other things. It's a very simple life, and it is very contented with that life. So that type of creature, most of them, they go with the feel. And even other animals, bigger animals, isn't it? You would find even predatory animals. When they get hungry, they will find a deer or an antelope, hunt them and kill them. But that killing is not like, it's done for food. They don't kill for fun. They don't kill as a hobby. They don't kill as a game, as a pastime. The hunger is felt. The natural inclination is they are meat-eating animals. So the inclination is to catch hold of a deer. The hunger is assuaged. They lie down under a tree and go to sleep. That's it. So one can see that the feel is quite basic, isn't it? And so their mind is not, their mind would be bigger than a squirrel, but still, it's mostly quite simple. Compared to that, the human mind is quite advanced. And if we take human beings, the senses, we have the 5 senses. And through those we can hear we get the sensory experiences of light, sound, touch, taste and smell. So when we say that these are subject to vibration, the sensory organs are subject to vibration. The noble teacher has shown through his own self-realization that the sense faculty, the way it is, because it is subject to vibration, the vibration in the eye telepathizes with other billions and millions of similar frequency vibrations, and that phenomena, the telepathization of that similar frequency vibrations, give rise to a manifestation of light, a spark in the eye. Now, when millions and billions of sparks are continuously happening at a rate because of the speed of the vibration, we get the impression that there is permanent light. There is an interpretation given in the mind where there is that feeling that permanent light exists. So that permanent feeling that light exists is what we call eye consciousness. So instead of whatever teachings that one has heard of, and even the classrooms all over the world, everybody believes that the light is outside, the sound is outside, everything is outside, isn't it? And because of that belief that things are outside, automatically a self is formed on this side. Because if there is something outside, then surely there has to be somebody experiencing it. But the Buddha said that it is impossible for anyone to actually experience anything from outside. Nobody has an experience of anything outside. Only what is discerned, what is manifested, what gets manifested to the sense faculties. Each animal's, human being's sense faculties. No one is doing it. There is nobody here. It is a process just like the tree takes nutrients from the roots through the roots from the ground, gets the oxygen, gets the carbon monoxide and produces oxygen. Because of, that all that is just a normal process. We don't impose a self on the tree, do we? So in that way, a similar mechanism, a process happens here in the human body, in the human system. And that is that there are natural reactions because of the speed of vibration. There are natural occurrences, and those are the sensory perceptions. Because the sense faculties are there is a sensory perception called light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. And the mind sensor is nothing but one or two or more of these sensory perceptions coming together to form various objects: apple, grapes, fruit, orange, and so on. So everything that one considers as living in this world, now how do you actually think about when you say that you are living in this world and your worldly experience? If you think about that, the way you know that you're living is from the things that you can see by virtue of the fact that you can hear, touch, taste, and smell, isn't it? Supposing, for example, none of these actually worked. Either you can't see, you can't hear, you can't taste, you have no touch sensation whatsoever, no tactile sensations, no sense of heat, cold, or any kind of solidity, no sense of sound, no sense of light. If all of these have shut down, do you actually feel as if you're alive? If you imagine that these are the 6 windows and the windows are completely shut, no sound is coming, no light, no sense of smell, taste, and touch. If these are not there, is there a self? There's no sensation, isn't it? No experience whatsoever. Have we even ever thought of that? So the Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. Salayatana means the senses. And these senses that he referred to were not the faculties, the sensory organs, but senses that are being created in order to experience any kind of object. Senses that are created by the mind in order to taste, in order to enjoy, objects, the world. Whether it is individual objects or whether it is collectively all these objects which we then call the so-called world. But even for the senses, the sensory perceptions to occur, there has to be the sensory organs. If the vibration doesn't happen in the eye faculty, then there is no manifestation of light. The spark does not happen. The trigger does not happen. Now, supposing there is somebody outside who is speaking in a different language and you are smiling with that person is saying things non-stop, looking at you, but maybe they are speaking a foreign language which you don't understand. So, oblivious to what that person is saying, you are smiling. And then another person comes around and says to you, do you know what that person is saying? And you say, no, I don't know. I mean, he's saying something, but I don't understand. So then this other third person says he's actually scolding you. So moment he says that that person is scolding you, everything changes, isn't it? Until such time, even if you heard the sound, even if you saw the person, you didn't have any impression, any perception whatsoever that that person was scolding you. The moment that word scolding was said, everything changes. Why is that? Because you have a perception of what scolding is, what scolding means. But how did you know what scolding is? What is scolding? Now, when the newly born infant in the cot, did that the baby know what scolding was? No, wasn't it? At some point we have been taught what scolding means, what praising means. What lecturing means, what just simple talking means, even what laughing means, what shouting means, speaking softly, whispering, what that means. Every one of these has been actually taught, isn't it? Whispering, we'll say, is a sound being emanated softly, almost like someone is telling one a secret. Is what you call whispering. Now, how did you know that whispering is whispering? Because it has been taught. At some point, it has been taught, it has been learned. So this is what the mind sensor does. The basic 5 sensory perceptions are combined and a mind consciousness is formed, which is what we call the thought. So this basic vibration, which is occurring in the sensory organs, give rise to light. It is a manifestation that occurs in these senses. Same thing with the ears. The sound is a manifestation. The smell is a manifestation. If there is no vibration, if you lose the sense of smell, if your nose, sometimes there are people who can't sense the smell. What that means is the vibration, there is no vibration. Either some nerves have got damaged or for some reason the sensor faculty, the nose faculty is not working. The vibration is not happening. If the vibration doesn't happen, the telepathization with similar frequency vibrations doesn't happen. Because it is the telepathization that gives rise to the sense of smell. Same thing with the tongue. If, for example, you have undergone some dental surgery and there has been a local anesthetic given, for a few hours you may not feel anything. The whole thing is numb. So no matter what you put, some very tasty types of food onto the tongue, there is absolutely no feeling. So these sensations are coming as a result of the vibration. The fast acting speed, the vibration is what gives rise to the feeling that taste exists, heat and cold exists, smell exists, and so on. But then somewhere during our childhood, around 2-3 years of age or at kindergarten, these sensory perceptions are put together, are joined together or combined, and then the teacher or whoever it is would teach us various things. The alphabet, the colors of the 7 colors, show us something and say this is a book, show us something else and say this is a flower. Now what are they actually doing? They are also actually believing that there is such a thing called a flower, there is such a thing called a book. And then they take some object and show. But what does the child actually see? An image. Some kind of image. But then a sound book is associated with it. So first it can be an image, even drawn on a picture, like even maybe a sheet of paper, a book is drawn and that picture is shown. The teacher holds it up and shows this picture of a book. Only a picture of the book, not the book itself, but a picture of the book to the child, and says this is a book. So the sound of the word book is also uttered, and then can you see that the 2 sensory perceptions are now coming together. What was separate, what was disparate in the baby, and the baby has a feeling of all these basic sensory perceptions, because if the sensor faculties were working, the manifestation still happens. The light is a sensory perception that the baby would feel. But there is no recognition that light is light, no recognition that sound is sound. Where does the recognition come? Where does the perception that light is light get formed? For that there has to be a teaching, isn't it? Somebody, either the mother or the father or the teachers, and we take the milestone of the child in the kindergarten as a common milestone. Somewhere there is a serious learning that is commenced, a formal learning that gets commenced. And that is where sensory perceptions are put together. And when it is combined together, now it is being called a book. Now the child is learning that that thing is called a book. So the child gets the perception that that kind of image, like a square thing, is what you call a book. So 2 sensations are coming together, the image sensation, the light sensation, and the sound sensation are coming together to form another object, another vibration, brand new vibration, which is what the mind sensor does. And that is called a book. So this is reinforced, repeated over and over again. And the child then, with that repeated vibration, the same sound reverberating, also keeps on repeating it from this side, and that perception is then almost embedded. That perception being repeated, then the child now, each time that image is being shown, will telepathize to that past perception and know that that is called a book. Now one day the child is actually given a book to touch. So now the child is touching the book, understands the book is, there are some books that are big story books, some books are smaller, some books are just like made from cardboard, just only pictures. Some books are like blank sheets, allowing the child to draw various things. So you get those big foolscap type books for drawing purposes. Then one gets story books, 20-30 pages books. Some books are just for writing the alphabet, that kind of book. So now the child is touching the books, isn't it? Feeling the texture of the cover, feeling the texture of the pages, knows that they are generally square, either rectangle. So now what has happened? The perception of the bodily sensation, the solidity, gets tagged on to that other perception of a book. Earlier the book had the image, the light sensation, the perception, and the sound perception of the book. But now it got added to it the touch sensation. So next time the child hears the mother saying, "Bring your storybook," or the teacher says, "Take a book from the library," immediately the perception that arises is the feeling of solidity, the image, what is even, what type of book it is. Even say there is a favorite book for the child will, the picture of the book, the colors on the cover page, what is inside it, all that will come immediately to mind, isn't it? So this is the way sensations are then combined. And because when they are taught, these things are invariably combined. That is how the mind consciousness works. So moment they are combined, they are given a different object, given a name, and now that has become, because it is a new vibration, the combination of varying basic sensory perceptions are combining to form a new object, new vibration. Now that has become real. The child starts to believe that there is such a thing called a book, such a thing called the alphabet, such a thing called an apple, such a thing called a rainbow, the tree, the mountain, the classroom, and so on and so forth. So gradually, taste and sound, form and sound, smell and sound, these are things that are put together. Sound is quite important and predominant. Without sound, it's difficult to remember anything, isn't it? How does one know to recognize anything if a sound is not there? So now if we actually say mountain, if you don't have a mountain anywhere close by that you can view directly, still if there is a past perception of mountains, it will immediately come to mind, isn't it? Whether it is a mountain that you climbed, whether it is a mountain that you have seen on TV, whether it is a mountain that you read about, in whatever way, the perception of mountain, what type of mountain it is, you can give names of mountains or mountain ranges. You can almost feel the sensation of actually climbing a mountain if you have done that earlier in your life. All these would come about. So where are these things actually emanating? They are coming out as perceptions, isn't it? So ultimately, the perception has the element of light, the mountain, the solidity of the mountain if you're climbing along the mountain, which mountain it is and so on, all those things also coming, the solidity of it. Various other experiences as a result of it, all emanating from those 5 sensory perceptions, the basic 5, are all there in that one perception called the mountain. So can you see that the mind consciousness, all it does is it combines one or more sensory perceptions to form another vibration, and that vibration is given a name, an object. So that new perception is now considered as real. This is how this entrapment with the mind actually happens. And why we say it's an entrapment is because it is creating something out of basic sensory perceptions, and the perceptions are themselves just manifestations out of speedy vibration, that's all. But what happens? There is a feeling that these things are there, these things are real. Now where do we get the feeling? Not only the object is there in whatever shape and form, there is an outline of the object also in the mind, isn't it? And then one also feels that that thing exists. So there is a feel, there is the wanting it, the physicality of it. And then there is this picture of it as well that pops up into the mind whenever you actually see something. Now when we see, if you are driving on the road and the traffic light turns red, immediately you would stop, you'd bring the vehicle to a halt, isn't it? Now how did one get the perception of having to stop when the light turns red? The baby in the cot has no idea of red, or leave alone that red denotes stop in the context of a traffic light. How do we know that when the green man appears, when one is having to cross, that is the time to cross the road? Again, we have a perception that green means that one can walk now. It's time to walk or cross the road. If the man is red, then we stop. If the man is flashing, we know that we have to stop in a few seconds because it's going to turn green for the vehicles to pass. How did we actually learn all these things? How did we know these things? Because at some point, every one of those has been taken and taught with various perceptions coming together, and it has been taught. And these are millions and billions of perceptions that we have accumulated, and they all have one thing in common. They are all emanating from these sensory perceptions, the sense of light, touch, taste or smell, and sound coming together in varying combinations. And so the objects collectively we call the world. The child then starts to believe there's a world outside, and if the world is outside, then the child is also there. So the parents, the teachers also teach, says, here's the teacher, here's your mother, here's your father, your mother is called this, your father is called this. And then the child will say, you are so and so. Until such time the baby or the child has no sense of an I here. The I starts getting formed gradually, probably even before Montessori time. The mother might quietly start introducing this sense of I-ness. First the mother might show herself and say, mother is hungry, and then she'll switch the word and say, I am hungry. And then she'll point at the baby himself or herself and say, baby is hungry. And then they'll say, then they might show the child in the mirror and say, or point to the mother in the mirror and say, that is mother or mama, and mama is called Sarah. And then the finger will be pointed at the child, and the child will then learn that, okay, finger pointing to oneself that means myself. Whatever I'm seeing is something that I am seeing. There is something outside and I am seeing it, and then I am called Jack or Jane or something. So now earlier you can say that the baby is hungry. Then the mother will say, I am hungry. Baby is hungry, I am hungry. So now gradually the switch will happen from baby to I. So this is the way these words are gradually introduced. And then now when the mother points to the mother and says, I am tired, the baby will get the notion that, okay, pointing to the mother, that is, mother is tired now. So if mother is tired, then baby also can be tired. Baby is sleepy. So these things are gradually learned. Baby doesn't know all these things, but we are talking about a child 2, 3, 4 years of age starts gradually learning these notions, isn't it? So when this so-called world becomes real, unfortunately, this is all through this ignorance of the perceptions being taken to be real. And when the perceptions are taken to be real, this world is taken as existing, something that is there permanently outside. And then the I, or the wrong self-view, also gets created from here, because there is a perceiver, an observer of this. So growing up, the perceptions continue to increase, either through the education, through the learning, but also through environmental conditions. But all these are happening because of perceptions. There are various habits that we have also accumulated over time, depending on how we have been taught various things that have become like that because of continued usage. But those also are due to perceptions happening repeatedly to form some kind of continued perception, which means that it is telepathizing and it has ingrained itself, a thick perception that now we call it in the mundane world as a habit. Some we call it good habits, some can be called bad habits, but whatever it is, these are also mind creations, isn't it? So the point that the Buddha was making is that this mind consciousness is forming something, a construct which was not actually there. Something is actually made up of nothing. Because if we understand, these are all arising from the speed of vibration. If we rotate a fireball at speed, one gets the illusion that there is a ring of fire. Is the ring of fire actually there, or is that the illusion? It's the illusion, isn't it? But the deception is that there is such a thing called a ring of fire. So this is the way the world and the sensory experiences are gathered and formed, and then this whole world is existing, and I am here. Everything is attributed to the me, to the self. The I, me, myself gets formed. If something is happening, then I am seeing it. I hear about it. Until you hear about it, you don't know. You're oblivious to it, isn't it? If something has happened, say, a few months ago, a relative of yours has died, and you don't know about it. So 3 months later, you get the news that so-and-so had died. So now you're immediately sad. But can you know that what you heard was just a sound, wasn't it? Somebody either told you, or you got an email saying such and such a person died. So what is the email? Just a sensation of light, isn't it? Just an image. But into those words, you have given various constructs, various meanings, because those have been learned. Relative has been learned. Death, the word died, has been learned. 3 months ago has been learned. So each of these have been given various meanings, connotations. Relative means is a blood relative. That means somebody in the family. Now, how do you even know that? That is also taught, isn't it? Everything is taught. Everything has been taken on by combined. These are the light image. What it means has all been taught. And then this mind perception says that relative died 3 months ago, or relative died. So relative and death, who the person is, all that is now very much real. So these are combined. Relative has now become real. Death has become real. And so now what is the effect? Sorrow. So the suffering comes about by something that is put together in the mind, isn't it? The perception. Just like we talked about the book at the beginning, the book was a construct, wasn't it? An apple is a construct. Does the apple actually exist outside? What is felt to the touch is solidity. What is discerned to the eye is light. That is also a manifestation only. There is no such thing called light. Or there is no such thing called solidity either. You feel the solidity because of the fast-acting vibrations. That is the basic level. That has to be also pierced through the Dhamma. But if we even stick to the apple and try to understand how the apple got constructed, there itself we must see through wisdom, not through this human eye or ear or whatever it is, because the sensory organs are incapable of piercing and seeing the truth behind all these constructs. So through the Dhamma philosophy, one has to understand how this whole thing has got created. And the mind is a natural phenomenon. It is not something that anybody is doing. So that too also has to be fully understood. These things that we consider as things that we are doing. We think we are doing good deeds, we think we are doing bad things, we beat ourselves when we have done something wrong, when we have made a mistake. We feel good when we have done something good, like a kind gesture, given something to the poor. All this is what we are pampering and pacifying an ego here, and we are attributing all these deeds and things to oneself. But even the labeling, the good, the bad, generous, kind, compassion, giving, what is giving compared to holding back? What is it to mean? What is it when one says being selfish as opposed to being generous? What is kindness as opposed to being cruel? Now, who gave perceptions and meanings to these? Now, society accepts people who are kind. Society likes people who are generous, compassionate. Those also have formed like that. So this acceptance of things are formed on the basis of various perceptions given. Now those also can take on different meanings, isn't it? Every perception that is made through the mind consciousness can have different connotations, meanings to the 8 billion people. 8 billion people will have 8 billion different perceptions of the thing called an apple. Even something called poverty. Some people will feel very strongly about it, passionate about it. Some people will say, yeah, there is poverty in the world, but what can you do? And then they'll get on with their lives. Then there is sickness in the world. And then there is, there can be a sick person next door. So you feel sorry for the sick person. True. It's a natural inclination as a human being. But who said that? How do you know that a sick person is sick? Again, it has been taught. How do you know a frail person is frail? That an old person is old? How do you know that someone is in the youth, or is middle-aged, or is a child, or a baby, or an infant, or a toddler, or a teenager? How do you know to attribute various types of tendencies depending on what age that person is? Generally, when we categorize them into different ages, are those also not learned? So this collective experience of what we call this world and the worldly experience is all combinations of perceptions that have been given names to by the mind consciousness, isn't it? And how is that coming? There's a feel that you have towards all of these things. You have a general feel when you think about generosity, you get a nice feeling. When you think about somebody being cruel to another person, you get a kind of like a heavy feeling, isn't it? And then what happens when something happens to your family member or something to your household? Then there's burning, isn't it? There's a feeling of heaviness, anxiety, sorrow, worry, frustration, shock, despair. Now, so there also can you see, consider something happening to something that you see in the news, something to someone outside, someone not in the family, and then compare that with something happening to someone in your family. The attribution to the self, the relationship and the continued perception and association of those perceptions when it comes to a loved one is infinitely greater, isn't it, than some abstract story that you listen to or hear in the news. An abstract story would be quite different, and then the story that you would actually hear in the news as something that has happened in the community can be a little closer to the heart. But what would strike you the most? If something happens to this household, somebody somewhere, where, say, your mother has fallen ill, she's 1,000 miles away and you can't get to her. Immediately there is sorrow, immediately there is anxiety, isn't it? You can't think straight, you can't do your work. You want to get to her. There's no one to help on that side. And there is frustration. There can be tension in the house as well. Maybe you want to go and your husband and you have small kids, and there's no one to leave them behind with. So what a turmoil of emotions. Now what has happened? So this whole concept of mother also came because of what? The baby in the cot didn't know that the mother was the mother. The baby in the cot didn't know that what sickness is, that she has been, that what hospitalization is. But ultimately the word mother was also coined by the manifestation of what? Light and sound, isn't it? Coming together was called the mother. Later on, the touch of the mother was added to it, the smell of the mother, the fragrance of the mother's clothes. All this came together. And then now the perception of the mother over the years have become stronger and stronger and stronger. The first encounter for most children is the mother, right? So whilst the first encounter is just the feel of light, sound, touch, taste and smell, no recognition, no coming together to form the concept of mother. So mother concept got formed when somebody put 2 and 2 together, the sensations, sensory perceptions together and said, this is mama, this is your mother. So from that day onwards, the child associates the word mother with that image, with that sound, with that touch and the taste and the smell. But isn't the mother a construct from the mind, in the mind, a perception? That perception arises only due to the speedy vibration of the sensor faculties and nothing else. But now it has taken a life of its own, the construct called a mother. Another common example our teacher gives is that when a child is, sometimes the poor people in Sri Lanka, down south, they have illegitimate children sometimes, and so these children are sold or given up for adoption to people in the US, UK and so on. So this little baby infant can be adopted, and then that baby, when the baby is starting to learn, will be taught or will be shown the image of the foster mother, the white complexioned lady, and the white complexioned father perhaps, and then the child is shown the image and the sound is associated with that image. So now, and the gradual continued reinforcement of the image and the sound combined with the touch of that mother, the mother will carrying the baby and so on. And then as the child grows older, this is the image that is now coming through perceptions, and that is what is taught. The child is taught this is the mother. So from that point onwards, the white complexioned person, the person who has adopted the child, has become the mother. Sound has been given that this is the mother, and then that's the mother now. So can you see that that is how these perceptions occur, coming together? So this whole, in this manner, the world gets created, the world, and then these are believed to be true. The power that is underlying the vibration is actually the field that when you think of mother, the field that arises is the field and the power that is arising due to that speed of vibration. And speed of vibration is all that is there. So seeing through this is cutting through the ignorance and the illusion, and the understanding of the Dhamma philosophy is very important in order to come to the truth. There are so many other aspects of this that one has to speak of. We touched on only one section of it today, but we have run out of time. We encourage you to listen to other practitioners also, the other talks that are explained in this, delivered in this channel. And together you'll be able to explore the truth of various aspects to find how this wrong self-view gets formed. And through the practical Vidarshana meditation, be able to first eradicate the self-view and then get on the path to nirvana, the non-self vibration, where the self-perception and the self-vibration is also completely dissolved. So we'll stop the talk there for today, Dhamma friends. Thiruvaan Saranai, Thiruvaan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, Thiruvaan Saranai Dhamma friends.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Thiruvaan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher, Thiruvaan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 88. Participant, whether it is pain or pleasure, a thought brings suffering only. Aryan Wahanse, how does a thought bring about pain or suffering? What we experience through the senses when it turns into mental formations becomes pleasure or pain according to the way we think. At this point, these are only thoughts, don't you agree? After realizing the truth, you can find liberation from thoughts. You no longer feel that the Dhamma is separate from you or that you are separate from the Dhamma. Participant, yes, Aryan answer. Theruvan Saranai. So we see that the suffering is not caused by the external world itself, the so-called external world itself, but by the way our mind interprets and reacts to these experiences. Every sensation, whether pleasant or painful, is a process that turns into the mind, turning it into mental formations. Once you truly see this, you no longer cling to the idea of the so-called I and the Dhamma as separate. And this is the doorway to freedom from thought-based suffering. It's if there's some sort of a thought, it's always thought about in a language, and if another person is present in who speaks a different language, he doesn't have the same thought. The thoughts that person has will be in his or her own language. So meaning, we cannot be upset or feel pain about something that's not created in our minds at some previous point in time. As we see the truth, what we learn is, or rather what we no longer feel is that Dhamma is separate from you or that you are separate from the Dhamma. Participant, Theruvan Saranai answer. I bow down at your feet. During the morning Zoom discussion, it was explained that nothing can be found from the outside or inside. Today, even when I thought I knew, nothing could be truly seen. After looking at the wall, my mind focused on the chair and then returned to the wall. Automatically, I felt like I was seeing the same wall I saw before. I believe this happened.
May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Aryan Mahatsa, for your noble guidance. I think you're having a very beautiful session in Dombaguru today, being Sunday. Thank you very much for holding so much sessions in several places so that a lot of people can realize this Dhamma and get rid of suffering. Actually, it's a very beautiful Dhamma. Even today morning, Aranwanse had a chance to guide me. That was so beautiful. I mean, I don't have words to express that. Actually, it's a deep message which is taken so mm, worshipping him. It's very nice to understand that this existence perception and the power behind that self-perception. So existence perception and the self-perception, how we need to have an idea about these things. And actually these two places are like actually releasing from outside, actually releasing from world and releasing from mind. So the releasing from mind is very important. That's where Dhamma stabilizes, because that's where you come to the non-returner level. You have to actually release from mind as well. You losing you is actually in the mind has to lose the mind. Sita sitim medana sabhave. That's the most important aspect. Mind actually losing from the mind, losing the power of the mind, basically. And that's it was very well explained today morning by Aranwans. It's a discussion which opened so much light to me as well, which is beautiful. So our Dhamma already includes that this world we appreciate as, so many things is not true. That also should come as an experience, but the mind power should come down for you to so the mind losing power is actually, you have to understand what keeps the mind on, because it can be just Dhamma, it can be some, kids or children, it can be family, it can be work, it can be yourself, kind of your whatever attitudes, basically your habits which are maintaining which will be maintaining the self, the habits. So we have talked about it a lot, but we continue to talk about it because some of the habits are actually like gives so many power to the thoughts. Like this is my way. So the existence perception and the self perception, even though they are quite kind of similar, but they are not similar because self perception is actually a result of thinking. If you don't have the existence perception, that is actually losing the self view. So impermanence perception. We call it impermanence perception, or is a perception which comes from understanding this existence perception. So the existence perception, non-existence perception, or the impermanence perception is actually related to this self-view. But so existence perception to non-existence perception, or ikta sanya to anicca sanya. That perception that we have everything is there can become the other way around, like that actually there's nothing existing. But actually the mind losing the mind power will happen only when you have no much attachment or entertainment of the sensory organs. So even though you don't have a self use, you still, out of the habits, you can actually entertain your sensory organs. So that doesn't include the non-self perception. So the non-self perception Non-self perception is the actually release from the mind. Chitu Mukti. So it's mainly today I'm just keep talking because there's no other friends all have gone to the, I think, Tomagoda program, I think, Chambo. So I don't know where the other friends are. So I'm just talking because there's no one to join me yet. So this is all by one Dhamma though. Dhamma is same. There's no a thing. There's not a thing in this world. But this expands, This expands. So if you expand it, you can understand that the acne or there's nothing, there's nothing we can take as, and there's a kenikne as well. So the deakne in Sinhala is actually related to the outside, where you know that you don't have any relationship with the actual outside. You deal with it, not that you don't deal with it, you deal with that. There's no much problem. But still the mind is active. So still the perceptions are very much, or the mind is active. So when the mind is active, you have to find out which one is carrying on with that mind. What is the problem? You need to find out which is feeding the mind. There's something feeding the mind. What is feeding the mind is a different aspect that we need to find out if someone has gone through the path properly. So what is feeding you? In the sense, what is keep feeding the mind? So the mind is like a self-fed thing. It produces power itself. like a solar power. Mind works in that way. So the mind mind power, you need to calm down and find out which is the feeding point. So the feeding points can be your own habits, as we talk. Feeding points can be your ego, due to what is maintaining the ego, basically. So it can be it is different from person to person. So a village mother, there may be not much things either. Like they are suffering a lot. They already have this, they don't like the earth. So it is kind of very obvious thing. So impermanence perception. Kusanya, I don't know what do you say about that. And the no self perception is anatma sanya. So the impermanence perception and the no self perception, they go in hand, but the demarcation is whether you have actually fully realized the mind. If the mind is very powerful, I mean, it will take ages, it can take ages. The mind is very powerful. So the bhava sanya and the ditti sanya, I don't know how to say, bhava ashrava and ditta ashrava. He was talking how different they are. So ditta ashrava is actually related to this self-view. The bhava ashrava is related to strong mind or the becoming. It's very important to get these things properly so that you don't get problems in that. So what is keeping you is the life here. Why you're not happy to die is because of the life here, basically. Actually, that is due to the mind, because the child doesn't have that problem. Baby doesn't have that problem. Mind has so much, because the baby had the itasanya. But once you lose the itasanya, that is the impact. perception, existence perception. So the existence perception is the perception that there's something. But if you have lost that, if you lose the mind power, that is it. So what do you think? This is it's a beautiful day today. Aaron Mansi was describing these things. I mean, I'm not the best person to even tell it again because it's kind of overpowering. But it should be felt. You can't really do anything with that. The non-self perception. Non-self is the mind losing the power. Outside losing the power is that is also difficult, but mind losing the power is also very important. So it's good if the Dhamma friends can join, but because no self-perception is also it's difficult to explain because it is also a felt thing. Whether you have no problem with the outside, but if you are trapped in the mind, that's also another thing. None of these things can be done actually. It's, the power should slowly go down, but you can't really give up also saying you can't do anything. So how can you actually understand that the outside is not true? That's the beginning of the path actually. We can't say that it's easy. even that can be very complicated because you have to fully understand that it is the mind. So, understanding that the outside is only mind is also a kind of a process because you have to fully realize that outside is actually uh, when you're when outside is not actually when the stimuli is not thinking that you are not there. So, if we talk from the beginning, outside is not true, and it's just mind. That's the first contemplation of heart and answer is four-step contemplation. Mind is not true is the second contemplation. Second contemplation is mind is not true. And the third one is actually Kriyasita, the action mind. Oh, and the fourth one is there's no self. Devan Sanai, Swaminathan. I think his line got cut. That's okay. So it's understanding that the outside is not a thing includes whole lot of this whole understanding about the whole Dhamma. And if you can keep understanding that chair is not a thing, actually that's the mental projection, right? The mental picture. That is not true. And there's no self. Anyway. But in the mind, if the mind is still has some power, you're still there, even though it is not attached to anything. So the life feel is there. That's how it works. Because the mind is still powerful. So it's very important to understand this, the 4 steps Aranhansa is giving you to experience the action mind without self. So for 4-step contemplation, Aranhansi sometimes does it without, sometimes he does it with explain the first one and get everyone to do it, and then explain the second one that the mind is actually not true, and get them to do it, and also third one where there's action where there's no holder of that. And the fourth one is there's no self. But you keep doing this. To come to the action mind, you have to actually exit from the mind.
Sirvasana doctor.
Theron Sanai, Swami. Also today there was no one joining
Yeah.
for the discussion. Yeah. So I was kind of stuck. I was trying to say something, got stuck in between.
Mr. Prabhas asked me to come. Mr. Prabhas, the one who's in the IT room.
Really? Yeah, because actually.
Yeah.
Are
Today.
you not in Dombagode today?
Yes, I'm at Dombagode, yeah. That
Today?
meditation center, yeah, at the meditation center. There's a program today.
So are you not doing it?
No, I was listening to RN's sermon, but Mr. Prabhas asked me to attend the meeting.
Oh, but Aranwanse might get angry. You can go actually.
Let me.
No. In the sense, is Aranwanse expecting you to be?
I didn't ask him. He's conducting the sermon. Mr. Kalan asked me to attend the meeting. What shall I
So
do?
where are you? Inside the rooms or?
Inside in my room. Yeah.
I don't know whether it will disturb the premises, isn't it? When Aranwanse
No,
is
it
doing.
doesn't. Sir. Sound doesn't go to the outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think if Aranwanse is actually doing a sermon, I think you should listen to that at the moment. I'm okay. I mean,
Are you okay with that?
yeah.
So
No,
you have to leave, no, the meeting if no one comes.
no, that's okay because I feel that you will benefit a lot from
Okay, right.
listening to
I asked
Aranwanse.
Mr. Kalana. I asked Mr. Prabhas about that. Okay, right. Okay, right.
No, that's what I felt. I mean, you might
Okay.
you don't
I'll
get.
tell him. I'll tell him. Okay, right.
What do you
Okay.
think? What do you think?
I just told nothing comes to my mind. Look, what shall I do?
Yeah, because if Aranwanse is there to guide you, I mean, that's the best thing, isn't it?
Wait a minute. Wait a second. I'll ask him.
No, that's the best thing to do.
Mr. Prabhas is here.
No, I think that's the best thing to do. You go and
Okay, I'll tell
listen to
him.
Aranwanse.
Okay, right.
Okay,
Okay.
Theron Sana. Yeah, it's okay. Because if Aranwanse is there in Dombokod and all our Dharma friends are there, it's okay because it should actually go on like that. Because being near to Aranwanse and listening to Aranwanse is a really a very rare chance that people get, and they can feel the non-vibration, they can become the non-vibration, they can understand, they can ask questions from Aranwansi. That's the best place ever. I mean, even we don't get that chance. We are in Australia. We don't get that chance. It's okay to do this. Even this one alone, I don't mind. The main important thing is being close to Aranwansi and listening to Aranwansi. So I think that's the best thing. So we will continue to talk about non-vibration. So the no self angle is the most important understanding we talk every day. Aranwansi has been talking about non-vibration for about 5 to 6 years, and he I mean, we came across Aranwansi's Dhamma randomly by YouTube. Just listened to one of his Dhamma and felt so much relieved even to listen, like hear that there is no self, and felt it immediately, and we are kind of stuck with that. And understanding Dhamma is very slow, kind of kept listening anyway, and had a few experiences as well that where self is not felt. And but the thing is, the insight you get from the experiences is the must, because importance is, even if you have 1,000 experiences, if there's no insight, there's no much good thing out of it. So whenever there is a no self experience or no non-perception, non-existence. So the existence perception is, we have a perception of everything is existing. It can be the chair, it can be the tree, it can be me, it can be body, it can be anything. That everything is existing. When you get the idea that there is nothing existing, actually that's non-existence perception. Today only I actually got it proper, so I when I try to say it, it can become a bit odd today. But Aranwasi was talking to me in the morning, and he was trying to tell me how different these perceptions are. And so the no self perception is different to impermanence perception, where impermanence perception is all about this existence being not true. But the mind losing, so when that happens, you actually release from the world. But the problem is, you're still in the mind. Your power is actually there. The power is reducing markedly, but it is still there. So that power power becoming low from the beginning happens. Otherwise, it is difficult for you to go in the path, because the path starts from the no self angle, being like, when you try to understand no self angle, experience of the outside is not true is actually start of the path. And the thing is, actual stream enter or the non-returner, between these two, what Hanuans is trying to imply is mainly it's all about having the mind, the perception, the sanya. Sanya is the perception. So the perception level is actual light wave and the sound wave. So, but this power of the light wave and the sound wave, how it will still give you that power, how it will keep maintaining that. So if you want to come to the action mind, it has to subside. This power of the mind has to subside. So it is important to get this properly. So the Aranwansi is actually doing these practical aspects in Dhammagoda these days. And he said he will continue to go to people's houses and say this Dhamma as well, which is great. But the thing is how to get this properly. Because if you have an idea that everything is there, the chair is there, then there is no point. If you feel that someone is there, something is there outside, then that is a great problem. But if you have the perception level, that's actually a better level than being outside. But the thing is, still you are there. The awakening is awakening from the mind. Because after that, the consciousness will anyway continue and not fall anywhere because of the no self anger, which is anyway part of this Dhamma from the beginning. So non-falling consciousness, non-falling or non-manifesting consciousness is actually a part of the Arhat. Arhat is in the sense who has understood this Dhamma. It's very important, like if you have something in your mind, you'll keep maintaining this whole system. You have to find out where is the power coming from? What is the feeding point? And that can be tricky because it's a big investigation. What is the feeding point? Is it the children? Is it your motherhood? Is it your family? Is it your what else? Is it about abilities you have? Thinking ability, organizing ability. Is that a thing? Is the money a thing? Usually money and stuff becoming a thing is not very obvious. They are usually related to the most manifested perceptions. It can be your children, it can be your own attitudes, whatever. So if you haven't released from your mind, the main thing is to find out which feeds the mind. So the feeding points is different from person to person. So no one can actually take you to Nibbana because the feeding points are different. So the feeding points, if you know what keeps you in the mind, it can be even Dhamma actually. It can be even the Dhamma. So, but the thing is, you're not going to just drop out just like that. You're just catching this properly. It's the most important thing, catching this properly. So it's okay. You can fail. You can have ups and downs, but that's not the problem. The steady path is the important thing. What is the steady path? That is no self anger. So if the no self anger is steady, the Lord Buddha said the tree which is angled to the river will fall to the river. It's not going to fall anywhere else. That's the thing. So when you understand that nothing is there outside, but it's the mind, it is a win-win, but that's not enough. And then there's a mind level which is very powerful, even though it's not powerful as it is when it is diverted or projected outside, but still it is powerful because Saranwanse is reminding all the time you're scared to die. So it's very important that we understand the no self angle in different ways so that you don't get trapped in the outside or the mind. Because there's no you as such, it's just a mind wave. And there, after the mind wave, the physical, like you will feel the taste, you will feel the smell, you will feel the light, you will feel everything, but it doesn't matter. because there is no existence perception there. Because existence perception is gone from the beginning. So understanding that the chair or the mother or the father or this whole thing, that this whole mind bubble, actually exiting from mind bubble is the challenge. Because if you just you have had the experience of exiting that at least once, yes, but that's not enough. You have to exit it if you are a non-returner. So so the beginning, the non-existence perception or the impermanence perception. I don't know how we actually call it in English, but dukkha sanya, anicca sanya, dukkha sanya, anatta sanya, or anatma sanya. These three, the Trividya, is the cornerstone. So you can get these three are actually in one, but if one is there, the other one slowly grow. That's how it happens. So what do you think about that? This is important aspect of Dhamma is understanding that there is no self. And next one is actually feeling it. So the feeling it is the actual challenge here. I mean, understanding, a lot of people actually can understand this now. They understand it fully, kind of thing. They can even say that. But actually exiting from the outside and exiting from the mind bubble, actually exiting from the mind bubble, whether you have had a chance to stay like that. In the sense, not that the thoughts are not coming, that is not the point. There's no power of the thoughts. The thought bubble is powerless. It's like as it is not there. Same thing. When the outside is not a thing, it is as if the outside is not there. Even though it is there, children are there, family is there, Money is there, work is there, everything is there. It looks as if it is there, but it is not there. We usually have a good feeling towards self, and that changes. You know, it is never going to give you a good thing. This is all I feel, or the mind. So if you can exit from the mind, so theoretically we can know everything. That is also, we can't blame anyone. But actual experience does matter, because if you go theoretically only, you can really have problems in that. If your learning is very high anyway, it is difficult to catch this thumb. So those are the 5 hindrances actually we can talk about, because being having so much deviations, it's liking things that can actually hinder the path. And ill will or vyapad, kamachand vyapad, that can hinder the path as well. Thinamidda uddachapokkocha vichikicha, that's Thinamidja is a stupor and sloth where mind is very not suitable for exiting. It's very sleepy, and Kamachanda, it can be even liking the dhyana also. No, we can't call it Kamachanda though, because I think karma is kind of related to the outside. The Dachagokucha is the restlessness and the worry that will hinder the path in this moment. And the other one is the Vichikicha, the doubts. So the doubts can be managed with the help of the noble friend. If the noble friend is there, actually, it's so good because you can be guided. Otherwise, it's a bit difficult when there is no noble friend. Everyone in the world actually is in a very good time at this moment. There's so much problems also within the world, within the countries. Wars, poor, kind of poverty. So that all the hindrances are actually the gross ones. But Upaklesa Sutra, Lord Buddha actually talked about some other aspects as well, where dhyanas, that is meditative states, how meditative states can hinder the path, because that will not give way to awakening to the moment, kind of the every moment aspect, because Vidarshana is kind of every moment, not a meditative state as such. This is so many things. Holding to a thought very strongly, holding to a thought very slack, kind of not strong at all, but not holding at all, kind of thing. And dhyana, the meditative states, I can't actually remember the whole thing, but it's a very good one. Aranwasi has told this Dhamma in a lot of the time. So the letting go actually starts from knowing this Dhamma. Can't talk about letting go without knowing this Dhamma. Letting go actually, you just are realizing there's nothing to let go, kind of thing. That is the actual thing that happens. Upakares Sutta is talk about the four obscurations and impurities of the mind. Impurities of the mind, that's the sensual desire, ill will, dullness and drowsiness, restlessness and remorse, doubt. That's the impurities of the mind. That hinder the actual non-vibration. When the mind is corrupted by any of these things, it's not radiant, it's not pliable, it's brittle, and the animitta samadhi can't appear. I think listening to Aranwansi's 7 o'clock sermons and 7 p.m. and also these sermons from Dombagoda and any place is extremely good. Extremely good. It's very important to keep listening to Nancy and understand your own defilements. How the defilements are, actually, it goes deeper and deeper. Basic defilements, we call it raga, dvesha, but kamaraga, patika means actually this you like in the outside. But in this outside also, there's still a mind power which you have to feel. When the mind power is gone, there's nothing to talk as such because already there's the impermanence perception. So what can we do? I mean, we can discuss Dhamma, we can listen to Dhamma, we can think about Dhamma, we can do the Pratipada. So do the Pratipada is actually a very important thing. You have to realize what impurities are. Impurities of the mind in the sense where the mind gets real. Where does it get real? Picking up where it is hidden, where the mind power is hidden. Bodily changes, of course, will continue. Your body power will go down. Slowly, teeth will fall. The bones will break. Muscles will lose the power. That's the usual way of aging. So aging is actually also in the mind. Well, that's the perception. Falling ill also is a perception actually. There can be changes which is happening, but actually there's a perception as well. Everywhere, if there is a talking, it's a perception. If there's a thinking, it's a perception. So this no self angle, actually, it's very important to understand from the beginning. So if you go back to Buddothpado main YouTube, you can see how many sermons Aranwanse has done. But most of them are in Sinhala medium. But the English medium, we are trying to do our best, but we are not the best feelers, so there can be issues. So if you're free from everything, including the mind, consciousness is not going to be a thing because there's impermanence perception. This Dhamma is very beautiful. You keep understanding that power is coming down. You will feel so light, like a feather. It's not something you think about, but a feel. Lord Buddha once said, there are 4 obscurations of the sun and moon. Because of that, sun and moon don't glow or don't shine, don't dazzle. And he said clouds, fog, smoke, and dust, and in the same way, Lord Buddha was describing 4 obscurations of Dhamma. So when Lord Buddha was explaining about today morning also, Aranwansi also mentioned that when Lord Buddha said, send a small arahant, non-ordained monk, with all the other ordained monks who were not arahants. only that monk could come forward and say, I will die behalf of all the others. And there was a smile, he said. And that was the best part of Dhamma, I think, because there's no fear of death. So that's a important aspect. The fear of death comes from the fear, the death thought as well as the life fear. And if you are in the mind anyway, the death perception is there. So the belief that there is a death also, and also the death perception and the life fear, everything matters. So everything, every Dhamma aspect matters. It's just that Deakwena has all the meanings in that, but it can go deeper and deeper. If you don't, if you have a wisdom and keep digging, then also with the help of the noble friend, you can find the freedom, actual freedom, in the sense, freedom from your own mind. And consciousness will be not a thing anyway, because it's not falling anyway. So non-manifesting or non-falling anywhere. It's not falling any way. So that type of consciousness has nothing to do with it. If someone has listened to Dhamma for a long time, mainly single medium, you will know by then how deep this Dhamma goes. We are talking superficial layers still, but it goes deeper and deeper. You should know that there is no self whatsoever. Whether you are in the outside, whether you are in the mind, whether you are in the field, there is no self. That should come with an experience. So there is always a challenge. Yeah. Because you can go on listening to Dhamma and you can go on talking about Dhamma, you can go on think about Dhamma, do the Patipada, but also may not feel this. That is actually should be accepted. Just accept it. Just accepting that actually will help you to feel that it's okay. Then actually that will help you to feel it. Because accepting the reality is the best thing. But that also comes with the help of the noble friend, I think. So the help of the noble friend is everywhere. What do you think? I think what matters is continue to listen to Dhamma. What matters is ongoing investigation. In Upaklesa Sutra, where it was told to Anuruddha, Namdeya, and Kimbila, they explain really beautifully things that can affect wrongly. I think we will stop the Dhamma for today. There's about 15 minutes more. I think there's no discussion as such to be done. I think 15 minutes, even if someone joins, or 14 minutes. So we will stop for now, and we'll see tomorrow. Thank you, Aran Hansa. You are doing a great sermon from the Mukadai. I know that is happening now. That's why everyone is listening to that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dharma friends. We'll continue the discussion tomorrow. Thanks.
Therwan Sarnai Dhamma friends. You're listening to the 24-hour English Buddothpado Dhamma channel. And this channel is dedicated to our English-speaking listeners worldwide and is used by Buddothpado Aranvahans, the noble spiritual teacher, to impart the Dhamma, which is the pure truth unveiled by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago, to mainly our English-speaking audiences. So there are various practitioners delivering talks, and there is also 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time a discussion that takes place, where you can tune into that or join the Zoom and ask any questions that you have based on any of these talks that you have listened to, or basically any other thing that you want to know or clarify about your understanding of Buddhism, your understanding about the truth, any problem that you encounter if you are seeking an answer, and if you are open-minded, you're not constrained by religion or any kind of that type of concept, then this forum and the Dhamma discussion forum from 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, if you can convert that and figure out what time that is for you, then you are more than welcome to join that Zoom discussion and ask any questions. So the truth is what is being shared with the world through this channel, and that is it's a truth that the Buddha imparted or realized more than 2,500 years ago. The search he had at that time was the search for truth, the search to end suffering, because he realized through the seeing of various premonitions or scenes in his youth, when he was a prince in the castle. He was Prince Siddhartha as a layperson, and when he encountered for the very first time, when he ventured out of the castle walls and was going around in his chariot, he came across 4 scenes, and that was the thing that set about a chain of events that eventually led to the full realization, which eventually led for him to almost abdicate the throne, leave the castle, go in search of the truth, and then reach full awakening more than 6 years later, and realize the truth that was then imparted to the rest of the world. So the 4 scenes, very briefly, were the scenes of one, an old person, a sick person, a dead person, a corpse being carried to the place where it is cremated, and finally the scene of a monk, the picture or the image of a monk or someone who was in search of the truth. So the first three scenes gave him a shock. He had not seen an old person, he had not seen a sick person or a dead or a corpse before, and so he had asked the charioteer, what was this? What is being old? Will I also get old? Will I also get sick? Will I also die? And the answers came back saying, yes, sire. We all get old, we all get sick, and we all die. It is the fate of every living being or human being and every living being. And then the final scene, the picture of the monk, very calmly and tranquilly, simply clad, going in search of alms with a bowl, very simplistic lifestyle, intrigued him. And he asked, what is this? And then the charioteer replied that this is a person in search of the truth. So the prince was taken aback again and said, is there something called the truth? The charioteer said, yes, there are people who are in search of the truth. So then that was the time where he resolved that that was what he should be doing, that he should be going in search of the truth. And he knew that that wouldn't be able to be done, or that wouldn't be possible within the palace walls, which is why then and there, I think after encountering that final scene, that same night, despite his wife having given birth to a baby son, Prince Rahula, he had already decided and then played out his decision. In the night, when they were sleeping, he left with the help of his charioteer, removed his palace clothes and donned some very simple clothes, cut off his hair, and then went into the forest in search of the truth. So the next 6 years was a search for the truth, where he practiced under various teachers, concentration, meditation, and other things. But despite having attained various jhanic states, advanced stages of meditation, he realized that when you come out of those meditation types, the defilements, the anger, the frustration, the depression of not finding the truth, the desires of, second, shall I say, feelings of regret, all these used to crowd the mind. So then he realized that these were only temporary practices. These were not the final solution to the issue. The suffering is coming, he realized, from the defilements. And when he went in search of the truth finally and sat down under a bo tree with firm resolve to find this truth no matter what, and with that great determination, he realized that this was emanating and this was all coming from the mind. As long as there were thoughts, the thoughts were bringing suffering. So he set about examining the thoughts, examining the mind. And in that search, in that endeavor, right through the night, the early part of the night, the middle part of the night, and the early Tedwan Saranai Dhamma friends. Let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. For those of you who are joining afresh, you are listening to the English Buddothpado 24-hour Zoom discussion or Zoom series. And what we are trying to deliver and what we are trying to impart to our listeners, English-speaking listeners particularly through these talks, are to communicate our understanding through self-realization to the extent that it has been realized, this pure Dhamma truth, the pure Buddhist philosophy as realized and exposed and imparted by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. And also that same truth that was unveiled by our noble teacher, Buddothpado and Vahansa, and shared with the world for the last 5 to 6 years. The basic Buddhist philosophy is that this is no self-Dhamma. Everything that is revolving around you is based on the premise that there is a you there. There is an individual here, and that there is a world here. That you are living in a world, isn't it? That is how you have grown up. That is how you have learned things. That is how it has been, you may say, or think. Basically, this world is taken for granted, isn't it? You assume that you were born into a world, that this world existed for millions and millions of years. You in fact know about the dinosaur age, the industrial age, all these type of things, even the evolution theory. All these also, the Einstein discoveries, the Darwin discoveries, all these things are things that you think have actually transpired, and that this world was there. There is history that is learned separately. There is, like you understand and believe that there were world wars, there were epidemics, and various things. So that is the world that has now evolved, as you say, to the modern times, to the modern centuries, 20th century, 21st century. But irrespective of all that, irrespective of all any kind of advancement of the human race, you know how we say everything has advanced, isn't it? Technology-wise, facilities-wise, everything has advanced. But people are actually living in a materialistic world. Whilst there might be more comforts, whilst everything might be available, at the speed of clicking a button, and ways of communication also are so much greater than back in the old day. Between the suffering that was experienced by humanity 20, 30, 40, 100, 200,000 years ago, and the suffering that is encountered today, is there any difference? Is the suffering that happened at that time different to the suffering that is happening today? Has it reduced with technology advancement, medicinal advancements, all types of other kinds of advancements. Ask yourself, has the suffering reduced? No. So, what cannot be caught to material science, what is not easily discerned to the human eye, what is not easily discerned to any kind of obvious experiences that are, encapturing this world's attention and your attention. All these things, there is something beyond that. There's something more profound. And that is what the Buddha actually explained more than 2,500 years ago. At the moment, I'm looking out of the window, and it's a beautiful morning here. It's very quiet. It's around 6:15 in the morning. The world is just waking up. Everything is almost still. The world hasn't kind of gone crazy yet. So the human noises of vehicles rattling by, all that hasn't really yet started, except for occasional noise here and there. The birds are active. Nature is active. The birds have started their quest for food very early in the morning, and you could see them flitting around. There's a lot of bird activity around. There's a lot of greenery around. And the sky is a lovely popping blue, awaiting the rising of the sun. There is a calmness, a tranquility in nature. And if you sit within nature, if you sit amongst nature, you can feel that tranquility seeping into you. But do we ever have the time to do that? Do we ever take a moment to sit calmly and absorb that same tranquility? And why is it that that is not possible? Because of this mind constantly going on, isn't it? Thought after thought after thought. It takes you away from tranquility. It takes you away from the peace that is actually there within. The peace is actually there within. The Buddha talks about nirvana. The Buddha talks about non-vibration. And before vibration happened, before the senses started creating a world, before the mind started getting so powerful, that non-vibration was more evident. If we take the instance of a baby with the radiant mind, why we call it radiant is because the baby doesn't have these various perceptions that adults do. various inhibitions that the adults have. If you recall, a baby has no sense of shyness or embarrassment. It will walk around either in its nappy or diaper, or even if it is without clothes, it has no sense of embarrassment. When it laughs, it gurgles with pleasure, isn't it? The smile of a baby is so innocent, so pure, so joyful. Where is that joy coming from? Where is that pure happiness that can be seen from that face and the smile coming from? That is because it has none of these worldly views, none of these perceptions that adults have. Because it is not tainted anymore. Tainted to the extent that adults have been tainted over the years. It has no sense of right and wrong. It has no sense of happiness and sorrow, ugly and beautiful. Everything is the same, isn't it? Everything is like a new experience. There is no rejection. There is no acceptance. Everything is just there. Then what do you think happened after that? How did that radiant mind get tainted? How did this human condition become so complex? And how did it end up with all this suffering, this sorrow, this ability to get into a rage at a minute's notice or at a fraction of a second? How did it evolve and really degrade to the point of putting down other human beings, having only pure self-interest and selfishness at heart? How did it degrade to the point of considering that only things that are relating to I, me and mine are important and at the detriment of everyone else? How are these wars being fought now with absolute callous regard for the lives and interests and welfare and well-being of other human beings? Even human beings, leave alone animals and creatures and nature that is also decimated in the process. How did the human mind become so complex, become so convoluted, become so degraded? The Buddha shone the light of truth onto this whole human condition. Not only the human condition, to all this suffering. This suffering is actually, it has such a profound meaning. It is not referring to the death in a conventional sense. It's not referring to illness. It's not referring to things like that. It is true, those also will bring suffering. But when the Buddha said that Salayatana loko, what he meant was these senses present a world, present a facade of a world. It is the senses that drive and create this world, so-called world. And if there is a realization, if there is an understanding of these senses, how they operate, how they work, then one can see, one can realize an end to suffering. Because ultimately, the core tenet of Buddhist philosophy, unlike any other religion, is that there is no self here. Contrary to the common belief, contrary to the conventional world, where human rights, individuality, personality, civic rights, privacy, all these things have come about because of the sense of individuality and importance that is given, isn't it, to this so-called personality, the I, me, and the my thing. That is fine for a society. That is fine for the conventional world to live in a civilized form. But what the Buddha said, that when one actually realizes that there is no self here at all, there was never a self, that this whole so-called existence is just a process that has come about through this vibration, and it is all just a manifestation because of the speed of vibration. There is no way for a self or a person to get formed, for a being, for any kind of living being to get formed. The fact that we actually think that there is a human here, that there are creatures, animals on the planet, any other kind of living beings, that is all just a thinking process, just a perception. And that is what he actually unraveled through the Buddhist philosophy, through the truth. It's actually not a religion. The Buddha expounded the truth that is behind this reason and this cause for suffering. The suffering, the cessation of suffering, how to end the suffering, and the means to end that suffering are the Four Noble Truths that the Buddha explained and realized. Without those Four Noble Truths, without the understanding of those Four Noble Truths, there is no way out of this suffering. But there is a way out, and that is through understanding those Four Noble Truths. So isn't that even beautiful by itself? There is a path. The Buddha always said, and our noble teacher also always says, that nirvana is always here. The non-vibration is also always here. It is actually there. That is the fundamental level, the level that is actually there within us. But it has been covered by a mind that has become more and more powerful, and with the weight and the importance that it has given to perceptions that have been accumulated from the childhood days, the mind and the vibration has become more and more powerful, and that underlying power has gained momentum over the years to such an extent that the ego has magnified, and that it is that ego that is now driving almost you like a vehicle, where even you don't know how to stop to apply the brakes. But there is the Buddhist philosophy, there is this truth. This truth is actually every living being's entitlement. Every human being should be privileged, should be indeed fortunate to be able to access this truth. Because it is through this truth, understanding it and realizing it and walking on the path of the practical application of it in your day-to-day lives. No matter what nationality you are, what caste or creed or culture system that you're coming from, it doesn't matter. This is just a condition and cause and effect, Dhamma, which is applicable to all living beings. But the beauty of the human existence is that because humans have this consciousness, the mind, it is only human beings in this human existence, in this human realm, that can use the mind as a tool. That same mind that has propelled this existence in the wrong direction, that same mind can be used to actually understand this Dhamma. First to gain knowledge of it, first to then understand it, but then actually to reflect on it with sufficient patience, sufficient perseverance, and sufficient effort, that with that reflection, with that insight meditation, one can actually transcend the mind, liberate from the mind, and find that inner wisdom. Like we said, that the non-vibration is always here, nirvana is always here. The arising of the wisdom through contemplation, through insight meditation, will pave the way to that non-vibration back again, to the point of the radiant mind of the child, of the infant, and even beyond that, to the point of arahathood or Buddhahood or non-vibration. Buddhahood is not controversial. Buddhahood only is another word for non-vibration. It is not a word that is associated with a particular individual. It is not a word which is associated with Lord Buddha, which epitomizes Lord Buddha as a person. The word Buddha has been coined because it was Lord Buddha who actually discovered the truth, something that was never heard before. Never heard or realized before was what the Buddha found, the truth. And because of that, the word Buddhahood has been coined, or the state of Buddhahood, but it is not in reference to an individual. There was no individual, there was no person. The Buddha is not a person. That is a state. That is the non-vibrational state. So how does one actually get to that point? It is through realization of this pure truth. It is through the realization and understanding of this Dhamma, which is what our noble teacher has imparted to us and shared with us for the last 5 to 6 years. He has gone through that journey, he has undertaken that journey on his own after practicing all kinds of traditional teachings himself, and realized that concentration, meditation, all those forms of traditional teachings have not really unraveled that pure truth that the Buddha imparted so many thousand years ago. So he too embarked on a journey to actually unravel this hidden truth, and that is what has been, after self-realization, that is what has been imparted to the world for the last 5 to 6 years, and which we are also trying to, in our own way, try to impart to our listeners. So when the Buddha said that it is these senses that create the world, the cause and effect Dhamma that he explained is also a way of trying to explain how this world has got created. The dependent origination, Paticca if you have heard of it, is also a concept that the Buddha actually created for the very purpose of trying to explain to society, trying to explain this human condition, trying to explain that this is actually just a system, that it is not anybody doing it, it is actually the way the nature forms itself. So when we say about the five senses or the sensory organs, every living being, whether it is an animal or a creature, or whether it is a human, each of these beings have either one or more sense faculties, isn't it? The human has 5 sensory organs, but then if you think about a worm, the worm would have only the body sensor. It doesn't have the eyes and the ears and so on, only that one sensor faculty, the body sensor. So we'll come back to the worm in a minute, but if you think about the human being, so these 5 sensory organs, the way it works is actually the vibration that is occurring in the 5 sensor faculties is the thing that actually gives us a manifestation of various sensory experiences. Again, contrary to common belief, contrary to the conventional worldly view, the Buddha said there is no ability for anyone or anything for that matter to be able to discern or experience a world outside. It is only whatever that gets manifested to the senses that those living beings have that then creates that being's world. And so they are all operating in that world that gets created or manifested as an illusion. It's created and manifested within those sensory faculties. So the same is true for human beings. I mean, if you think about your own life, leave alone what society has taught and all that. If you think about your own life and if you think about what is surrounding you at this moment, or if you think about your life for the last 30, 40 years, depending on how old you are now, if you can think about every concept, everything that you have learned that you can put a name to, everything that you associate, everything that you feel, you can put a name to, isn't it? So how did that happen? These worldly things, if we start with the materialistic things, if we start with the things that are out there in the world, objects, persons, people, all these things have been learned, isn't it? At some point or the other, it has been taught. It has been acquired through knowledge, either through your parents at a very, very young age or at the Montessori or kindergarten level, isn't it? Everything is taught as a perception. If you think about the eye, all that is happening at the eye faculty is a vibration. But that vibration actually telepathizes with vibrations of equal or similar frequencies, and the spark that occurs in the eye is actually then considered as light. It is also, it is considered as light. The manifestation that is occurring in the eye faculty is what we call light. The manifestation that occurs due to the fast occurrence of vibration in the eardrum is what we call sound. The sound is not something that is created outside that we hear separately on this side. If you are deaf, there is no sound. Or for example, if you say not even deaf, if you don't have ears, would you hear sound? No. So isn't that completely reliant on there being ears, there being a sense of there being such a faculty? So what about the other sensor faculties? It's the same thing, isn't it? With the tongue sensor, without the tongue, there is no taste. Without the nose, there is no smell. And without the body faculty, there is no sensation of temperature or cold or even heat and the sense of solidity. All that is coming because this entire body or skin sensor is vibrating. Every cell of this body is subject to vibration. And because of that vibration and the fact that it resonates with similar frequency vibrations, that is how there is actually a sensation that is born here. That sensation is purely happening due to the speed of vibration. But then what happens with all these different perceptions that are occurring in the sensor faculties? There is another thing that actually kicks in. The mind consciousness combines these 5 sensory perceptions, the light perception, the sound perception, the touch, the taste, and the smell perceptions. They are also basic consciousnesses. But what happens with those is that they are then combined by the mind, and then an interpretation is given to those sensory perceptions, and the combination of it creates another vibration altogether, which the mind then scrambles to give a name to. When we talk about Nama Rupa in the Paticcasamuppada or dependent origination, Nama means name, Rupa means form. The word Rupa, form, is actually not as if a form is coming from outside, but Rupa in Pali is actually Rupanaya, and Rupanaya is nothing other than vibration. So due to the vibration, there is actually an image that gets formed. This is also, the formation happens only because of the speed. The pure sheer speed of vibration gives the wrong impression, gives this impression in the sensor faculties that something has formed and that something is there. So the something that is there, which is called the light perception, if it is occurring in the eye, the vibration. Something that is there which is occurring in the eardrum is the sound. Something that is there which is occurring in the tongue is the taste. For the nose it's the smell, and for the body sensation it's the heat, the cold, and the solidity, and so on. It is giving rise to a sensation, but that is only because of the speed. If that speed was not there, there would not be a sensation, because it is purely a creation. If we think about a fireball which is being rotated at speed, you get the illusion that there is a ring of fire, isn't it? But was there a ring of fire? No. But how did we get the illusion of the ring of fire? Because of the sheer speed at which it is rotating. But if you actually look for a ring of fire, there isn't anything like that. So it's the same kind of process that happens in our sensor faculties. If there are no eyes, there's no vibration. If there are no eyes, there's no sight. That's it, plain and simple. No vision. Because the vibration, there's no place for the vibration to occur within this body, and therefore there is no way that anything can telepathize with any other vibration to even create that manifestation of light. Now the light that is getting created is only due to the vibration if one actually has the eye faculty. But if the eyes are not there, even that doesn't occur. So that basic light perception is happening as long as there is a physical body here and the breath is coming in and out of this body, everything, the eye faculty is vibrating. The vibration occurs in the eardrum, the eyes, the nose, the tongue, and the body sensor. That happens. But that is a natural process. As long as there is a body, that process happens. And the light perception forms, the sound perception forms, the tongue, the taste perception, the smell perception, and the bodily tactile sensations form. But the understanding is that what the Buddha said is even that is a manifestation. But then it becomes more complex than that. The mind sensor is a different sensor altogether. What the mind sensor does is, and it is so prominent in human beings, which is what we touched on earlier, the mind consciousness combines these 5 sensory perceptions and then creates another vibration altogether. And that product, that outcome is what we call a thought. That outcome, that thought is what we call mother, what we call father, what we call a ball, a bat, cricket, teacher, orange, apple. This is how these objects have been formed. This is how these names have been formed. Every one of these things that are coined by the mind consciousness combining the 5 basic sensory perceptions is given a name, is given a label. So when we talked about nama rupa or form, name and form, actually why is it called name and form? The vibration that is happening and the sensory images that it is creating, whether by way of sound, whether by way of taste, touch or smell, is irrelevant if the mind interpretation does not happen. The mind interprets, as we said before, when these sensory perceptions are occurring, the mind scrambles to interpret these perceptions, and that interpretation, that creation, it constructs something out of those sankhara, out of those mental formations. It is constructing something altogether new. And that construction of something altogether new is what we call a thought. So the thought of a mother, the thought of a father, the thought orange, the thought apple, the thought cricket bat, the thought school, teacher, school bus, doorbell, car, bird, flower, plant, insect, chair, pavement, rocks, stones, fences, gardens, trees, sky, houses, and the list goes on and on. Is there any one of those objects that have been given a name to that wasn't actually learnt? Every one of those concepts have been learnt. Every one of those concepts have been learnt, isn't it? You take yourself back to the childhood days, and this is the Buddhist philosophy. The 3 wisdoms that have to be realized are what we call Pubbē Nivāsānusati Jnana in Pali, and that is the seeing of the earlier thought process, how the thought process worked. And for that, if we take an object, if we take, for example, something that you have in front of you at this moment. Say, for example, it is a chair. Now I also can see a chair in front of me. So let's say we take a chair. Now, how did we know that the chair is a chair? Because at some point it has been, somebody has told us it's a chair, isn't it? Isn't chair a thought? How did the chair be called a chair? Because somebody has told us it's a chair. Now you have never thought of it before. But this is how the insight meditation is done. This is how one actually penetrates the thought and sees the truth behind the thought. So if the chair is a thought, how did we come about like that? So for that, one has to traverse to the childhood time and see at what point this became like that. And then you actually realize that, yeah, at the time of childhood, the teacher teaches, shows various images and associates a sound with it and calls something an object, calls something by a name, isn't it? It will show an image and it will associate a sound with it and it will say that's an apple. This is the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E. This is the color red. This is the color blue. This is the color orange. Isn't everything having to be shown and a name associated with it through sound for it to be actually learned? That gradual reinforcement of that vibration of an image, light perception, and a sound perception coming together is then actually called an apple. An apple is shown and they continuously say, this is an apple, this is an apple, this is an apple. So the constant reinforcement of those two vibrations, those two perceptions, will then entrench that perception of not the light, not the sound, not the, if you touch it, there is a feeling of solidity, roundness in the apple. But then ultimately what is sticking? The word apple, isn't it? The name apple. So the same thing with the chair. An image is shown. The child might even be allowed to touch the chair. What is felt to the touch is solidity, isn't it? Just solidity, hardness of the chair. If you touch the cushion part of a chair, if it is a cushion chair, then the cushion part will be softer. But still, that's only a degree, a gradient of solidity, isn't it? It is still a solidity, sense of solidity. If you touch the frame, it is more solid, more hard. But so what is actually felt to the hand is just solidity in varying degrees. What is seen is an image, and then a sound is associated with it, and it's called a chair. So then if you actually, even when there is, so in this way, every object, whether it is a taste, an orange is given to drink like orange juice, and so then the tongue has a taste. It is only a sensation of taste. There is no sensation of sweetness, there is no sensation of sourness, nothing of that sort. But what do we do? That the teacher teaches it, or whoever it is who is teaching it will give certain names to it, will attach certain names to it. And so the orange juice is then said, it is orange, it is sweet, it is tangy to the taste, it's cool, it's nourishing for you, it is full of vitamin C, and so on. So then these are taken, every one of these aspects that are given are just names that are given. The fact that it is good for you, the fact that it has vitamin C, the fact that it is sweet is all taken separately as perceptions. What is heard is a sound, and with that sound there is a name, a label associated with it, and then the mind creates the thought, the construct called orange juice. The mind creates the construct called vitamin C. The mind creates the construct that it is good for you. So good, vitamin C, orange juice, that it is a liquid. All that is actually thoughts, isn't it? They are all turned into, constructed and created as thoughts. And if we now actually talk about something that perhaps you and me probably won't have somewhere close by. Say, for example, we think about a car. So straight away you will get an image flashing in the mind about a car. It can be actually your car that is sitting in the garage, or it can be even some other car. But generally, when I say car, you know exactly what a car is. You know exactly what it looks like. Generally, you also know the different brands and models of cars. You have a tendency and a preference to a particular car. You know the solidity. You can even feel the solidity of the car, isn't it? Almost as if you are running your hand along the side of the car, you can actually feel the solidity of the car. You can actually feel the solidity of the steering wheel under your fingers if you are driving. If you are a person who generally drives a car, you can actually, sitting here in the lounge or sitting wherever you are, you can actually feel the solidity of the steering wheel under your fingers. How is that even possible? Can you see that at some point, whether it is in the kindergarten time, whether it is in the grade 2, 3 school time, whether it is at a young teenage age, at some point, perhaps at the teenage age, you might have started learning to drive. That might be the very first time you got behind the wheel. And then only you actually felt the solidity of the steering wheel, turning it around, knowing the little tension that you have when you turn it around, the feeling of sitting on those padded seats, the solidity of that, the feeling of motion when the car is in motion, all that you have, isn't it? But if we talk about the car now, when you are not driving the car, when you are not seated behind the steering wheel, when you don't have even a car in sight, how did that entire thing, that entire experience come about in this thought? Because it is ultimately a thought, isn't it? What happened to the solidity of the car and all? That solidity is actually felt in the thought. So these thoughts that we have, every one of these thoughts is actually a combination of those basic perceptions that are formed in the sense faculties, the 5 sense faculties. Whether it is the light perception from the arising of the vibration and the telepathizing of the vibration that is occurring in the eye with a similar frequency outside, which gives a rise to a manifestation of light, is what we call light perception. Whether it is the light perception, the sound perception, the touch, the taste and the smell, it can happen in varying combinations, but irrespective of what combination is used, invariably 1 or 2 will combine together to form or construct this thought. And it is these thoughts, like we said, halfway through. It is the thought of the mother, it is the thought of the father, it is the thought of the bat and the ball and the cricket, the teacher, the school, the doorbell, the car, the whatever, that is being associated now, isn't it? These are the things that make up the world. But where are these actually getting created? They're getting created in the mind, isn't it? Nowhere else. Each one of these things have been learnt. Each one of these things have been combined together in various forms and permutations, and then they have come together to form what we call a thought. And then what happens? So these objects, persons, people and things, each object has been given a name. Each object, each person, each thing, animate or inanimate. As we grow older, there are these other concepts like nationality, patriotism, being community-minded, happiness, kindness, sense of belonging. All these type of concepts, emotions are also added to this list of objects and things that have been learned, isn't it? And then together these things actually form the so-called world. Now this is where the Buddha dealt the biggest blow. The biggest blow is from the truth, the pure truth. The biggest blow that he landed here is to attack this illusion. And how did he attack it? He actually realized through self-realization that this world as we know it, this world as we call it, comprised of all these things, all these objects, people, things, animate or inanimate, including persons, including the people that you hold extremely dear to you, your parents, your siblings, your husband or spouse, your children, and then most of all you, are all coming about as a result of these sensory perceptions. So if we backtrack a little bit from that point, and so when we talk about these objects that have got created over time, mainly the learning happens at Montessori time, and so these objects and things then gradually make up the world, isn't it? The child learns about the initial couple of things, then that learning becomes more earnest in kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and then suddenly there is this world. I can't say suddenly, sorry, it's gradually. A world starts getting formed, and when this world gets formed with objects, people and things, the baby is taught, the child is taught that you're waking up in the morning, the sun is rising in the morning, the sun sets in the evening. When you wake up in the morning, you have to brush your teeth, you have to have a shower, you have to get ready to go to school, you have to put on your shoes, you have to get your school bag ready. So there is a routine that is taught. Not only objects, people, the routine is taught, brushing the teeth, and so on. Every one of these things is learned as a perception. Nothing is taken without learning. So the learning, the perception, the naming of these things is all what, as we explained, it's a thought. But with this process happening like that, with an object becoming real, with an object being taught and a name and name being given to every form, whether it is coming by way of sound, touch, taste or smell. Form doesn't mean only an image. Form can be a taste form, a touch form, a sound form and an image form and a smell form. Every one of these things is called a form. So if every one of these forms has been given a name and a label, that is how the dependent origination commences. Immediately there is this sensation, there is a perception that is actually real. The object is real and the collection of objects is what we call the world, because what is getting constructed in the mind is actually getting projected outside. And when it is projected outside, the mind itself has this notion that it is outside, that the objects are actually outside. And then with the objects are being outside, there is then a so-called feel of existence that comes about, that there is a world outside and that this world exists, that existent feel comes about. When this whole thing actually starts from vibration, the vibration carries an underlying power. And that underlying power translates itself through those sensory perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste and smell. And when that combines into what we call the thought of the mother, the thought of the father, the orange, the chair, the car that we spoke about, those are just thoughts at the beginning. But the more and more they are perceived, the more and more that they are considered to be real, the feeling that the chair exists, the feeling that that orange juice is real, the feeling that when the orange juice was drunk, that taste was real, that sweetness that was felt was real, comes about. That feeling, that underlying feeling is actually that underlying power that vibration had. So now we don't have the light perception, that sound perception separately. What is felt is that the orange juice exists. Not the taste separately, not the smell separately, not the color separately. It is orange juice now, isn't it? So I want orange juice, so I don't like orange juice. Or I want orange juice every day. My mother gives orange juice in a drink bottle for me every day. Orange juice is nutritious, and so on. So all these are perceptions that are occurring because of orange juice, not because of the taste. If you actually look at it, it's just a liquid, isn't it? Juice is just a liquid. And what is seen to the eye is just orange. And if you actually touch it, it's just liquid, like water. That is all. How did it become orange juice? Because of a construct. As we said, the combination of all these things, the orange color, the taste of sweetness, and these concepts, names that have been given to it, the name that has been given to it by coining it together to form something that was actually not there. It's a construct. So like that, every thought is a construct. And so in that way, when these objects form, the world is now full of objects. And then one also gets the feeling through that underlying power that is under the vibration, underlying the vibration. In that same way, the feeling when that an object is there, a perception that occurs, also carries that feeling that that actually is there. Nobody calls it a perception. That is the analysis that is being done through the Dhamma. But how has this deception happened all this time? The orange juice is now true. The orange juice exists outside. It's there in bottles. It's there in the supermarket. Now, so all this is now true. The orange juice is there, the tree is there, the mother is there, the father is there, the siblings are there, the mother, father, everything is true. And when these are true, what happens? The sense of I, the sense of I being a person, I am experiencing it, I am tasting the orange juice, I am drinking it, I know how important vitamin C is, I know how important those nutrition is, and so on. Everything becomes real. The I and the self gets born as a spin-off of this entire cycle of perceptions that are occurring right through from the inception of that single vibration turning into light, sound, touch, taste perceptions, then those perceptions combining to form mind perception, which we call the thought, we call it the mind object, we can call it a mental picture. In other words, it's the orange juice. In other words, it's the chair. In other words, it's the car. So it has those elements of, if it's the orange juice, the runniness, the liquidity of it, the orange color of it flashes before your eyes. The sweetness of it flashes before your eyes. But just like the car that we explained, you might not have orange juice anywhere near you now. But the whole thing has come about, isn't it? The whole thing is there now. Orange juice has become real. So moment this object becomes real, there is a person here, a self that is formed, an I has formed. Knowing about the orange juice, having tasted the orange juice, having experienced the orange juice, it is I. Everything is attributed to the I. If the object is real, then automatically an I has been created here. So the object is outside and I am here. So there is this duality that gets formed, which the Buddha said is actually non-existent. That too is a creation by this whole way this mind phenomena works. And that, Dhamma friends, is exactly what it is. Just a natural phenomena, just a natural process. Just like nature, this vibration is happening in varying forms, and whether it happens in an animal, whether it happens in a human being, every one of these aspects is just a vibrational energy forming itself in various forms. Different animals will have different sensory perceptions. We talked about the worm earlier. The worm has only one sensor faculty, the body sensor, and it has just the feeling of coldness, dampness, the solidity component of it. And yet, even from that solidity, dampness, coldness, the worm still feels the sense of being alive, still feels that existent perception. And that existent perception, because of that underlying current and power of that vibration, makes the worm automatically go in search of the dampness of the earth, the coldness of the earth. And that is where this whole self-perception comes about. So there is this incredible amount of discovery that can be done of this human condition, but ultimately what the Buddha said, the self-view is the thing that is a spin-off of this creation of the sense faculties and the sensory perceptions. It is not true. There wasn't a self here, there was never a self here. It is only a construct. Just like the thoughts of objects being a construct, the self-view is also a construct. So through the Dhamma, through the insight meditation, one actually then understands that this whole sense of an outside world being true is a nullity, is actually a falsehood. And when there is a realization that that's a falsehood, that it is only a perception of the mind, then the perception of the mind and the mind gets examined further. And then from this analysis that was done, there is a realization that the perception also, there is nothing to it. That also occurs only due to the fast speed of the vibration. Then what happens to that feeling that arises out of it, that sense of being alive? That sense of being alive, that self-perception that comes about, can that be real? Can that be separate and stand on its own? No, it can't. When the entire foundation is made up of sensory perceptions caused only because of a speed of vibration, and that too, these perceptions are only manifestations, can the self-view stand? Can the self-perception stand? No. So that underlying power to understand that and to help diminish that power, that is what we call the I. That is what is called this whole self-perception. This feeling that you are alive actually is a spin-off of these manifestations. But if one actually understands this full breadth and depth of the way this mechanism works, then there is an understanding and a realization through that insight meditation that there wasn't a self here. And when that actually starts breaking down, the defilements of clinging, aversion that we talk about so often in Dhamma teachings, gradually starts fading away. That is the asavakkaya jnana. Looking at the past minds helps to understand the truth of the moment, the thought that occurs in the current moment, because any thought is made up of the same components. If one understands and pierces one thought, then that is the ultimate realization of every thought occurrence. And if that is done, that is the Chutuppapata jnana, the wisdom of seeing the truth in the thought that is occurring in this very moment, then the path to the third wisdom, the asavakkaya jnana, the fading of the defilements, and the ability, the wisdom that is seen through the fading of the defilements arise. And through that comes the inner awakening. Through that there is a path that gets paved to the point of non-vibration. That underlying state that was always there is then allowed to emerge. The vibration and the mind that has confused and complicated a world for no reason has diminished in power, has dwindled in power, and the non-vibration, the state of calmness and tranquility, the inner transformation starts occurring. And then the path to Buddhahood, the path to non-vibration can actually become clearer and clearer until that state is reached. So we'll stop the talk there for today, Dhamma friends. Let me pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahansa, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahansa, for all your noble teachings and guidance, without which this realization would be impossible. The Kalyana Mitra is so important, as the Buddha said, and that is only felt by practitioners as one traverses the various pitfalls along this path. So our humble gratitude to you, Aryan Wahansa, and Thiruvan Saranai Dhamma friends.
Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawakened Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth. With wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath.
Wisdom of Asia, ever aglow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
Dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go, Buddothpado.
Therwan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyan Mitran Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. This is another Dhamma talk done with the help of this Buddothpado PeoTV. Those who are interested in Buddothpado sermons, if not the true Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has preached 2,500 years ago, they can listen in English language. So this is an opportunity, those who are looking for those who are seeking for this true Dhamma. This Dhamma is preached by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, whereas what we do is we are giving the same thing, those who are giving the same thing to the public, those who are interested in. So the same way, those who are interested in, they can listen to these Buddothpado sermons, and also sermons are done by different Dhamma friends, and also the Dhamma discussions are there for you to listen from 3 to 5 in Sri Lankan time, where if you have any doubts or any problems or some facts or whatever it is you have, you can discuss with these experts, the followers of Buddothpado, the disciples of Buddothpado. And also, straight away you can talk with Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. He will give the solutions for any question if you have with regard to this Dhamma. So this Dhamma is very, very important because this is what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago, which was covered after a certain period of time. But Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has experienced with the practical knowledge. He has experienced this Dhamma by himself and he has researched on this. So this is what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. So because of that, he has decided to give this Dhamma to the entire nation, to the whole world. To give this Dhamma, there are certain avenues. There are avenues he has opened through Zoom discussions in Sinhala language from early morning to midnight. You can listen to this Dhamma. And also websites are there. Other than that, this PeoTV channel is there as well as in Tamil also. Some Dhamma friends, they describe this Dhamma. And books are written in English as well as in Sinhala medium. And there are magazines. So there are radios and all. So there are a lot of avenues. If you are interested in, you can grasp this through Dhamma. Other than that, the practical sessions are done in Metmal Mehini ashramas and also Mehini aramas. Rather than that, Dambagada International Meditation Center is open for anybody, especially the foreigners, even locals. So it is open for anybody where you can stay there and you can feel the beauty of the surrounding, that tranquility, as well as you can learn through Dhamma there and you can feel that through Dhamma there if you are interested in. So all these things are there in websites. If you are interested in, you can search and you can get it at any time. So when comes to this Dhamma, this is the way out of suffering. When we talk about human beings, we all are suffering. Whether we are in happy mood or in sad, both are in the same. Just like animals, just like human beings. Although we are human beings, we suffer a lot. So this is the way out of suffering. This Dhamma is the way out of suffering. If you do not see the truth of this mind, even for a moment, or the reality of this mind, it would be like you are living in a beautiful dream. When we talk about a dream, it is not real, isn't it? So the same as mind is a dream, an illusion. One day we all have to wake up from this beautiful dream. You will be surprised by listening to these type of words, but it is a dream. We are, if we can, if it is another way we can say like this. It is a teledrama. It is a film we are watching, just like just like we are. Uh, um, just like it is a dream, it is also a teledrama. It is also a movie. So our mind is the illusion, the dream, the movie. Our mind oscillates, sometimes happy, sometimes sad. You will witness this, no doubt. Sometimes we are really scared of something that sometimes we feel that we lose this, what we own. Maybe a person, maybe a property, maybe something belongs to us. Sometimes that we feel sorry uh, if someone loses we love. But all these are in our mind. All are imaginary things. Don't you think so? We like, most probably we like or we want non-existing things. Our mind does everything for the survival. Our mind gets attached, maybe unattached to everything surrounded us. What is around us? Our mind our mind is always trying to clinging on it. So our mind can't stand alone. If we achieve something, we are happy. If we do not achieve something, we are not happy. So we don't know actually that our mind creates automatically and also unknowingly at the same time. We create that bhavaya by getting attached or unattached to various things around us. What is in outside, we maybe we attach to it, or maybe we unattached to it. So there are various things. Anyway, we are creating our bhava there, the samsara. So maybe knowingly, maybe unknowingly, it happens. When contemplating deeper, we can realize that if the eyes are open, the scene is created. Likewise, hearing, smelling, tasting, the feeling of heat and cold are creations which creates at the moment automatically. If you have listened to Buddothpado's sermons, these things maybe you have heard regularly. So likewise, so mind is the same. The creation of thoughts automatically happens. That is the nature of the mind. We cannot stop the thoughts. As we all know, although you try your level best, forcefully maybe, by force, you are trying to stop the thoughts, but automatically it comes. If you can understand how the thoughts are created and see that there is nothing, no anything in the thought. So at that time, the freedom of mind starts to happen. That is the freedom of mind. If you can understand, there are nothing, there is not anything in this mind. So if you can realize this, the freedom of mind will happen actually. This is the only way of getting rid of suffering. Other than that, there is no other way. This is the only path to our freedom. So this is really the spiritual path. But when we talk about religion, the Buddhism in this mundane world, when we talk about this Buddhism in mundane world, with regard to that, there are so many misconceptions in society relating to this spiritual path. What Lord Buddha has said, as you all know, what Lord Buddha has said, worshipping Lord Buddha, worship him with offerings or flowers and lamps are not true worshippers. Those who are worshipping with, as you all maybe, what we did was that. So what we did was always worship Lord Buddha with offerings, different offerings. Dhana maybe, so different Katina Chivaras and all. So there are so many offerings we did. And with flowers and lamps, how many lamps we have lit. So this is this is not the true worshippers do. The true understanding of this Dhamma comes through following a practical path. That is what. This is what we call this in Sinhala. There's a saying, what Lord Buddha has preached, telin malin ma pudanno noviti, pratipadavin ma pudanno veti. So this is a very nice saying. Although most of the disciples of Lord Buddha has forgotten. So the misconception of self is there. So this is what we have to understand. We have to understand there is no thing here. There is no soul here. That is what non-existing soul. That is what we have to understand. So in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi has revealed this very clearly. The philosophy of Lord Buddha. So this is what, when we go for practice, when we go for a center to practice, this is what we do there. This is how this practical session start with the philosophy of Lord Buddha. So this, as Lord Buddha has emphasized that we have to understand through Dhamma by following this practical path, not the way what we did. In the sense, what we did means that worship worshipping Lord Buddha with offerings and also flowers and lamps. That is not true worshippers. That is what Lord Buddha has preached. So here, this true understanding of the Dhamma comes through following the practical path. Regardless of age, occupation, or background, you can attain Nibbana. If you can engage in a practice that truly leads to Nibbana. When we talk about Queen Mallika, that she has offered that a great Asiddhisidhana, if we call it that great Asiddhisidhana, which is very difficult to offer to Lord Buddha. So what Queen Mallika has done, and it is an alms giving, exceptional alms giving actually. So nobody can do that. Anyway, she has done it once in lifetime. She was able to do that, but they were reborn, as you all know, in lower realms. They were, in the sense, another King Ashoka, emperor, yes, the Emperor Ashoka. Even he built. These two stories are very common to us. This Queen Mallika and Emperor Ashoka, there are two stories. Emperor Ashoka built so many temples, but they were not in that path of Nirvana because of incorrect practice of the Dhamma. They were not in that correct path, the correct path of Dhamma. They lacked the wisdom to see the truth. The philosophy of Lord Buddha, they missed. A true Buddhist is not someone who seeks continued existence, bhava, but one who realizes the cessation of bhava, the end. So, although they have done great deal of things for the society, even for Lord Buddha, they were not in the correct path. So, it is not that easy when you think that you are in the path, but it is not that easy. It is not that easy to go along this path. Maybe you have heard, maybe you have listened, maybe you have knowledge, but is that what we need? Knowledge is not the things that we need. So this is something with regard to the practice. So wisdom, this is going with wisdom. This is something that we have to practice within ourselves. We can't try to find this Dhamma from outside. So because of that, in Buddothpado, Aryan Vahanse has revealed practical programs, a lot of practical programs, and also they can talk their practical side in while having these interviews and all through these Zoom discussions. When practicing, we can understand that actually there is no thing called mind. That is what. And the wrong vision of an existing self also starts to dissolve slowly but steadily. through the mind process happens, when it happens naturally, one will see that there is no more clinging to the thoughts, and ultimately we will be able to see the truth. That means will be free from suffering. So this is we are suffering because of a thought. So it clearly shows the thought. If you can understand this thought, that is what we need. So understand this thought is not that easy. Always these thoughts come to your mind. Thoughts come very fast, and thoughts also tend to create more thoughts by thinking of past events and thinking of future events. As you all know, we are struggling with thoughts. If some kind of an incident happens, what will happen? We cling on thoughts, even past, even future. So it is the best way to stay away from thinking of the past and the future. More thoughts only to make you feel like you are on fire, like. And also, more thoughts make you, even me, everybody, thoughts make feel uneasy, very uneasiness, a heaviness. Because of this, because if we have a lot of thoughts, the thoughts make us feel jealousy, actually jealous, angry, greedy, and also revengeful. Sometimes boredom, all these things are there. Thought is like a pendulum of a clock. It always oscillates between greed and anger, raga, dvesha. Greed and anger in the sense that raga, dvesha. So if you analyze that thought, it is so. The mind always oscillates towards thoughts of greed or towards thoughts of anger. So it always oscillates from greed to anger. So here in Buddothpado sermons, it is clearly showing how to go on the path. How to go on the path. It is not that easy, because the path to nirvana, it should not be considered as an easy path. The journey, it is such a journey. This journey on the path depends on each person's capabilities. Sometimes there are people who can listen and straight away they can absorb this, what this Dhamma, true Dhamma is. Sometimes some people, it takes time for them. So there are different types of people who will be able to understand this. So sometimes some people they understand this very easily. Some people it takes time. When we talk about meditation as well, some people are good at both samatha meditation and vipassana meditation. Some people are good at this samatha concentration meditation by birth itself, because they like it, they want it, they do it without any hesitation, without any hardness. They are good at this concentration meditation. We call it samatha. But some people are not so good at this concentration meditation. Their mind tend to drift away when they try to do the concentration meditation. When talking about this vipassana meditation, some just like the samatha meditation, some are good at vipassana meditation by birth itself. So they are able to be aware of their thoughts that come and go. When we talk about this vipassana meditation, so they also have the wisdom to analyze the truth about the thought they receive. They find the vipassana much easier than the samatha meditation, that concentration meditation. So some people, there are some people, most of the people actually all over the world, they think that this concentration meditation or vipassana meditation, whatever the meditation they do, they think that meditation will be the path to nirvana. So thinking that they have chosen that path, but at last they realize that this is not the path to nirvana. So what we have to do is we need to have a balance between both the concentration meditation and vipassana meditation, this samatha and vipassana, in order to go on the path to nirvana. Otherwise, the mind tries slip away from our awareness, and you will end up with either thoughts of attachment or thoughts of anger. This is what at last this will happen. And also sometimes when we are too much attached to this vidarshana, it may cause a problem as well. So you may have different stories, those who have gone to these streams of this meditation. So it will cause a problem. Because if you go to an extreme in this vidarshana meditation, it can prevent you from letting go of the two extremes, which is outside and inside. You have to let go of the inside and the outside to realize the pure truth. When you focus too much on how to do this vipassana meditation, it becomes a knowledge. When we have too much of knowledge, it becomes an extreme. So in Buddothpado sermons, it is clearly shows that this is not the correct path to nirvana. Wherever there is an extreme, there are thoughts. And wherever there are thoughts, there is no escape from this illusion. So you cannot find nirvana there. As Buddothpado Aramahasi always says, an educated mind, a knowledgeable mind, or a foolish mind, both minds can be considered as being on fire. Because both minds have thoughts. Knowledge or educated awareness, all these things are knowledge. So that is their thoughts. So because of that, it is very important to keep the balance with both these two types of meditation. Both practices should not go to an extreme. If we go on that path, we will not be able to go on the path to nirvana. So their mindfulness starts in order to observe your thoughts that arise in your mind. There are many ways to develop mindfulness. Many years ago, as you all know, we did not know many years ago, although we have done so many things, we did not know what true Dharma was. Even now, some people, they don't know what true Dharma was. So because of that, we thought that meditation is the best way to eradicate this bhava. Maybe you have cling to this one of these. Maybe most probably most people they cling to this concentration meditation. So that is useless actually. If you have done so many years, if you have done, that is not what is expected. If you can realize the moment, if you can realize that your mind is straying away behind the thoughts, one after the other, you should immediately bring it back to the base of your concentration. If you really need to go on this path, so you need to develop your mindfulness as well, and also wisdom. Sometimes some people use the method of Buddhanusati meditation by looking at the statue, or by looking at the statue of Lord Buddha, and trying to keep their mind concentrated at one point by thinking about the virtues of Lord Buddha. You may have done this. So there are different things they do. So concentration meditation, some people, even bhikkhunis, bhikkhus, they also do that in some places, meditation centers. Maybe you have experienced that there is a skeleton there. So by looking at skeleton of a human being, by looking at this skeleton, they do meditation. But have they found this to Dhamma through all these things. By doing all these things, people have created another extremes, duality. So we must be very careful and we must be very mindful not to go to streams. That means anta, and we should try to avoid creating this duality, which will deviate you from the path to nirvana. Because when you do meditation like Buddhanusatiya, by looking at or concentrating on a statue of Lord Buddha, there unknowingly we develop a strong liking to that statue. There also you are creating an extreme at that point. Duality will be created. So if something happens there, that is not this path to nirvana. So you are creating a duality of like or dislike. Sometimes you try to attach these things. Most probably you attach these things, attachments. Attachments in the sense they are also thoughts. You need to maintain awareness and wisdom to detect how your mind works. If you have not generated any thoughts, then there is no problem. There also, if you have generated these thoughts, that means the thoughts will take you in this endless cycle of rebirth and death. So because of that, thoughts are the most dangerous thing that you have met, because thoughts generate even more thoughts. Thoughts prevent you from going on the path. So you should try to understand what a thought is, because thoughts are the most dangerous things that cover the path to nirvana. If you can understand this, if you can understand this thought, it will lead to this path of nirvana, the liberation of mind. It is the only way for the liberation of this mind. So in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has very clearly preached how the thoughts are generated. How the thoughts are generated. It is a lie. So to know that, you have to understand what a thought is. Are they real? Thoughts are not real. So once you understand, once you try to examine this thought deeply, you will understand that there are no such things like. So this is the most important thing. So if you can understand this, the path to nirvana will open to you. So to know this truth, you have to listen to these Buddothpado sermons. So if you are a real seeker of true Dhamma, you will find this nirvana in these Buddothpado sermons, no doubt. So try your level best to understand this truth of Dhamma. This is what This is how you can eradicate the suffering. This is the reality beyond the illusion. So if you can understand this, your sufferings will stop, no doubt. So to stop all of your sufferings, you have to understand what Lord Buddha has said 2500 years ago, irrespective of your religion, caste, creed, gender, whatever it is. It is not a problem. So you can, if you have the wisdom to understand this, the path to nirvana is open to you. You will stop all of your sufferings, and that internal transformation will happen to you through this wisdom. So try to listen to these Buddothpado sermons as much as you can. And Buddothpado sermons are the only way of getting rid of your sufferings. So I would like to wind up this Dhamma talk now. As usual, I would like to wish you all like this. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. Therwan Saranai. And I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. With deep reverence, I begin by paying homage to Buddothpado and Vansi, and I extend my warmest blessings, greetings to my sincere friends who have gathered here. And Teruvan Saranai to all of you. This is kind of a precious gift. This moment is kind of a precious gift to gather here once again as a community, united in one common wish to listen, reflect, and realize this timeless wisdom of true Dhamma. The teachings of Lord Buddha offered to the world more than 2,500 years back still continue to shine upon us with uh, with a certain clarity. But that was once veiled by the time has now been uncovered. So we are truly blessed to work on this path under the compassionate guidance of our noble friend Buddothpado and Vansi, whose presence lights the way through the true liberation. So I once again worship our noble friend Buddothpado and Vansi before I begin this session. So every time we come together, we immerse ourselves in this living wisdom of Buddha. Other than these kind of discussions, we have plenty of texts to be read, especially in our main website. That website is www.buddhothpado-dhamma.com website. So you will find many more books here that are free to be downloaded, and you can read them attentively if you wish. So if you have any question, doubts while you are going through them, you can bring them up here and we can discuss them openly in this forum. So this forum is for you to discuss, to reflect, to logically analyze what the Dhamma is. So other than that, we have another website that is I usually remind this at the beginning of every discussion. That website is www.wisdomofasia.com. People who is very much technically sound, they can go and visit that site. They can visit that site and see how these modern day scientific findings tally with this ancient wisdom. Actually, if we called it is an ancient wisdom, but it is not ancient, it is the truth. Truth never goes older. Truth remains same. Truth is the absolute truth. It helps us to get to know who we are. What is the purpose of being here? So what will happen to us? For the question of who we are, lot of philosophers, a lot of people tend to give answers. So we have a nice history. Not in Sri Lanka, from all over the world, there are so many people, so many spiritual leaders who tried to find out what the absolute truth is. Even Lord Buddha said, what is the truth? But with the time, that revelation was covered with the sands of time. So until Buddothpado Arahant reveals this, so we were doing a lot of things that are not relevant for this clear understanding, especially this Amisa Puja. So Amisa in the sense what we do externally. So that means without any underlying truth, we tend to give the things to the people, to help the peoples, to worship, to go behind a lot of myths and a lot of beliefs were there with us. Some people tend to think if you do good things, we collect merits. If you do bad things, it will accumulate as sins. So likewise, the things that have been taught by different kind of spiritual leaders misled us. And in most of the instances. But with the help of our noble friend Buddothpado Arahant Wahanse, we were able to find out, we were able to realize what the absolute truth is. So we are a set of unique people who gathered here out of all 8 billion people in the world. So we are hearing today the truth. It is not another kind of a belief. It is not another kind of a faith. It is a logical Dhamma that can be understood irrespective of your social status. So yesterday also, so people who listen this discussion for the first time, he or she may be very keen to know what the so-called truth is. In yesterday's reflection, Ms. Surangika shared about how we give value to the images, sound and objects, mistakenly seeing them as mine or me. Lord Buddha wanted to reveal to this world a non-soul Dhamma. That is the basic theory, that is the basic thing, fact, that he wanted to reveal to this world. Even though we think that we are living, even though we think we are having such kind of a birth, or in one fine day we'll have to leave this, say goodbye to this world. He wanted to give this message to the entire world that there is no person here to be born or to to death. So, but it is very difficult for us to understand because we have been uh, dealing with this life for such a long period. So we tend to feel, we tend to think that we are some kind of a different species other than the other animals and the rest of the world. So we tend to think that we are human beings. But what Lord Buddha said is something different. Think and look at this Dhamma from another perspective, another unique way. So you will find there is no call such a living being here. This is all about an unsolved Dhamma. That is the absolute truth that Lord Buddha wanted to reveal into this world. So, in that case, we have to find out. But even though Lord Buddha says like that, but people might say, even though you say so, but we can still feel that we are living. So that is the problem we have at this moment. So if you touch your right hand with the left hand, you will feel that you are touching your body. And if you cover up your eyes with two hands, it will prevent seeing the outside world. So we are in such a question. We face in such a question to answer how this consciousness came into action in this process. As long as a kind of a consciousness is there, how can we say there is no doer, no being, no living thing is here? It is very difficult. Even though the theory shows there is no soul, but you can still feel that you are living. So how can you get rid of that? That is the most challenging part. In order to do so, what you have to do is you have to learn, you have to listen this Dhamma first, and you have to carry out some kind of an investigation using yourself as the sample. So then you will realize there is no doer here. That is only for your understanding. So when you see this Dhamma from that unique perspective, you will understand that is not the ultimate realization. You will understand there should be no such a living being here. That is well explained in the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. So if you analyze this within you, you can, if you apply that Dhamma into your day-to-day practice, what will happen? The feeling that you felt as alive will start slowly diminish. Will start diminish slowly. So with the understanding, you know there is no such a living being here, but the consciousness still you have. You have the consciousness, even though you know through the theory. That means learning this Paticcasamuppada or the cause and effect law, you know very well that there is no person here, but you still feel that you are alive because the consciousness is there. But if you apply this knowledge to your day-to-day activities, then the feeling of the existence, the feeling of the consciousness will also get diminished. So those two things happens simultaneously. So then what will happen? If you will tend to feel there is, what would be the ultimate result? You learn there is no person here, then you tend to feel there is no doer here as well. So ultimately, what will be left? Nothing. Nothing will be left here. Only thing, but you, as long as your uh, breathing takes place, you feel everything as usual, as normal, but without a self. That is the intended outcome of this whole endeavor. So it is not very easy. As we are people who are coming from this mundane world with lot of fancies, so we are. It's a little bit difficult for us to grab this uh, truth at first glance. So it will take some time. So we have to be very patient. We have to be very attentive. We have to be very curious. So all these things collectively push us forward for this true realization. What is the realization? What is the intended outcome? Is the feeling of non-soul state. Feeling of non-soul state, not only the knowledge. You have to have the knowledge. You have to feel it by yourself. Even though you use the self here, but ultimate result is the non-self feeling. So you will find there is no such a thing called consciousness. You will tend to feel there is no such a thing called consciousness. All things are happening due to the ignorance. As long as you don't know this truth, as long as you don't feel this truth, you are in this samsaric journey. You are entrapped within this samsaric journey. But in one fine day, if you are able to see this truth, see this Dhamma as it is, you can easily come out from that samsaric journey, and you will be able to end the suffering. So how can you end this suffering? How this understanding helps you to end the suffering? So we'll take it as like this. If there is no person to receive any kind of a consciousness here, who else there be to receive or perceive the suffering? No one would there be to suffer. This is the way the cessation of suffering takes place. If there is no responsible authoritative person or the responsible person or soul to suffer, who is going there is who will be there to suffer? No one. So that's why Lord Buddha expressed this truth as a way to cessation of the suffering. The only way to cessation of the suffering is the understanding this truth or the experiencing this truth. So it is a little bit challenging, yes, but it can be achieved. We have a living example, none other than Buddothpado and Mahasi. So the truth has been hidden for 2,500 years. Now it has been revealed. Now he tries to convey this message to entire world through these Dhamma discourses and books and using so many media platforms. So we are a lucky set of people that we hear this truth. So why shouldn't we give a try and see? So it is free. It is given for free. The message is free. That message can be heard from anywhere. It is free. So what you will lose if you come and have a look? Nothing will be lost. Nothing will lose. So just have a clear mind and just come to these kind of forums, just visit these kind of forum, and we can discuss them openly, the questions you have, and we can directly ask our noble friend about the question you have. Then you can sort it out, this Dhamma very very in yes Dhamma in good way. So you are please feel free to ask questions. So before we starting our daily discussion, so I would like to read few pages from the book that we used to read at the beginning of every discussion. So that is the book, the volume number 6 of the series, the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So we are focusing on the page number 86. So I'll read a few pages from there. Participant asks, Aryan Mahanse, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse, I bow down at your feet. I have a question regarding faith and how much faith I have. He or she is having some kind of a question about the faith she has. Recently, in my imagination, Sripada appeared and I bowed down. I felt my mind was so affected by the faith. Also, there was a being who worshipped the place. She thinks that she has some kind of a faith on Lord Buddha, about the Lord Buddha. She asks Aryan Mahanse, is it a good thing or bad thing? So how, to what extent does she or he has that faith towards the Lord Buddha? So Aryan Mahanse replies, this is called Amulika Saddha, a common Saddha. This is not the same as Akaravati Saddha. The faith occurs as a power given by the faculties, right? So Aryan Mahanse explains there are two different types of faiths. One faith is called Amulika Saddha. The other faith is called the Akaravati Saddha. So, to the mundane world, with full of wrong views, when objects become real, a common faith occurs. Ah, now Varanas explains how this Amulika Saddha takes place. In all religions in the world, this kind of faith is practiced. In all religions of in this world, this kind of faith is practiced. What is the faith? Is the Amulika Saddha. What is this Amulika Saddha all about? When the objects become real, a common faith occurs. For that we call this Amulika Saddha. Can someone achieve Nibbana by offering flowers to the objects? Even the person who gets toddy from a tree bow down before climbs the tree. So even the person who hunts or kills bow down the gun. This is the common faith that is common to everything. Wow. Look how he explains this fact. Even though you are going to do something bad, you bow down upon the weapon that you use to do the harm. That makes that you have certain faith. You build some kind of a faith towards that the weapon that you are going to use. But with that weapon, you usually do some kind of a harmful thing. But you still believe that weapon won't harm yourself. That's why you bow down. So that is the Amulaka Saddha. In contrast to that, the Akaravati Saddha is related to the faculty powers: faith, mindfulness, effort, concentration, insight, and the wisdom. These powers take you towards Nibbana. When outside world is real to someone and faith is created within them, that is not the same as the pure faith discussed above. Yeah. The only way to have pure faith is to see the truth in the objects. So without seeing the truth of the external things, you won't be able to achieve or gain that faith. What is that faith? That is the Akaravati Saddha. So it has to be come from the understanding. So how do you achieve that understanding? How do you gain that understanding? To investigating, after investigating about your senses, you will understand these objects that you deal with are not really existing. So that Shraddha has to be come through the understanding only. In contrast to the previous type of Shraddha, that means this Amulika Shraddha, we believe in the external things. So then we worship those things. We build some kind of a faith on the external things. But when compared with the what do you call the second one, the Akaravati Saddha, you understand the nothingness of the external things. then you get some kind of faith on what you have understood. So that is different from the previous one. The only way to have pure faith is to see the truth in the objects. That is to see the emptiness and illusory nature in these objects. By experiencing the truth and knowing how the illusions are created in the mind, consciousness as explained in Buddhist doctrine, the pure faith can be generated. One must realize the truth. That is the only way of achieving this Akaravati Saddha. Yeah, if someone understand this truth, then he or she will get some kind of a faith about his or her understanding. That for that faith we call this Akaravati Saddha. Then participant asks Aranhanse, when I was worshipping, I felt the notion of an individual self cannot be incorporated. Prior to this experience, I felt the presence of the images, Rupa Darshana. What is that? Aranhanse replies, in that case, there is a self. Therefore, in that situation, because of the wrong view of the existing self, a feeling of individual existence is present. Yeah. So what Taran Mahasi wanted to highlight is that the fact that even though you think that you are alive, also if you think that you are alive, that also become a part of this external world. So once you understand the external is not real, the illusionary nature of the world, the self, the existence of self is also get dissolved. So what will happen with this Akarvati Saddha? What will happen? At the same time, the self, the notion of the self will also get dissolved, because you tend to understand that the self is also a part of this external world. So it is a little bit tricky, but it is very understandable. So I think, I think that is enough for the day from the book. So we have a lot of friends now joined in this forum. So Dr. Kokila is here, Mr. Just Bernard, Kema, and also Dr. Sakuntala is also here with us. So Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai.
Do you have anything?
Well, I just joined. I didn't really get a chance to listen to this.
Yeah. So I was reading the book. So that chapters talks about this Amulika Shraddha and the Akaravati Saddha, how they differentiate each other. So isn't it a good point to talk about?
The faith, isn't it?
The faith. Yeah, faith. The Amulika Shraddha is the blind faith that we believe in the objects. So as long as you believe the external things, including the self, you fall into that category. So all religions are there. So they believe in some god or some things that
Well,
existing.
we can't really blame any of like the blind faith. We can't really blame that, you know, because that actually saves the humanity. Like they have a hope because they have a faith on something. So it is actually like a escape mechanism, which is okay. But until we hear Dhamma, the truth, we will have some kind of faith. That's okay. But truth will actually trigger the other kind of faith, isn't it? What do you think? What do you think, Ravi, about that? Yeah. So it's okay to have a blind faith, but once we hear Dhamma or the truth, that will only change the way we look at the faith. So the faith or the faith can be an escape mechanism for humans. That's okay. We just understand that because we would like to have a, you know, like to hand over our problems to someone. It's really okay to do that. But once we know the truth, then that will stop. It will not stop quickly. It will not stop suddenly. But then more you realize the truth, more you become the truth. The blind faith is not a thing. It doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't have a place. They can't coexist. Anything to add? I'm not.
As we know, the humans are human minds are the some kind of the most poisonous things in the world. So if you encounter some kind of resistance to that, so you will tend to take some sort of unhealthy actions. So we'll see. So if I lose money and all of a sudden, so my mind will do anything to earn that kind of money, that amount of money from any means. So I may declare so many things that are not very healthy for the society. So but those things can be prevented by kind of even though it's a blind faith, it is okay, as you said. So it will help us to accommodate our mind in certain place. So I think in that way, that is better. Even though we have this amulika shraddha, that is better in the absence of this what do you call the akaroti sat.
Yeah, the consolation. I was find solace in like it's some kind of consolation always, like to think, oh, that's karma, that's God's wish, you know, like it's okay. We can't really argue for or against it. What actually matters is whether you know the truth or not. So if you know the truth, how everything is manifested in the world, whether it is me, my mind, how it is manifested, how this the I kind of have manifested. When you get to know that, how you feel as you are existing, or how your life has happened, then you get to know the truth. You get to know that there's not actually, it's a construct. It can be a mental construct, or it can be an I construct. It can be your sensory organs, whatever. They are constructs, and that means they are not actually there. So when we get to know this truth, the blind faith has no place. It's just that it has no place. And in future, I think blind faith is going to fade away anyway, because people will, even without knowing the truth, they will understand this can't be, because they know too much science, too much stuff. So they will automatically understand. So try and tell a kid about the stuff that we believed as a child. I mean, in our small days, if a grandfather or grandmother tells a story, we listen to like that it's magic, In nowadays, if we tell the same story, they will be like, what? What's that? Like, what are you telling? What are you like? You are like, they will tell us that you are constructing a story. Like they will tell that, but that's not just because they know the truth. They just realize that it can't be. So, but what truth we talk about is different. We talk about an actual truth, how this self, the feeling of self has happened, how the thought, the I has happened, how it arose. So in that context, we know everything, because you can't know how I happened without knowing everything, because you have to know everything to know that, because that everything is me, because there's no separate me anyway. The more you understand the sensory organs, more you understand the truth, there's no place for blind faith. So in future, it will not be a thing anyway. But the problem is, when people don't have a faith, they go for the other side. So no God, like they can say, now we have a consolation in God. But then without knowing the truth, if you go to the no end, they will say there's no God, we can do anything. That's a dramatic part of the problem. That's the negative side of not knowing the truth and going by the scientific way. Because scientific way, you understand that there is no God. And you might actually try to say there is no karma even. But that's not how it is. Of course, there is there's a way that these things happen. But importantly, when we know the truth, we know every truth. We can understand how everything happened. We can feel how everything happened. We don't have to be told. So the truth is very important, not to go to the, yes, there is a God, or there is no God, or there is a rebirth, or there is no rebirth. That's not what we are trying to say. We are not going into these two ends. We are trying to talk about the truth. What is the truth? Truth is about how we feel that we are existing, how we feel alive, how we've got this thought of self. So it's very important. In a way, blind faith has helped humanity for a long time. It helped. But without actual truth, that what Lord Buddha has explained to us, the whole humanity can go to the other end. Say, no repercussions, no problem of doing whatsoever, because there's no one to, know God. So that's not the way we look at this problem. Of course, there is repercussions, but the thing is, knowing how the receiver and how we get this problem of that we feel that the sensory organs are ours, or sensory organ holder, how we get that idea, how we feel that the mind is ours, or body is ours, how we feel that we are in a world and we are actually in the world, and we are acting in the world, and we are talking in the world, and what we are talking is true. What we are acting on is true. So how this story happened, and how when you get to know the actual truth of self, the whole scenario, the blind faith collapse. There's no place for the yes or the no ends.
Do you get it, Ravi?
Yes, Dr. Kautya.
Is there anything to add?
Yeah. So that means if you understand what the truth is, then any kind of a faith, any kind of a thing won't be a thing for you. So yeah.
When we say every concept will be a concept, whether
every
it is
concept.
yes or no. Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. That's really important. We can get others to participate as well.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, Surangika also here. So do you have anything to ask Dr. Sakuntala? Or any comment on that?
Yes, there was some, I think, out of the things that both of you mentioned, as Kokila said, it's actually a rope to cling on rather than falling into the well, I suppose. So, Amulika Shraddha is something like a rope when there is no help. So we see that more and more people in the society nowadays are going to that direction. And as Ravi said, now there are many
Or the
things.
other direction. Actually, Dr. Sakuntala, some countries, it's the other direction, that there's no one or nothing to look forward to, or nothing to, there's no repercussions. This is it, this life is it. Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's always two ends.
Yes, that's right. So when you see, there are many things in the day-to-day life. And as Ravi said, people tend to put the hands together and worship. Even the steering wheel, a driver who is by profession, before starting the work in the morning, they touch the steering wheel and worship. Now that is something that is practiced not only by the Sinhala Buddhist, even Tamil Hindu people are doing it. So it's purely taking the material world as a thing, and then I am there. So there is very obvious dualities there. So there
actually,
again,
but there is consolation in that. That's the thing.
Yes, that's a faith. Yes.
So thinking that
faith.
it would be it would be looking after me, there would be no problem in me. So they get actually, it's kind of a thing that they find consolation in themselves, thinking like that. Because if you're with the God will look after me,
Yes. And even showing the gratefulness, isn't it? Now even our mothers, when they keep the pot of rice on the fire hearth, after closing the lid, they worship the pot, because that helps to help with your hunger and providing food. So that sort of, they worship even the rice when they are washing the rice. That's a ritual that our mothers are doing. So all those things actually show some form of gratefulness, isn't it? So that is hidden there is a kind of Amulika Shraddha over there. And on the other hand, when it comes to Buddhist practices, nowadays we see so many huge, large-scale offerings. Actually, those are promoted by our Buddhist monks. They are offering sometimes 100,000 jasmine flowers, not 1 million of jasmine flowers, 100,000 lotus flowers. So those things actually, the other extreme end of the Amulika Shraddha, where they have the complete faith on those offerings, and they are expecting something in return, some good thing in return by doing these massive meritorious actions. Therefore, thereby expecting a birth in a good place with all sorts of comforts and long life, etc., etc. But at the same time, now when you understand the truth, when you understand these two ends, the Amulika Shraddhava and Akaravati Shraddhava, there means Akaravati, as both of you indicated, explained, it is it is nothing to do with the existing world, but still you have that feeling, you have that inner change, inner conversion. Now, on the other hand, a person who is compelled to take part in these offerings, sometimes the family members will arrange these things, and sometimes a person who is following this Buddothpado teaching still will realize that this is something of no use. This is not what Lord Buddha said. But they can still take part in those as a family commitment or as a help or contribution to the person who is doing, without having an aversion or friction within himself. So I think that part is something maybe relevant to most of our people, because it is something happening mostly in Sri Lanka. I'm sure it's happening in other countries also, where our Sri Lankan people are doing this sort of offerings in the temples. So this is actually now just an experience what my sister says. Now she says that the temple she is attending, the other people who are the people who are coming to that temple, the organizers, there were offerings and large scale activities, offerings in that temple. Now, after listening to Buddothpado, she's reluctant to go because she feels that there is this is not what Lord Buddha's teaching, but what we were discussing was that actually to turn the camera towards self and see what is happening within. That is something that you should understood, because you may not be able to change the people attitude, and completely you can't change these activities, but be conscious about what is rising within you when you are taking part in these activities. Do you think about those? I'm sure you must be experiencing those or in Australia also.
Yeah, actually, there would be no difference. That it would be just another
event only.
Yeah. So aversion part is when you actually try to think about it.
Yes.
So thinking about it in positive or negative way is going to bring up the whole thing, like a scenario about it. But then if you don't have anything like if you don't feel that it's a thing, then it should be just another event. So you can I think it's like a good practice for you to flow like a water canal, and see what happens. If you have aversion, you can see that. And if you don't feel anything, and you just you won't even feel it, then that's it. But you will feel something else. You might get annoyed with somebody else's comments. So likewise, it's really interesting to keep the camera towards you, so that how this self dances. I mean, not dances, but
Yeah, it's a good way of testing self, isn't it? Taking part in such things is a good way of testing the self.
Yeah, if you're actually concentrating on that, then if you keep thinking about it, that means that itself means that it has become a thing to you. That's why you keep thinking whether I should go, whether I should not go, whether I should go, whether I should not go. You don't think like that when you go to the toilet, whether I should go or not go, So you don't think about it when you go to the kitchen and try to do something. So because this highlights something, you feel it as a different thing that you're doing, and that's not the thing. So more you understand Dhamma, more you understand the truth, everything will be just a thing, just another. Just because you have the sensory organs working, you have the film going. It's okay. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It doesn't mean that it should stop, or it doesn't mean that it should go on. So that's the interesting part of not so knowing Dhamma or knowing the truth, that you will be like free like a feather, and you'll be doing whatever you can do.
Yeah, it's
Whatever you
actually
can do.
something that most of us experience, I suppose. Now, I just want to point out something that I experienced. There are a couple of annual almsgivings that we do to a big number of monks. And I could remember the excitement that I had beforehand. I was preparing the things sometimes a few months before. The excitement will gradually build up and reach a climax by the time that the almsgiving is there. So excited, and will invite so many other people, and actually it was a kind of stress underneath, but that time I didn't feel it as a stress, but it was a kind of excitement. Now it's the same current that now I can see that it is the same current. But now I feel that I'm still doing the things in the same way. I have no, change in the plan. I do it completely in the same way. But that excitement which was there, the current which was rising with time when it is coming closer and closer,
The
is
stress.
very little. Very little, yes.
Yeah. So that's really important. That's the thing. So the more you understand the truth, the more you attain the tranquility. That's all. You will be functioning as before.
Yes.
But you might lose some stuff, because automatically you might, because you have a ritual. You go once a year almsgiving. You get a date, so you tend to do that. So you will actually write it down also. Otherwise, you might forget that too. So you need a set plan. Then you will go according to that. But whether you want to do something, that's really not be the case. So you might actually not do some stuff that you have done before. That's not a problem.
Yes, not a problem. Actually, no one else notices that either, because no one has questioned me and asked, aren't you interested like earlier? Because I automatically, it doesn't seem to be appearing from outside to an outsider. But that was the inner feeling that I had, that I still go on doing it in my maximum way, with the maximum attention, and then paying the maximum time and spending all sorts of things, effort, everything. And no change in the type of the meals prepared and everything. Exactly the same. And no one has realized any change either. But that current which was there is minimal now. Yeah.
Yeah. So the faith actually, faith can vary with knowing the truth and without knowing the truth. So with truth and without truth. So that will actually, in future, I think in about 100 years time, this younger generation, Gen Alpha, or is it Gen Alpha? I think Gen Alpha. So in their time, I don't think there would be anything that we can talk about. I think it will be just knowing the truth and not knowing the truth. Because they might even question the almsgiving.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but then someone has to know how to explain all that, because you can't actually explain how one can be happy by giving a almsgiving, how an other person will not be happy by giving an almsgiving. So they don't understand the difference between that, how one can be happy and other, how when they think that it's a nonsense, then why the other one is annoyed. That none of this should be there. Then why the new generation is annoyed? why the prior generation didn't get annoyed, but they liked it.
Liked it.
None of these things does matter. Actually, knowing the truth does matter. That would be the priority in future. We won't be even living, but we kind of try to tell this now so that at least one day they will listen to these things, because the truth, I think, will surface, because none of these, perceived ideas of God or perceived idea of rituals may be disrupted anyway by the new generations. So then, if there's no truth, this is going to be a disaster, because they will think we can do whatever. They won't feel any humanity. So this change will come now, because they will understand how it's actually the stimulus only. There's no self here. So then how can you be selfish? How can you be selfish if you know the truth that there is no self and there's only stimulus which was there? So how to become that is the path. That's a program that Aranwansi is trying to add to everyday programs, because it is to actually convert that situation to an experience. That's the importance of that. There's no self here, you have to feel it. You can't just think about it. You can, that's what we do first, but then we have to feel that too. Then it is for sure, then we don't have any doubts about what Lord Buddha said. So that's the most important thing. But to go there, we have to talk about this truth, discuss about this truth, associate with a noble friend who has understood this fully, and do the programs like that, and think in the truthful way. That's all we can do. And what we are trying to do by Zoom discussions is trying to give this truth to the future generation, because future generation can't be deceived. They can't be deceived. They can't be asked to, believe this. We believed whatever someone said. We had that quality. We had that blind faith. I must admit that. What do you think? If mother said something, didn't we take it as a thing? Like if the grandmother said something, we would say, oh yeah. We just take it.
Yes.
But nowadays they question it. They would be like, no, and we don't have an answer. If you don't know the truth, you don't have an answer. You will be lost. And you will be like, oh, they don't have anything. They will be going to the hell. No, that's not the point either. They will go to the hell if they don't know the truth, yes. But you have to have the truth to give it to someone. You can't give the truth to someone if you don't know the truth. So that's why we are trying to arrange Zoom meetings and try to tell this, because in 100 years' time, I don't think anyone will be going into rituals that much, because the world will be going towards the science too much, and then think everything in a scientific way. And they will be really materialistic, really, really materialistic. So this is how we are trying to get the spiritual path into fruit with the truth, because only truth can argue with the science. Only truth can handle the future. What do you think, Ravi?
Yes, exactly. I think there will be no harm if you know the truth. So you can do whatever the things you want after knowing these things as well. So this truth as well. So the to that initial question that I had, so as Dr. Sakuntala said, starting with, so shall I ask a question from that? So starting from some kind of acceptable level of this Amulika Saddhava, that means, so we'll say, as Dr. Sakuntala said, worshipping the rice pot when it keep on fire. So it is kind of a good acceptable thing for us now. So starting from that, there is some kind of a tendency to push her towards that the massive scale offerings, to go to that kind of massive scale offerings as well. So 1,000 million what do you call jasmine offering. So there is kind of a tendency. So if you go to that level, so even though hear this truth, so you won't be able to grasp this. So at what point we should introduce these things? At the initial level, or so is so many people have
I think some kind of minds will, which is I don't know how to say that in English, but you know, when we say drishtigata, like we have like so strong concepts, we might not be able to break it. That's okay. Not everyone will understand this anyway. It's okay. But the thing is, we can't have a written plan when to release this or what to do. We just can release this and let the human beings absorb this by their own means. Like, we can't have a protocol, but of course, I think there are kind of awakening to the truth as well. There are some minds very suitable for that, open-minded people. So they are not in the no and either the yes end. So, what is it? The what do we call it in English?
Two extremities. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
like we think that there is, or we think there is not. So those two ends. So there's always a balance in this. At one point, the whole world will be in the no end, or there's nothing to believe, there's no self, and there's no rebirth, there's no everything, and nothing to worry. And then there's the other way around, yes end, and to think that there is someone controlling us, there is good thing has good things, you know. But there's no problem in that. Lord Buddha actually said, it's better to be in the yes end than the no end, because no end can be really, really disastrous. Because that person is not going to listen to anything. So that can be disastrous. The whole world, one nuclear bomb can, destroy the whole world. So that can be that end, because they don't believe in anything. And but the truth has awakened at the moment. It has awakened already. So there will be minds, open-minded minds suitable for this now. And that will carry for another some odd years, that's how it is going to be. Truth always surface and go down. So it's a surfacing time. So we talk about the truth. At least we talk about the truth now. Because if we don't have the truth, the newer generation, the Gen Alpha or Gen C is already here. Gen Alpha, I don't know what Gen is the next one, but whatever these generations, it's difficult to convince them. Without the truth, it's difficult to convince them. So whether to tell it now, whether to tell it then, There's no point in that. It is now, it's open now, it has resurfaced now, so it will be now. But who will listen to that, we'll never know. So that's why it will be documented everywhere. It will be in YouTube, it will be in book form, it will be everywhere. But this actually goes from teacher to always there should be a noble friend who is guiding. That will happen, that will not stop, but it will keep happening. But that's the importance. That's the importance of opening this now. It is already open actually, Ravi. So when to give this or what to do, it's not kind of it's not in our plan. It is happening already. So if somebody can't take it, that's okay. I mean, we can't change people, can we? We can change ourselves, and they can look at us and feel the change and then change. That's all we can do. Then while doing that, we can try to give the truth to others. Not all can grasp it.
Yeah. So as I said, the fact
So
that
imagine a mother, imagine typical one of our mothers who would be worshipping endlessly.
Mm-hmm.
You are not going to stop that, because there will be repercussions of that. Like there will be aversion, and that person will run away from you. So you can't really give anything to that person if that person starts to run away. You can't really do that, but you can start slowly by saying, "Isn't that in your mind?" You can get a point somewhere and bring it up. That's what you can do in children too. You can bring it up in a particular moment where it is very obvious that it's in the mind, and bring it up, and the person will be like, wow, yeah, it's in the mind. And it won't do anything at one point, but it might happen again and again, because if one person is suitable enough, whatever the blind faith they have, they might change. They might do a 180-degree turn. We never know. We can only sense the opportunity and do it. Even if the person is very highly, very high, with high taste of concepts. It won't go to our plan. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We shouldn't go and attack the ritual first. Then they will run away from us. That's not the way. So if someone is addicted to concentration meditation, you don't first start by attacking that, but then that person will definitely, when they see us, they will be like going in from another room, because they don't want to hear that, because they like it so much. But that's not how you should approach that. There would be a time that he's out of that meditation and then suffer. Then you can show it. No, don't worry, that's in your mind. And actually, that's not true. But then he might realize it. He may or he may not. That can't be predicted, can we? We can try only.
Yeah. Yes, I think Randima and Surangika are also here. Do you have anything to add or anything to ask, Randima? Therwan Saranai?
Yeah, Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, Therwan Saranai, Kokila and Sakuntala. So, I think it's a very interesting discussion, because this blind faith, I think some rituals and some practices. So this blind faith, you see, that is very strongly rooted. So these things are happening in a way like people are also helpless, so they go by some blind faith because there is no any other consolation for them. So faith, if we take the faith for what? So definitely faith is there for something. So that means it is extreme. There is something means that's the mind. Because mind, what is mind? Mind is extreme. Either something is there or something is not there. So this is what's happening. If someone try to go behind the faith, so definitely the person is there and also faith towards something is there. So there is no real, you see, feel of transformation, of liberation in these paths. So the real path is the truth. So as you all discussed, so if one get a chance to listen to this Dhamma, that there is no soul here, and when it understand the formation of this mechanism, and when it starts to feel the truth in the sense the transformation, so that is the inside transformation or this internal transformation. So in other words, it is a field. So this transformation is the one that matters, because with the transformation, you see, automatically the value for things, value for faith, value for practices, value for rituals, and value for so-called me, and all that will drop. So it
Actually,
will.
Nandima, it's really good that you brought out that point. All these valuable things actually is based on me because they want to protect me.
Exactly.
So the faith is actually to protect me. So it's kind of a way to protect me, even whether it's a yes end or the no end. Yes end also it is to protect me. Even the no end is to protect me, because you think like there is no repercussions from what I do. It's a way of consolation, because then he doesn't feel like having a problem. Then he feels like, yeah, I can do anything. I can kill hundreds of people. I can put a nuclear bomb. Nothing will happen to me. I'm not going to suffer because there's no rebirth. There's nothing. So that's another way of consolation to the self, actually. So when the rooted idea of self is there, there's always the self try to like get the consolation from either the yes end or the no end with the blind faith. So blind faith not necessarily depend on all these rituals. Blind faith is there when you think that there is no self as well. Like when you think, no, in that the no end, like when there is no rebirth, no nothing. This is just this birth only, which is very prominent in other European countries. That is also another kind of faith, because they have a consolation in that, so they don't have to worry about the moment now. So those two ends are actually hidden ways of consoling the soul, or the whatever they perceive as soul, or whatever their self. So we need to address both ends to address this to the European countries, because most of the European countries, the Asian countries can be different, but the European countries can be in the other side. So we need to address both ends. So both ends can be blind faiths. So whatever we can think anything, we can think it is there, or we can think it is not there. Whatever we think is not true, and whatever we feel that there is self is also actually a mirage. So that's where the truth begins. That truth can cover both ends. Otherwise, the world will shift from one end to the other end. It has happened before, and it will keep happening in the future too, isn't it, Randima?
Yeah, exactly, Kokila. Yeah, because this mind is the extreme. So if one in the mind is still its think in the mind that there is no soul is another end. It's another thought. It's back again falling to another. Actually, we use the word drushti, misconception. So it's very difficult sometimes to convince this, isn't it?
Yeah, only way to convince the truth is to explain how this self-existence, the feeling of self-existence or feeling alive happened, and how this self-thought has arisen. That's the only way. That's the only way that Lord Buddha used, and that's the only way we can use. That's the only way a person will really understand the truth. That's where the magician's magic won't be magic anymore, because you know how this perception, self-perception occurred. And that's a good message to everyone, I think. Isn't it?
Yeah. I think this when we use the term drushti, the misconception. So I think for some category of people, this misconception side is very strong. Some rituals, practices, some strongly rooted beliefs, maybe on a god or something. So you see, it's blocked for to be open mind. But there are certain waves of people where they are a bit of more open mind. So it's not very much blocked in a particular, you see, a frame. Yeah. So I think this thickness of the misconception, the blindness, the thickness of the blindness is also matters here.
Yeah, true. Some will not even hear this. But that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. But we can try only, and we will be trying till the end. That's it.
Yeah.
Yes, Saranai, Mrs. Mangika or Mr. Bernard, do you have anything to add or ask? Saranai?
Yes, this is a very interesting topic. Blind faith. So, but people in this mundane world, there are so many categories. Some believe in one god, some believe in many gods. There is another category. They don't believe
any god. Yeah.
Any god. Yeah. The atheist. So the most interesting thing is those who don't believe in any god, they think they are relaxed. They are living very happily, and because they don't believe in anything, they are not believers. But actually, they are the believers. They are the blind believers because they believe everything outside and their self. That means they believe their faculties, they believe their existence. I think they are a dangerous category.
Yeah, that Lord Buddha said actually.
Yeah.
It's this is the way that this keeps on going from one end to the another. But this truth has nothing to do with these notions, whatever the conceptions. What we talk about is all the conceptions are not true. They are all concepts, that's fine. Whatever the formation of the organs, or the mental formations, or even the 5 sensory organ formations. Yes, they are formations. There is a manifestation, that's fine. But are they actually there, or are they if you feel that it is there, then there will be feeling of self. You will feel the feeling of existence. That's how the self-perception has occurred. That's the truth that we have to give. Yes, you feel something. We know that because we feel it. But that's because we still have something that we feel as real. And is it real? Well, mirage. When we talk about a mirage, yes, we see water, but we don't really take it as there. So we don't really run there to take water because we know it's a mirage. So when someone knows that self-existence or self-perception is a mirage, no one will try to maintain it. That's the biggest achievement I can say. That's the most happiest, the most beautiful thing in the world. Not wanting to maintain anything. Not wanting to even maintain the self-existence. Isn't it, Bernard?
Yes, that is indeed true.
Yeah,
That is right.
it's
That's
really
right.
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Therwan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Mrs. Suranga, do you have anything to ask or add?
Thirwan Sanai, Dr. Ravi, and to all Dhamma friends. I think there's a lot of perspectives given on the way these beliefs have worked. And I think just in terms of a couple of observations I can make, I think we talked about how our parents do various things in terms of traditions and so on. But if you think back, I mean, even when we were small, we used to roll our eyes in exasperation when our grandparents say, "Oh, no, don't do that. You have to do this first before you do that." And, as grandkids, you were like, "Oh, God, here we go," type of thing. And so if you think about our mothers, so that was like our grandparents. And then if you think about our mothers and that generation, that is a slightly lessened, meaning they do those traditions, but they're
that
not
doesn't.
so,
The problem is that doesn't mean the right vision. That's the
exactly.
thing.
Yeah.
So it goes from that end to the other end and keep floating between two.
Yes. So, and then if you think about our generation, we are not as bad as our grandparents. We are not as bad as our parents. But before we encountered the true Dhamma, we also kind of got stuck in various certain places, or we think that, I did it this way, but is that all right now? Because I've kind of forgotten about that particular traditional norm or something. Those things kind of swirl in our heads. But, and then we talk about, and Dr. Kunkala also talked about the modern day kids and how they challenge, because they can't understand our grandparents, parents, or ourselves. They are in a different world. But at the same time, whilst they are intelligent and whilst they question everything, and they have, I think, the most open minds that one can encounter now. I certainly experienced that with my nephew and niece as well. But that doesn't mean that what they are saying and challenging is also true, because in that generation, they have their own challenges.
And they are the most depressed, I would say.
They are the most depressed. they every day it's a new thing that they're getting attached to. There is that something that is in trend, something in vogue, something somewhere. I mean, they are very scornful, I would say, about traditions and dogmas and beliefs and all that. But at the same time, they don't understand that the things that they get fixated on are also some kind of an infatuation, isn't it?
Yeah, true. That's the thing. So the world floats between these two ends, and that's I think the passion, I would say, like that would be there anytime, and we can't do much about that. But what we can do is introduce truth in between these generations, which is actually good time, because they are not too much in extremes at the moment. This time is really suitable because there is 2 or 3 generations that was in some kind of ritualistic world, and there's 2 or 3 generations that are lost between those things and actually attached to the organs as nothing, like they are glued to like the sensory organs. So yeah, the truth is surfacing in that kind of a time, and it's so beautiful. It would be so interesting to
I think
know.
what Aranwanse is doing, and he has said this in several Zoom sessions, if you think about our grandparents and the old ammas in the villages, you can't take away, I think several people mentioned that in this talk, you can't take away the pouring of water to the Bodhi tree, the little rituals which brings a sense of happiness and peace and calm to that grandmother, because that is far better to put that person's mind at ease by allowing that little tradition to take place. But at the same time, just as you said, Dr. Kokila, once you do that and help the mother to do that, then you just sit them down and introduce in a very simple way the truth, pure Dhamma, and not make it too forceful, not make it too heavy, in plain Sinhalese or English or whatever it is, and then you're kind of balancing the two, and then gradually that mother will slowly realize, oh, actually, I don't really need to do the pouring of the water, or she might still do it, but she won't be invested in it. She won't do it out of fear when she goes and worships Devadas. That is done out of fear. As I think Randima said, the deep-rooted fear to protect oneself, because the self is still so prominent. And gradually, through introduction of the truth, one weans the person away from those dogmas and traditions. You can't do it overnight. It has to happen gradually over time.
Yeah, it will. I think it has started already, that we are actually doing a Zoom discussion like this.
Yeah, and then, the thing that Aranwanse is doing with the children, you have to do it with children and allow them to approach it with a sense of curiosity, isn't it? Because children are naturally curious. And if you say, son, all this is arising, or the things that you're experiencing is only a thought, then the child is naturally curious. And she said, oh, if I like a dog, is that dog, just a thought? And then the child will start thinking about it that way. And that's the real ripe age where you can introduce this novel concept, because it's unheard of. They don't hear it in their households. They don't hear it from their parents. And that is what Aranwanse is gradually introducing, so that I think he's dealing with every generation in a very artful and very novel way, isn't it?
Yeah, that's so beautiful. Yeah.
Yes. So I think we are running out of time today. So we had to hand over this Zoom space to the other Zoom. So I think if you don't have any questions, we can conclude this session.
Yeah. Thank you so much, all my friends, and Aran Vanseta Namaskara.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr.
Terun Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Terun Saranai.
Terun Saranai, Dhamma friends. We are gathering today to listen to the usual daily Buddothpado and Vahansa's English Zoom session. First and foremost, let us pay homage to Aryan Vahansa, Thirwan Saranai Aryan Vahansa, and Thirwan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. So today we don't have a few of our usual speakers, so I will try to start off at a certain point from the book that we have been reading to you in the last so many weeks. So this is True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6. I believe we have started off somewhere around page 80 yesterday, and I thought I'll read to you a short couple of paragraphs starting from page 83, somewhere around midway, because I feel as if that's a good starting point for today's conversation. So this is a discourse between a participant and Aryan Mahanse in one of our Zoom sessions. So in response to the participants' various questions, Aryan Mahanse, he often does this when the participant is slightly confused or has not really quite understood the Dhamma principles. He has a tendency of taking us back to the roots, to the cause of where all this started, to where the ignorance lies. And so that's where this discourse starts, which I will.
Buddothpado Aryani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
Buddothpado Aryani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Aryani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado May your holy work never be done.
May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, everglow. Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind.
truth of birth and death made clear,
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay. working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it, and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.